and direct, ladies and gentlemen, and new Psychology of Winning Tour. I am so excited to be live broadcasting all around the world, and we are live and direct here with living legend Denis Waitley as we embark on a powerful 4-day journey with some of the biggest names in personal and leadership development from around the world to discuss Denis Waitley's work, the new psychology of winning, and how we collectively can make a positive impact on this planet. And I'm just so pumped up, so excited, because this is truly the preeminent leadership event of the year. We have the biggest names, and Mr. Denis Waitley, how excited are you, sir, for the next few days to really do a deep dive into this remarkable journey with all of your friends and colleagues that you've accumulated over the last 40 plus years of making this world a better place? How excited are you, and what can the audience expect over the course of the next few days? Mr. Denis Waitley.
Well, I'm ready to come right out of my chair. I'm so excited today. After all, I'm only 88 years old, and I'm trying to decide what to do for my next career. So I'm hoping over the next 4 days, I can find some inputs from all of the greatest speakers and the greatest thought leaders in the world to give me an idea of what I should do for my next career. But I'm so excited, Mo, and I thank you and Adora and everybody for joining in on this great event. And I'm ready to go to give people some take-home value they can use in 2022 and beyond to become winners in their game of life the way they want to play it with their values.
I appreciate you. Of course, I am alongside the incredible Adora Evans. And Adora, you and I were going to spend a lot of time together the next few days speaking with so many powerful, incredible people that are on this mission with Denis, with myself, with you, to leave a powerful legacy, to impact the world, to make a difference in people's lives, just as Denis Waitley has been doing for decades. How excited are you, Adora, for the new Psychology of Winning tour?
Oh my gosh, like Denis, I'm ready to jump out of my seat, but I'd knock some things over. It has been so much fun as someone who's been working with Denis for a lot of years now. I have met incredible people, both known and not so well known, that all sing the accolades of Denis. There are a lot of people that teach and talk. We're part of a powerful industry of transformation, but there are a few torch bearers. In fact, Brian Tracy called Denis in an email. He called you the father of self-development. And to be called that by someone like Brian Tracy, and at the same time, everyone who meets you talks about how they feel so special in your presence. It doesn't matter if it's the nurse that I got to meet, or it's Les Brown's son as a young child, or it's me, you paying $1,000 debt and you barely knew me, and we'll talk about that later. But there are so many people that that was in my 20s, by the way. There are so many people that you just impact, not only from the content that you give out, but from the place of heart and meaning. And all the leaders that have gathered here are gathering here because we're saying we want to drink that in. You represent the kind of leaders we want to remind ourselves of to be, and we want to sink into, yes, that's who we are. So we have some of your colleagues, Bob Proctor, Les Brown, Joe Vitale, Dr. Demartini, on and on, Forbes Riley, Marie Diamond, that are here in celebration of you, many of them teary-eyed, accepting that invitation. And then we have up and coming thought leaders who are out there doing huge things, like the gentleman who created varsity cheerleading as a brand and took it to $1 billion company, got it in the Olympics, like crypto bestie. I mean, we've got so many thought leaders here, all in celebration of what you represent, and also in honor of your new book, The New Psychology of Winning. So Denis, LA Tribune, Mo Rock, everybody behind the scenes for partnering with us in this tremendous event. It's just going to be monumental.
It truly will be monumental, and I'm so excited to be a part of this. And I want to thank Denis Waitley for allowing the Los Angeles Tribune to be an official partner, and for me, Dennis, to be a part of your legacy is the honor of my life and career. So I want to thank you for that opportunity. And already we have people just 5 minutes into the new Psychology of Winning International Tour, literally from all over the world. Look, we have people tuning in from Kuwait. So this is absolutely incredible. We have people registered from over 30 countries to be a part of this incredible program, where we have some of the most incredible thought leaders in the history of personal development together at the same time, at the same place. Whether it is Denis Waitley, the father of personal development, on down. And we all know, Adora, that this industry of personal and professional development that has impacted and changed lives would not be what it is today without Denis Waitley. And we at the Los Angeles Tribune want to make that point very clear, and we want to preserve that historical fact. And that's a big part of our motivation for doing this the next few days. We're going to give the floor to Denis Waitley to just share some general thoughts before we begin with our first thought leader, who's going to join in and have a conversation with us. Dennis, any final thoughts before we invite our first incredible thought leader?
Well, first, it's a real honor for me, and I don't have an ego, and I gave up my ego as a little boy, and I'm glad I don't have one, because this is an overwhelming honor, and it humbles me beyond belief. But some of the people on this are the greatest thought leaders in the world, and I'm honored to be on the same platform as they have, because they've influenced my life as well. So I'm excited about listening and watching and learning from them. I'm going to take notes along with everybody else. And I just want you to know that winning is never whining. Winning is coming in fourth, exhausted but excited. It came in fifth last time. Winning is treating animals like people and people like brothers and sisters. And winners make it happen and losers let it happen. And life is a do it with God, for others, to myself project. And I looked in the mirror and saw my greatest problem was the man in the mirror. So I'm going to take the man in the mirror and turn that out to you and see if I can give you take-home value based on the number of mistakes I've made through my life. I've made more mistakes because I've lived longer than anyone on the call. So since I've lived longer, I've made more mistakes. And if you don't repeat them, that's called wisdom. And I'm hoping that I have some wisdom to pass on to the new generation, the next generations of thought leaders. And I'm going to try to give as much take-home value and receive as much take-home value as I can. I want to thank you again, Mo, and thank you, Adora, and thank everyone for being part of it. I'm ready to go.
Thank you so much, Dennis. And real quick, before we bring in our guests, just want to point out that we have folks already tuning in from Malaysia. We want to say hello to Malaysia. Want to yet again say hello to Kuwait, and we want to say hello to Canada. And so people from over 30 countries have registered for this preeminent event of the year. And with that, let's go ahead and start talking very briefly about our next guest. Of course, she's a friend to the Los Angeles Tribune. Many people in this community know her. She has sold hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars worth of product through the television. Of course, we're talking about one of the few females in the personal development space. Dennis, when you began, I don't know if there was any well-known female speaker in personal professional development. And even today, there's only a few. But Forbes Riley is one of those few. I can think of a few more: Dr. Natalie Forrest, Sharon Lechter, but Lisa Nichols, who's also been here on our network before. And Forbes Riley, of course, we're going to spend a few minutes with her here. Let's go ahead and pull her in. Forbes Riley, welcome to the new Psychology of Winning Tour. And my dear Forbes, you are muted, but it's okay because it is 2021, and that's part of daily vocabulary, it seems. You're muted, I'm muted, unmute. So it is all good. And Forbes, welcome to the new Psychology of Winning Tour. How are you, and welcome?
I am wonderful. It is a beautiful morning here in Southern Florida. Dennis, good morning. Adora, you know I love you. We are in business together. Mo has been just a dear friend. And I will tell you, that's one of the greatest part of life is the people that you've met along the journey who you've kept close to you. And almost every one of your speakers coming up, from Les Brown to everybody, I feel honored to be part of a community. And I am excited to talk to Dennis too about the place of women as motivational speakers. I'm on tour right now with Deepak Chopra, Les Brown, Damon John, Prince EA, Eric Tom. Hear all the men? It's me, Mel Robbins, and Sharon Lechter. And you're like, wait a second, where are the girls? So I'm excited about the new female psychology of winning.
I am too, Forrest. In fact, women make great leaders. I've looked in history at the greatest leaders of the world, and a lot of them have been women, and we need more women. And I think that's happening faster than we thought. More women are starting businesses than men. More women are graduating from college and also starting businesses, running businesses. And in fact, there are more women billionaires than there are men, because most of the women in the world have had to come up with their own bootstring. They didn't inherit it from their husbands. So I'm excited. I think women are at least as important and maybe better as leaders than men, because they listen and they network and they care about the health and education of their children. So I'm all for women, and not just condescending. I mean it. I appreciate that. Important. And Forrest, I'm going to listen to you and take notes.
Well, you are absolutely so very sweet. The other thing that I admire about you is at 88, that's when I met Jack LaLanne. That was the biggest infomercial we ever did. And for the next 8 years, by the way, you're not going anywhere, he and I created $1 billion product with his Jack LaLanne power juicer. So the next thing that we also get to talk about when I come back is about aging into wisdom. Let's not dismiss people who've been there. And I'm excited to listen to all that you have to say. Hey, everybody, I'm going to take a quick couple of minutes. And one, in honor of Denis, I like to redefine words. If you followed me on television throughout the years, one of my focus is health and wellness and fitness. I've grossed a little over $2.5 billion in that industry between infomercials and home shopping product sales. But I will tell you, being fit from the neck down is vital. You can't, I think UB Blake said, if I knew I was going to live to 95, I would have taken much better care of myself. Well, today is that day. So I created the word diet to be D-I-E-T. Instead of pain and suffering and deprivation, D-I-E-T became decisions I eat today. And for me, that helped me overcome my weight struggles and made me very present. For me, MOM became another acronym that I changed, because many of us, my mom has been gone for 20 years. I can only remember so many things about her. But when I had my two beautiful twins, it was, Mom, can you change my diapers? Mom, can you do? I was like, wait a second, how did Mom get to be a wine? And I changed it on its side, MOM. And I redefined it to be moments of memories. And I can sit with my now 18-year-old twins and we can reflect on that moment we were standing on the top of the Great Wall of China as a family. I don't know what I had for dinner last night, but I can remember what I had dinner that night. And so moments of memories became very important to me. And so when I knew I was doing this with Denis, I took W-I-N and thought, So W for me is wonderment. I approach life as a little kid. I see miracles every day. And I find miracles in the most delicious of moments that I think many of us are so busy doing that they pass by and you're complaining, right? So one of my moments of miracles was when I got pregnant with my twins. I was 41 years old. That's a little old, right? But the doctor came in and said they were conceived on March 20th. It hit me that that's my mom's birthday, the first year after she's gone. Is that a miracle, a sign from my parents? And then the most beautiful moment was they are going to be due 9.5 months later on December 7th, which is my dad's birthday. Now, I don't know who or how they planned that things. I just took that moment and I took that beautiful moment and I decided that I was going to have the healthiest, most amazing pregnancy. And Denis, I pushed out, operative word pushed, 2 7-pound healthy babies at 42. Primarily, I think, because I believed so strongly. I fed them so well. I thought about in fact, when the nurse walked in one day, we were doing a little Nuco translucent to see the health of the twins. They could see the boy, but they couldn't see even the sex of the other baby. And she started to rattle off. She said, well, there's a 62% chance of this and a 42%. I said, leave. She said, what? I said, get out right now. Just get out. Doctor came in and said, you okay? I said, yeah. I said, you don't know who you're talking to. I don't need to hear statistics that don't matter. I have a 50-50 chance the child will be 100% healthy or not. And either way, in my mind, he or she already is. Please don't put a thought in my head than what I have. And I think we live in a society with television and movies and Facebook where bad thoughts are inundated everywhere. And your job, I think, is to continue to do this. So that wonderment is just push out all the negative as soon as it comes in so you can thrive. Do you agree?
I agree completely. In fact, you said it better than I can. I wake up and say, safe again, let's go.
Yeah, and I just say, this side of the dirt, congratulations. I roll over and hug my man and say, and I really do, I open my eyes, because there are moments I can very clearly remember due to stress, and that's the biggest killer for most people, in a hospital bed for 10 days. I didn't know if I was going to survive after a last-minute kidney stone. And I remember waking up every morning and seeing that environment and thought, please, dear God, whatever it takes, I'm not done, get me out of here. And every morning I wake up with this beautiful sense of gratitude. I don't want you who's listening to this to get to that point where you hit a wall and go, dear God, thank you. Wake up every day and just acknowledge how beautiful it is to breathe, how nice it is to walk outside and feel the miracle. So W is wonderment. I was innovation. I think you don't even need to find a new idea nowadays. There's so many ideas that are out there. Innovate instead of just totally be. And my dad was an inventor, Dennis. He had a garage full of stuff. He was a magician and an engineer, and he created things. He never got any of them out to the world. I have a vision. I'm sitting in the garage one day on a stoop, and he says to me, kiddo, how do I get my ideas out to the world? And I said, Dad, I have no idea. I'm 8 years old. But the funny thing is, Dennis, the world pushed me to a world where I did infomercials, where for many years of my life, I took inventors who write on napkins, who dream in garages, who are almost ready to get divorced because their wife's like, just it's never going to happen. And I gave them a platform and an opportunity to see their dreams come true. And wasn't it Zig Ziglar who said, if you give enough people what they want, they'll give you what you want. I made millionaires. I made success stories out of dust. I didn't do it for my dad, however. And so that is a heartbreak. He's also gone 20 years. And so WIN. And so the N was two things. I love to redefine words, and the word no plagued me for a long time. I'm a bit of an introvert, and if you said no, I would kind of wither away. I didn't release a lot of books. You are a master at that, because I didn't want to get rejected so many times. And I had to sit with myself and say, what does no mean for me? And I flipped it on its side like I do, and it became NO, never-ending opportunity. When someone gives you a no, I turn to them and I say, really? Thank you, which blows their mind. Who says no? And you say, thank you. And then I immediately say, what would it have taken to get a yes? And very often they will tell me. And sometimes in that moment, I'll flip it around and actually get a deal out of a no. And so that has been, so WIN is wonder, innovation, and no. Or now, when you want to take action, right now. Do you agree?
Absolutely. Action TNT, today, not tomorrow. I love wonderment, innovation, and I also love the idea of knowing I don't know enough yet, so I'll be ready to say yes when I know more.
That is so beautiful. So now I've decided in this next chapter of my life to take my name and flip it on its side. Forbes, a very unusual name. It's a family name, and you love the story about how my grandmother, because it's not my grandmother's married last name or my dad's birth last name, but they couldn't get my uncle into engineering school back in the 40s with a Jewish last name. So she went to the yellow pages, which you and I still know is a thing, and went boom and picked this name. So the name meant a lot for me, and it became my first name. And so Forbes is a book. And so I'm going to run this by you. The F is going to stand for foundation. How important to you is a solid foundation?
Completely, because without the floor, the ceiling comes automatically. So you need a floor, but you don't want to put a ceiling on the floor.
What is one of your health secrets? Because I divide foundation into personal, professional, and physical. What's one of your secrets that you could share with us? Because you look pretty damn good.
Well, one of my secrets is I love life so much I can hardly wait to wake up. I want to live at least to be 100. I'm so curious like a child. So I hang around with younger people. My secret of health, hang around with young people and never stop using your brain. If you don't use it, you will lose it. So I'm using every part of my body, especially the brain.
Well, I love that. You know, Adora, I hadn't really thought about this. Dennis, where do you live?
I live in Rancho Santa Fe, California, near San Diego. So I live up in the woods.
All right. Well, we need
bobcats. So
have you ever seen my fitness product?
Yes.
Well, I need to send you one as a gift to celebrate today, Adora. I'm happy to put this in the mail for you. I will get your mailing address, because I will tell you what, when you go out for a walk and you have this thing spinning, it just invigorates you. It doubles your heart rate. And for the last 12 years, it's my pride and joy. And for your health and your wellness, I'm sending you one.
I can hardly wait. I'll use it.
That is so awesome. And real quick, I want to point out this incredible comment that we got from the virtual auditorium from Candace, talking about how ever since she read Seeds of Greatness, she has wanted to inspire the same way that she was inspired by Denis Waitley. And this is the kind of impact that Denis Waitley has made in people's lives. This is the kind of impact Forbes makes in people's lives, that Brian Tracy has made in people's lives, that so many of the thought leaders that are joining us here have made in people's lives. And real quick, I just want to, as we wrap up the last 10 or 15 minutes or so that we have with the incredible Forbes Riley, I want to ask Denis if he has anything he wants to share to this incredible person that left this beautiful comment in the virtual auditorium. And folks, if you've been touched, moved, and inspired by Denis Waitley, let us know in the comments. This is your rare opportunity to be able to share that message with Denis. If you have not yet signed up to be in a private Zoom call with Denis, that opportunity is still available. You can go to wintourvip.com, and we have a very rare opportunity to have an intimate session with Denis Waitley, as well as an intimate session with Forbes Riley and other surprise celebrity guests that we're inviting. But Denis, let's talk very quickly after Adora chimes in about Seeds of Greatness, and if you want to share anything to Candace. Adora, please.
Yes, I just want to add that Candace also said that flourished into a 30-year military career as a female. And Denis, I know you started in the military, so before I want you to know.
Well, Candace, you know, we have a lot in common. You have the seeds of greatness within you. My grandmother and I planted a victory garden during World War II, and she said, whatever you put in the soil, if you nurture it, will come up. It comes up as advertised. I said, but what about the weeds? She said, the weeds blow in. They don't even need watering. You'll have weeds every day. You'll never get your garden right, but the seeds of greatness are within us all. And so my goal in life has been to plant shade trees under which I'll never sit. And Candace, you already have the seeds. In fact, you've harvested the seeds of greatness. And I look to you as a woman leader and an ex-military like me. You know, we paid our dues in the military service. I went to the Naval Academy and became a Navy pilot off a carrier. But, you know, my greatest moments are being part of a team and to plant seeds in other people. And I can only thank you for taking the seeds of greatness and making them your harvest rather than just words in a book.
Wow. And that is so incredible. And Dan says 30 years in personal development. Denis was the first I listened to. And of course, I think I'm pretty sure Forbes and Adora, and I don't know if Denis, you can confirm this. I think that The Psychology of Winning is the all-time best-selling audiobook in personal development. I think it's even superseded Earl Nightingale's The Strangest Secret and many of the other ones as far as global reach and the amount of people that have heard it. And so that is truly remarkable when you think about how many people you have impacted over the course of your life with your voice, in addition to your words. I mean, many people have impacted folks through their words, but I think when you impact people through your voice, it hits people much deeper, much harder. It's almost like a best friend. And it's almost like someone speaking straight into your soul. And this lovely veteran who you just addressed has also reciprocated and said, thank you, Mr. Waitley. God bless you. And this is absolutely incredible. But I believe that is true, Denis, that your audiobook is the all-time best-selling audio program in the history of personal development. What an honor that is, and what an incredible legacy. How does that feel, Denis, to know you've impacted so many people globally?
Well, it feels really good and humbling, but I have to admit that it was Earl Nightingale who did the introduction for the album. And so Nightingale Conant are responsible for making that happen. They used their mailing list to build an unknown. So I was an unknown person that Earl Nightingale got behind personally. So I have to thank both Lloyd Conant and Vic Conant, Nightingale Conant, and Earl Nightingale for pushing an unknown into the known. And so I'm very fortunate that happened during a time when America was really looking to win, because we weren't winning at the time. So I happen to have the good timing as well. And I'm just very humbled by it. And I never take that as being something special. I feel I'm just one of the orchestra, and I just happen to be the older member of the orchestra that's sitting up in the 18th row playing the oboe in God's orchestra. So I'm not impressed, but I like to express myself. When I say I'm not impressed, it's an honor and a privilege. I just hope I could live up to the words that are spoken. I'm finally having to live the life that I talk about. And that's happened very late in life. And I'm finally having to be the guy behind the curtain that actually behaves according to the psychology of winning.
And
Wow.
Forbes, what do you have to say about the impact that Denis has made? And, being somebody, Forbes, that also impacts people's lives. When you hear someone like Denis, what does that mean to you, since the two of you live your life in service of other people, just like so many of the people that are joining this program? How touched, moved, and inspired are you by Denis Waitley, Forbes Riley?
Well, I also heard Denis's voice. Between Denis, Tony Robbins, and Les Brown, those are the voices that got me started on a personal development path in my late 20s, early 30s, when it was very dark. It was very hard to find people who pushed you and moved you and spoke that way. My parents didn't speak that way. Community didn't speak that way. Television didn't speak that way. To hear positivity, to hear that you can win, to hear that you have greatness inside of you. And I do Les Brown. I literally can wake up going, I got to be hungry today. That's like God walking through people's voices into your heart so that you can move forward. And Denis, you were very much on that list very early on. And like we started, Adora, there were just no female voices, but I heard maybe God was a guy for a while. I'm not sure. But I will tell you what's interesting now, Denis, is that you and I are talking, is that because of Zoom, and how does this affecting you? Because for me, it's so profound. I have a physical audience on Zoom that I see, hear, and touch around the world, from Zimbabwe to South Africa to Singapore to Antarctica. I've actually now can see these people. How is that actually in turn affecting you? Because I think this is a miracle of our time and the only good byproduct of COVID.
It really is a miracle. And before we give the floor back to Denis, because that's such a powerful question, Forbes, and we definitely want to touch base on technology. And this is really a long conversation. This program is one conversation, and people are going to contribute, and other people are going to come in and contribute. And so we want to thank you, Forbes, for joining us here, and we want to thank you for your amazing time. And we are ready now to bring in our next incredible thought leader. And Forbes, you are truly the person that we wanted to open this up, because you're special, you're incredible, and you're one of the few females in the personal development arena. We honor you for joining us. And now I would love to talk a little bit about our next incredible guest.
Let me just say a good goodbye, because I love you, Mo, and I know. Here's the thing, you guys, this will be the greatest event ever. You guys have a string of people for the next couple of days that is so off the chart. I will be tuning in all day and listening, as I advise all of you to do. From the best pitch person, you need to listen. Denis, I will definitely get your address and send you a spin gym so that I can connect with you. For any of you reaching out to me, just go to ForbesRiley.com. Stay connected. There's free gifts there always. Happy to love on you, teach you how to pitch, and show you that anything is possible. Adora, you have my heart, my girl. Enjoy this beautiful, beautiful 3-day experience with the greatest minds on earth. Denis, you deserve it.
Greatest minds on earth. Thank you. We love you, Forbes. We appreciate you and we honor you. Greatest minds on earth. Speaking of greatest minds on earth, I've been very privileged to speak to so many incredible people, and the field that I'm in has afforded me that opportunity. And still, I get the most feedback on a conversation that I had with the next gentleman. There's just something magical about our conversation. I get people messaging me all the time. And of course, that's Lifetime Achievement Award recipient, Dr. Joe Vitale, who has reached so many people internationally for so long. Just the other day, I saw a video of people in Iran that were talking about Dr. Joe Vitale. I mean, when we talk about international impact, Denis Waitley, Dr. Joe Vitale, Forbes Riley, these are truly the preeminent thought leaders of our time that are alive today. And Denis, I know that you were, of course, featured in The Secret along with Dr. Joe Vitale. So we're doing sort of a mini secret reunion, if we will, because I know a lot of your friends from that blockbuster hit are also part of this incredible tour. But real quick, just what are some general thoughts on Dr. Joe Vitale before we bring him in? Denis, please.
Well, in fact, Joe is somebody I've learned a lot from. It's amazing that he and I have not spent more time together, because I've spent a lot of time with him, watching his videos, getting in on his podcast. So I've known Joe by, shall we say, by proxy. And what an honor it is for me to finally be able to chat with him in person. That, as Forbes said, what a wonderful opportunity through Zoom, because we should have intersected many years ago. But Joe was one of the principals in The Secret. In fact, he really knows more about the law of attraction than nearly anyone. And so I did a cameo in The Secret, and he was one of the main teachers in The Secret, and that's the difference. He's one of the principals in The Secret. I happen to be in it and be brought along with the others, but I'm so excited to chat with him because his power and his understanding of the energy of the world and what the law of attraction really is profound and right down the center of the bullseye. So I can hardly wait. I'm excited for Joe to come
Dennis, your modesty is so awe-inspiring. And in fact, in the spirit of full transparency, Forbes Riley and I had a conversation last night on the phone, and she asked me, she said, Mo, what's your biggest takeaway from Denis Waitley? And I was actually very impressed by that question, Forbes, because that's a fantastic question to ask people. And my answer was Dennis's incredible modesty and humility. In my opinion, it was much more than a cameo. I think that what you contributed to that film was very important. But I digress from that. Let's go ahead and now introduce Dr. Joe Vitale, who's live and direct with us here on the New Psychology of Winning tour. Dr. Joe Vitale, Lifetime Achievement Award recipient. Welcome to the program, sir. How are you and how excited are you? And what are you feeling right now after hearing those words from Denis Waitley about you? Dr. Joe, please.
I'm wondering who he's talking about. I'm listening to him, this legend, this icon, this best-selling author who has influenced so many people for decades, since the last century. And he's saying these things about me. And honestly, I started to cry. Then I'd wipe my tears. And then I'm thinking, I don't even belong here. And then I'm thinking, what am I going to talk to this man about? Because I'm in awe of him. And I've been rereading the book that just came out, The New Psychology of Winning, and I'm in awe of it. There's such a conversational charm. There's such wisdom in it. It's updated with all of the things that were in the original book from almost 30 years ago. What am I doing here?
What you're doing here, Joe, is you're able to take complex information and deliver it to people in a way that they not only understand it, but they take it to heart, because you've been able to transmit this back and forth. And I really mean that sincerely. I have watched your videos. I've been watching you for years, and I've been saying, now there's someone that I can learn from. And I mean that sincerely. You know, I'm an introvert, there's no question. And I'm not good at selling myself. I understand that. I have a great face for radio. So that's why I'm more audio. Hardly anyone knows me by sight, which is a good thing because I can lead a private life. But you're one of the ones, and the other ones are coming on too, that I classify as someone who's had a tremendous impact on me. And I put you at the top. We were together at that lunch on some of the Beyond the Secret type of films that were coming out. And you were sitting right there in the center of the luncheon. And I wanted so much to say, Joe, why don't we take a little time and go aside and just chat for a while. We didn't have the opportunity then, but we have it now. So I'm so blessed to be on the call with you today, Joe, as well.
Dennis, I don't even know what to say. I am going to say something that I don't usually have to stumble for words here, but here I am trying to find my path to speak to this legend. The movie premiere that we were at in Los Angeles, which is the one and only time that I've seen you, you came up to me afterwards, and we were on the stairwell by the seats, and you shook my hand, and you said, I didn't know what this movie was going to be like, but I'm glad I'm in it because I'm in it with you.
I remember.
I was fried. I don't even know that I said anything. I might have said thank you. I hope I said thank you. And I kept thinking, we didn't even get a photo. And for the next 2 years, I regretted not getting a photo with you, besides not sitting down and actually talking to you for any length of time. And then it was only a couple of weeks ago that a photo from that moment was sent to me. The woman that was standing there beside you and me apparently was taking photos. I didn't even know it. I was lost in your gaze, your handshake, and what you were saying to me. And so it was a miracle that we were there. It was a miracle to me that you said those nice things to me. It was a miracle that a photograph was taken that surfaced 2 years later. And then this thing is being put on, this appreciation of you and your work, and I'm invited to be here. For me, we live in this magical universe that most of us take for granted. And every now and then there is something that wallops us on the side of the head and we go, oh yeah, this is a pretty cool place. And it's moments like when I met you and you said the nice thing. It's moments when I find out that there was a photo later, and it's moments like this very one right now when you're saying things that I can't even compute. But thank you. Thank you.
No, it's the people you meet along the way, Joe, and it's success by association and affiliation. You know them by the people they hang around. Remember, Charlie Tremendous Jones said, the books you read, the people you meet, what you listen to. You become that to which you're most exposed. And you're better than anyone saying thoughts become things, because for men and women, they had to imagine it before it ever became a reality, because only the creator of the universe is able to put all the beauty together. But we have to imagine it before it becomes a reality. And as I said, you've been one of the people who have been able to articulate that in a way that people take it to heart, get it inside, and make it happen. So I met Rhonda Byrne before The Secret came out. I met her in Sydney, Australia, and she was going to do a one-time video a television program called The Secret. As you and I both remember, she was a television personality in Australia and Sydney, and her daughter Sky had given her The Science of Getting Rich by Wallace D. Wattles, and she was really into the law of attraction, and she thought that one television show could create vibrations and energy throughout the universe so that everyone in the world at one time could feel it. The problem was the time zones. And we're very fortunate. We have people from Australia and people from Kuwait and different parts of the world who are on the call here at different times, thanks to technology. But at the time, she decided to do the video instead. And so I agreed to be in it because of the other people who were already agreeing to be in it. And so we do have success by association. We come out of the same river. And I feel that I'm part of the river that flows to the sea. And I use other people's material. I try to give people credit as often as I can. Sometimes I forget, because a lot of it is Chinese or ancient wisdom. It comes from the scriptures, the Old and New Testament. It comes from all over the world. But I have to say, this is an honor for me. And I want to hear more, though, from you about your feeling about what winning is today. We know what I feel about winning, but I want to know what winning means to you today.
Well, I have questions for you too, so I hope we can have a little ping pong here. We can go back and forth, because as I was reading your book, The New Psychology of Winning, I actually made some notes of things I wanted to ask you. For me, winning has gone beyond what it was at one point. Early on in my career, because I was homeless at one point, and then I was in poverty for a good 10 years, winning was all about trying to make the bottom line work, all about getting published and getting paid for the publication, because I wanted to be an author, and that was my driving image, that was my driving passion, and I was going for it. It just was not an overnight success. But as that success started to come in and I started to enjoy it, wallow in it, share it, and go beyond it, there was more of a spirituality that came into my life. And so for me, winning is more of the balance of the spiritual and the material. One of my books is called The Awakened Millionaire. And it's coming from the idea that we don't want to be just spiritual. There's a spiritual snobbery where a lot of people say, well, I don't need money. I don't want money. I'm just going to live by whatever they think God is. But then there's the other half where people go, I'm not spiritual. I don't even know what spiritual is, but I want money. And their favorite sign is the dollar sign. And what I'm saying is neither one of those is healthy. Both of those are unbalanced. And we need an integration where we appreciate and use and leverage and are led by a combination of both. And so for me today, winning is that integration. Winning is knowing I am a spiritual being in a human body, having a very human experience. To the best of my ability, I want to tap into my spirituality, whatever my individual guidance is, and live from it. So instead of being driven where the more I get published, the more I win, I'm more driven by the more I listen to my inner orders from the divine, if you will, from God, if you will, from the cosmos, if you will, and follow that, the more I win. So it's more of a synthesis for me today. Winning is a combination. It's not just the outer. It's not just the goalpost. It's not a home run. It's not a publishing deal. It could be part of it, but it's also the esoteric spiritual part. And I guess that's how I would answer it today.
Well, that's a good answer. In fact, I wish I would have written that in the book.
Well, I guess there's going to be a volume 2 to the additional new psychology of winning, something like that. Now, listen, I want to take turns here. I want to ask you a question. And I don't know that you've been asked this before, but I'm reading your book and certain things leap out. One was that you had been with Viktor Frankl at one point. And Viktor Frankl wrote one of the greatest books of all time. It's on the shelf with, Man's Search for Meaning. And I just recently reread it again, thinking, what a masterpiece. And what I want to know is, what was he like in person? I've met enough authors in my life that most of the time I was disappointed. But I wasn't disappointed with you, and hopefully you weren't disappointed with me when we met. But what about Viktor Frankl? Did he live? Did he walk his talk? Was there anything that stood out? Any story that comes to mind, if you don't mind my asking?
Absolutely. I was fortunate to be introduced to him by Dr. Jonas Salk. So I was working for Jonas Salk, raising money for the polio days back in the 1960s. And Jonas Salk introduced me to Abraham Maslow, William Glasser, and some of the great thought leaders of those times. And he also introduced me to Viktor Frankl, who was a visiting professor at United States International University. So Frankl came over well after the Holocaust, well after World War II, and was teaching a class on purpose, the purpose behind the purpose, and why you give life meaning with your purpose, your big why. And I was so impressed with him because he was very humble. He was very well-spoken, very quiet. He was talking about Solzhenitsyn, the Gulag. He was talking about the giving up your freedom and what it means. And what impressed me most about him is he said, there should be a statue of responsibility. A good place might be on Alcatraz. And I said, why Alcatraz? And he said, that's a rusting reminder of lost freedom. He said, listen. He said, hear me out. The Statue of Liberty stands on Ellis Island in Battery Park, and she's beautiful. The French gave her to us. She has a torch in one hand and a tablet in the other. And at the bottom are chains. Bring me your tired and hungry, and come on into this country. You're free to choose, free to win, free to lose, depending on your role models, on your knowledge and your actions. And therefore, on the other harbor, there should be another lady, and she would have an eagle in one hand, symbolizing flying free to be all we can be. Whatever feels good, just do it, baby. But in the other hand, she has a baby, which symbolizes our responsibility to the generations that follow. The eagle, fly free, the baby, take care of the next generation. He said she could face out the Golden Gate Bridge, and she would be reminding us that whatever you choose to do in your life, you live with the consequence or reward of those choices. So he, in effect, was using the law of attraction as the law of cause and effect. Mm-hmm. And he said one other thing, Joe, that was just so profound. He said, in the Holocaust, in Auschwitz and Dachau, if you took your last piece of bread, your last piece, and shared it, thereby taking responsibility for another life as well as your own, you would live longer than if you ate your last piece of bread yourself to sustain only you. He said, so your why should be to make the world better, to help other people, and thereby you have a responsibility to stay alive. And I think one of my greatest lessons from him is my why has to be big enough to want to live long enough to help as many people as I can achieve their own goals according to their own value. So he was the real thing. And I learned more from him. The Statue of responsibility has tried to be put in an essay and tried to be built, but I wish it could stand on Alcatraz. It will never be built, but it's always there in my mind as a virtual statue of responsibility.
Oh my God, I'm so glad I asked, because I hadn't heard those stories. And the feeling of giving away the last bite of the bread and extending your own life because of that giving is incredibly profound. I don't even know what to say about that.
Well, I think you and I have both tapped into it in our own way. And so we come from different perspectives. We both had tragedies, and, this is true for many thought leaders. We didn't start with a silver spoon. I mean, we didn't start with somebody handing us, $50,000 or whatever, or maybe we got a break, and we all get a break, but you have to be open to it. So when you describe the law of attraction and the universe, I like the fact that being tuned in, being able to be aware enough of what it is you want to do and want to be, and have your why focused enough that you will automatically see those opportunities because of your awareness of, here's the opportunity. I wouldn't have noticed it had I not been ready for it, had I not been looking for it, anticipating it. So opportunities pass us by every day, but it's only when your awareness, your preparedness, your training, what you've been through. And the last thing there is, I think you have to taste bitter to taste sweet. And I finally realized that when I've had my health challenges, that had I not gone through what I've been through these last couple of years, I wouldn't have known how beautiful, precious all my senses are, and how wonderful it is to be alive. I've been taking these things for granted as just being there, as I've rushed through life trying to get to some ethereal, shall we say, place on the desert, which is really a mirage. The success is a mirage because you live successfully, but you can never reach this pinnacle because tomorrow something else happens. But Joe, I want to put the ping pong ball back to you, because I want to draw out of you some more, because I want to take some more notes.
Okay.
So tell me some things about what you think people can do today to take advantage of their awareness and advantage of what they have inside to bring out the best from within.
I think the very first thing is to realize they have choice. I think that's where free will comes in. We have an easier ride through life when we say yes to the opportunities, to the intuitions, to the inspirations, to what appear to be uncanny synchronicities, but we can also say no to those. We're allowed to say no. We can receive an idea for a business, a product, a book, whatever it happens to be, and we can say, no, thanks, I don't really feel like doing it. That's our choice. But what I've learned from my personal experience is when we don't follow the yes thread, we end up having more of a rocky road through life. We end up being unhappy. We end up being in struggle. We end up being unhealthy very often because we played the comfort card and we're staying over there on the safe side of the street. And I think the juice of life, the thrill of life, the success of life, the winning, if you will, of life comes from saying yes. Now, saying yes doesn't mean necessarily that everything's just got to open up and you're got to slide to home base. It's not going to be like that. I know that even though I said yes to what I felt was a divine calling for me to be an author and to write books that would make a difference, that would help people, it was not an overnight success. We're talking about decades of fine-tuning my skills and being persistent in writing virtually every day and persistent in sending out, back before the internet, manila envelopes to publishers and waiting weeks to months to get my rejection letter, then going through the devastating experience of rebuilding my self-esteem so I can send the same manuscript out again. But I said yes. And because I said yes, eventually there was the first home run. You know, the first publication for me was 1984. The next one wasn't for another 10 years. But I was trying and I was saying yes and I was doing it. I think the first thing for people to realize is that their life will be easier and juicier, more gusto to it when they say yes to the things that they want to do anyway. There's things inside of them gnawing at them, knocking at them, teasing them. They're thinking about writing a song. They're thinking about being a painter. They're thinking about opening up a cupcake bakery of some sort. Whatever it is for each individual person, there is something there. Most of us deny it. We suppress it. We rationalize not doing it. But I have found that this is where it all begins, by saying yes to it. And then I would say the follow-up, and because I can go on forever talking about this kind of stuff, which is why I've written 80 books. I just go on forever talking about all this. But the next thing would be to state an intention. So I would say the very first thing is to pay attention to what is coming up within you, which I think is your spiritual calling, and say yes to it. And then the second thing is to state an intention that I am going to do this, because intentions align your body and mind and all of your energies, and even send a signal to the universe that this is where I want to go. And your brain takes it on as a target, and pretty much everything else not related to it falls away. And you end up being pinpointed. You have a rifle shot to go for whatever the thing is that you said yes. So I would begin by saying, say yes to what's bubbling up, and then state an intention that you're going to do it. And I guess the third thing I would say, and I'm ad-libbing all of this, is frickin' take action. The movie The Secret, you've heard this too, it got a lot of criticism because people thought it was just magical thinking. Yet, I am in the movie saying you have to take action. I actually look at the camera and say, it's your job to take action. And a lot of people gloss over that. It's like, well, we don't want to hear that part. But I've learned, as you know, you have to take action. I mentioned I've written 80 books. You don't sit and visualize and have 80 books appear. You sit, visualize, and then start writing. I'm a musician. I have 15 albums. You don't just think about music or visualize it and get into that feel-good pocket, but not do anything. At some point, you have to get up and go into the studio and record. So I would say the third thing would be action. And, you know, I can go on forever from there. What do you think? What would you add to that?
Well, you know, as I say, there's a reason why you're successful, and it's because you're able to articulate it directly, straight across, without a script, without it being, shall we say, scripted. It comes from within. What I would add is that there's no app that you can put on your smartphone. There's no formula. There's not an app. It is not overnight. I think you need to dust off your childhood is one thing. What I've been able to do is have people dust off their childhood, age 5 to 15. So what did you love to do when you were a little kid? Why? What really turned you on? What turned you on in school? What turned you on, more importantly, after school? What turned you on in the evening? What turns you on in weekends? And as you've grown older through the years, what are your hobbies? Is it a hobby or is it a passion? Is it something that's subdued because you needed the money? Did we take the first job, and did the first job work into a career? Why are you doing what you're doing now? Is it for the money? Is it because you're stuck there when the kids are grown, when things are better, when things get better? No. You need to look inside and take the deep dive. Dust off your childhood, dust off your teenage years, dust off your weekends. Take a long walk. Meditate, find out what it is inside that turns that Olympic torch on and really turns you on. Because if you'll chase your passion and not your pension, if you'll go after what really drives you, motivation is motive in action within. And motivation is defined as an inner force that compels behavior. And I think you and I have been compelled now. You know, we talk about an overnight success, which is really interesting because I was a military pilot until I was in my late 20s, almost 30. So here I am, nearly 30 with 4 children already. So 4 kids, 30 years old, military establishment, ex-pilot, no other training other than a boyhood passion to talk, to listen, phonograph, radio, no TV, only books and radio. Phonographic words mean important to me when they're spoken, and I remember them. So I go, and it's not till I'm 33 do I do this a little bit as a hobby. It's not till I'm 43 that I even have my first success. I'm 43 years old before the Psychology of Winning even anyone recorded. So Joe, as Zig would tell us, yeah, how did you do, Zig? He said, I was a really good salesman. I sold my car, sold my furniture. You know, I nearly had to sell my house before I could have anyone pay me to do what I do. So I gave at least 500 talks to women's clubs, Kiwanis, Rotary, Optimist, anyone that would listen. I even bought them lunch. So for 10 years, I spoke for nothing, $100, $200, $500. So instead of writing a best-selling book and then getting a big fee, I had to stair-step my way for 10 years from 33 to 43 and finally have a program that brought me speaking engagements. But for the most of those 10 years, I was working my way up with Jim Rohn and Zig Ziglar and the other speakers who were being paid very little for what we were trying to talk about. And the other thing is, don't be a clone of somebody else. I don't have the voice of Earl Nightingale. I don't have the drama of Tony Robbins. I don't have the electricity appearance. I talk more like Pat Boone, who does these commercials now. Pat Boone, the old singer, I have a very level, a very quiet voice, not dynamic. So don't try to put yourself into another person's uniform. Be authentically you. And you don't have to be like them in order to be successful in your own profession. So be uniquely you, dust off your childhood, and listen to that voice inside. You did, Joe, listen to it from the very beginning. And it may have taken you and I a long time, but at least we've ended up doing what we always wanted to do, even since we were little children.
And the thing to point out to people that might be watching is that we were doing what we wanted to do all along the way.
Right.
So in other words, yes.
That's so important. You know, I had a UPS driver, you know, he drove up. I try to help everyone who comes by because I treat everyone as equal. I really do. That's not just a saying. So he said, can I call you Dennis? And I said, of course, you're bringing packages from Amazon all the time. He said, I've always wanted to be a rock star. I said, great. So what are you look, what are you, about 23, 24? You still got time, So where are you playing and singing now? Oh, no, I'm driving this truck. I said, no, I know. We're all driving our truck to put food on the table. But where are you singing? He said, well, in the shower. I said, no, that's not good enough. You need to be singing in front of anyone who will listen to you with the group that you're bringing every Saturday, every time. He said, no, we just have a new baby. I said, no, I understand that. I understand that those things get into what you must be doing now, what you want to be doing in the future, because the future is being created by what the action you're taking every day. So you got to be doing it now. And he said, wow. So I said, just go out and present yourself to anyone who will listen and hone your skills. And when people applaud, find out why. What was it about your presentation? What is it about you that is different? And I think, Joe, it's so important. You really have to be prepared. You can't just have a pet rock or a new app or something that'll get you rich overnight. It just doesn't happen. Even the lotto, when you win it, goes very quickly. Usually in about the first 6 months to 3 years is when you go through the lotto money. Easy come, easy go. When you've got skin in the game, you're on your way.
All pure wisdom there. I have a question for you, Dennis. What do you say to the critics and the skeptics of whether it's The Secret or your books, my books, or self-help and self-improvement in general? We both know that there's people out there that say that stuff is nonsense. I can tell you, when I was broke and struggling, I was reading the self-improvement books. And I remember reading, I don't know if it was Joseph Murphy or one of the other great ones in the metaphysical area. And I told my landlord at the time, and he said, "You believe that BS?" And I remember thinking, I did believe that BS. But I was shocked that there were people out there who didn't. And then, of course, as time went on and I get published, I appear in the movie The Secret, and all this other stuff takes place, I start to hear from the naysayers, from the skeptics, from the critics. What do you say to them?
Well, I've had my share of that. In fact, I've traveled to 103 countries and 600 cities. And everywhere I go, if I don't believe the way they do, then they won't listen to me. In other words, I get turned off in their minds if I don't say things that are congruent with their belief system. So it's very difficult to penetrate people whose minds have been made up, and whether they're believers in a certain section of their religious belief, or whether they're totally irreligious and are just poo-pooing me because I'm a positive thinking Pollyanna. I say to them that the placebo effect is good enough for me. Placebo in Latin means I shall please. And the placebo effect is being studied in Harvard University right now. They have a placebo division of Harvard. And when you actually believe something to be true, as you and I both know, not only does it become electrical and sensory, but it also becomes biochemical. It becomes a chemistry response within your own body. And so there's a biochemical response to what our thoughts do, and there's a pharmacy inside. So I believe that the edge in life, no matter how you say it, you get the finest medical care, you get the finest knowledge, you get the finest books that you read, and you superimpose on top of that an attitude of optimism, which is the biology of hope. And it has been proven scientifically that the biology of hope releases the chemicals that will keep you healthier if you're an optimist than if you're a pessimist. So that alone gives me enough to say to the naysayers that it works for me. And also, Joe, I had a long talk with Billy Graham. Now, Billy Graham is an individual who walks his talk, in my opinion, and he always did. He's been a guy that's gone through many presidents, and he's neither Republican or Democrat. He's just a believer in his religion. He says, Dennis, I want you to know I believe every word in this book is true. And I said, I know you do. He said, I know you're having a journey. I said, I am on a journey, and I'm really trying. I'm learning. I'm trying. I'm accepting. I have a strong faith. And he said, I understand. He said, what you need to do is always represent through your actions what you're talking about. He said, you understand that? He said, I'd rather watch a winner than hear one any day. He said, so you and I are in the self-awareness business. I said, no, Dr. Graham, you have 30,000 people in the arena. I'm your warm-up act. I'm only your lounge act right now. I'm doing the Seeds of Greatness because I have a book, but you're the one that they're coming to see. And he said, no, I just have a larger audience for the evening. They're coming from the outfield to the infield, and they pray with me. And I said, I know they do. And they're having a religious experience. He said, they're having a one-time religious experience that may or may not influence the next action they take when they get home. Dennis, most of them go back to being themselves. Only they can take the action that will change them. He said, just live your life as an example of what you're talking about, and you'll be able to shut up most of the people, because all you'll have to say is, I understand what you're saying. So why don't I come and live with you for a month or two? You come and live with me for a month or two, and let's see who's an example of what they're talking about. It's so easy to preach about something. It's so easy to make your mind up, and so difficult to make room for other people's beliefs, not necessarily having to change your own to be like them, but to make room for it. And I think you and I both make room for other people's beliefs, and we listen to them and gain from them without being one way or the other and falling into one side or the other. That's why it's so important to not be full of hate and to be full of optimism, to be full of love. So when people say to me, you're no Tony Robbins, I say, I understand that. I know I'm not. And they say, you know, you're no Earl Nightingale. I said, no, I know that. Earl had the most powerful, deep voice, and that Stranger Secret is one of the greatest audios of all time. And I'm no Earl Nightingale. I'm no Tony Robbins. I'm no Jim Rohn. I'm just me in my own skin, in my own belief system, but I'm trying to learn from other people to be the best example of a flawed human being as I can.
You have the greatest stories. That's one of the things I like about the new psychology of winning, is that it's been updated with all these great stories, and you have this charm as you reflect on everything. So I have a question for you, Denis, that might be a little uncomfortable. It's at least uncomfortable for me. I have lost quite a few friends over the last few years. In fact, another one died last night. And I'm curious to know how you feel about the aging and passing process. And I'm kind of nervous to ask the question because it's kind of a bold question. But you look very healthy. You speak so profoundly and so clearly and with such wisdom. But I know that you're aware of the passing of time. And we all pass at some time. And I'm wondering, how do you feel about aging and passing at this point in your life?
You know, it's very interesting. It's taken me this long to realize how precious life is. And that's the problem. The problem is we race through it to get through it as quickly as we can to get this ethereal thing called success, only to discover that we spent almost all of our lives getting to this place that doesn't exist. It only exists in our own mind because there's no such thing as being a success. It's only living successfully and handling whatever comes your way. So what's happened to me is I'll be 89 in June, and Warren Buffett and Betty White and anyone over 90 is a role model for me now because I'm listening to them very carefully. And I'm listening to why they feel that they still have a lot of life to live. So I'm past the fourth quarter. So 20, 40, 60, 80. So let's say that the average length of life for a man is 80. So I'm 88 and a half. So I'm already past the fourth quarter. I'm already into the first phase of overtime, and no one has scored a touchdown or kicked a field goal yet. So I'm in the, I don't want to call it sudden death part, but I'm in overtime right now. So I'm in the last 5-minute drill of the overtime of the Super Bowl. And I'm saying to myself, oh, I just love life so much. Why didn't I realize how precious each rose is? Why didn't I notice the hummingbird? Why didn't I see that sunset? Where was I going to the airport? Why did my car drive there automatically? Why was I in such a hurry? How did I miss that? Where did my children go? I've got time today. I've got plenty of time. Now it's my great-grandchildren. I have teenage great-grandchildren. And I'm reflecting now that as nearly 89 years of age. And I'm listening to Warren Buffett. So Warren Buffett gives away the last $85 billion of his fortune. He's given it away. Maybe keeps 100 million or so. And they asked him, isn't it about time you retired and just did what you loved? And he said, I am. They said, you are retired? And he said, no, I'm doing what I love. I'm going down to see what happens. I'm in Omaha. I put my suit on. They said, do you like wearing a suit? And he says, yeah, I'm comfortable with it. It's me. I go down to see what happens. He said, I'd rather be on the playing field than a spectator. I want to be in the game rather than watching the game. I'm not watching it go by as a spectator. I'm living it now. And as I listened to him and Betty White and the other, not only octogenarians, but people in their 90s, I'm realizing that being alive is something so exquisite, so wonderful, that doesn't make me afraid of not being here. I realize that the mortal sense of me is going to be gone and perhaps even forgotten within 20 to 40 years max. So if you're looking for an edifice complex to build a monument to your own progress, forget about it. Even naming a street or a building after you won't cut it. That won't give you the immortality that you want. Only the love that those few people who will surround you in the final analysis, the people you love, your family, your friends, those are the precious gems that I'm looking forward to. And what I'm saying to myself is, if I played the regular season as best I can, if I've been an honest man, a flawed man, a learned man, and I understand that I'm as good as the best, but no better than the rest, I will be able to pass through the mortality of life, believing that it was a great ride and I did everything I could, and I may qualify for the postseason game. If I played the regular season without too many penalties, without lying or breaking the rules too often, I may make the Super Bowl in life. But I look at life as this marvelous, no timeouts, no substitutions, clock is always running. And the other thing, Joe, is this is really strange. Since I won't know when I'm not here mortally with my brain, as far as I know, I'll always be here. So even when I say goodbye to my family, I'll still say, see you soon, because I'll never know that I'll not be able to understand it. So I don't fear death, but I will say one thing. I don't know how I went from high school to now so quickly. I was in too many airports, on too many planes, going too many places, and I just would have stopped and been in the moment. So my last little take home here is, please live in the moment, but not for the moment. Being in the moment means you're fully engaged with all senses in what you're doing right now. You're in it like a child coloring, like somebody so involved that you don't even know the passage of time. You don't know it's time to eat. You don't know it's time to quit because you're engaged, sensory and engrossed. That's how I'm living every minute of my precious last few moments on the earth. And I'm saying to myself, why did it take me nearly 89 years to realize how incredibly important these moments are, to be in them rather than trying to get someplace in the future or come away from someplace in the past? Let's live in the now, projecting where we want to go and relishing the successes we've had and learning from our mistakes. I'm trying to be in the moment, Joe. And boy, I'll tell you, I saw, you know, if you tell me, Dennis, there'll be a sunset or there's an eclipse, I'll jump out of my chair and go to, I'll never say maybe later or maybe someday. And when my great grandchildren call me and say, Daddy said you made money selling tapes, were they kind you wrapped around your finger or your ankle? I said, you wouldn't understand, but I'm taking time from my great grandchildren. I'm taking time from my grandchildren. Now I'm taking time from my children who are becoming senior citizens. How does it feel to have senior citizen children? How does it feel to have older grandchildren who already have children? How does it feel to have teenage great grandchildren who come to you and say, hi, Papa, where are we going this summer? I said, we're going to go someplace again where there's no cell service. So you won't be able to text. You'll have to listen to Papa tell his stories. And so my great grandchildren was saying, do you mean to say that we're on this boat in Alaska because there's no cell service? I said, that's part of it. We're in Kenya or we're in the Sea of Cortez, and that way there's no cell service. That way you can't text. That way the umbilical cord can't be attached to your cell phone, and you're just going to have to enjoy the moments that we're spending without being in your virtual world. And that's the other thing. If I could live my life again, I would really spend more time being in that moment than trying to achieve something that I thought was the most important thing. It turned out to be the most important thing was what I was doing at the time.
Well, this moment is beyond description for me. I wrote a book called The Miracle. And I said in it, there's two kinds of miracles. There's the miracle that everybody's looking for. It's where suddenly something happens and they've been longing for it. And it happens by a surprise and it might be unexplainable. And so they go, what was a miracle? But the other miracle, the second miracle, I think is better. The second miracle is right now. The second miracle is every right now. I don't mean just this moment with you, which is historic in my life and historic for the Los Angeles Tribune and everybody that's watching this live. It's a historic moment. But I'm saying every moment is the miracle. And in fact, what's happening with me, just to share candidly and transparently right now with you, because I'm in such awe of you, in your career and your impact and your legacy and your new book and everything else that you do, time has slowed down for me. Very often I might be doing something and part of my brain is racing around thinking about something else, where most of me is in the moment, but not all of me. Yet this moment, because of my respect for you, has slowed everything down. So I would say 99% of me is entirely here. That's the miracle. And what I've been trying to articulate and guide people to and inspire them to see is that every single moment is the miracle. The ones that we think about all the time, they're gone. Those are dead moments. That was the past. And current science says we don't even remember those accurately. And some of the recent science says every time you remember a memory, you remember it less accurately. You keep changing your own memory. So when we long for the good old days, they weren't all that great. They weren't all that good. And then when we look forward to the future and we're imagining how it could be, it's all visual. It's all imagery. It's all unpredictable. Yes, we can create, but we create from this moment. So what my whole mission has been most recently is to bring everything to here in my own personal life as well, to not be so distracted by the shiny objects or the next opportunity or whatever is being dangled in front of me, and to be here. And what's happening for me right now is that I've been brought more clearly and concretely and anchored in this miracle of a moment because of my respect for you. So thank you. Thank you.
Thank you too, Joe. And that is so important to me, because this moment that we're sharing and that everyone else takes the place of anything else that they would be doing at this moment. So there's an opportunity cost. The opportunity is, are you here? Are you doing your work and tuning in? Or are you in the moment? And if you are, I can guarantee you that this moment will alter the outcome of your life, because as a result of what you're doing now, you may reach over and pick up the phone and call somebody. Something may come in front of your vision and you might say, you know, what Joe said or what Brian Tracy said or what Les Brown or what Forrest said, what they said caused me to do something and take an action I would not otherwise have taken. So every moment, every decision is momentary. There's no such thing as a future decision, only a current momentary decision that impacts the rest of your life. So everything we're doing and committing to this moment has the influence to impact everything that will happen from now on. I didn't fully understand that until recently. And now I never make an assumption about anyone. I used to make assumptions. I assume that she's coming from this place. I assume that he's angry because. I'm assuming that this, and I'm assuming wrong half the time, because I have no idea where they're coming from, what just happened in their life, what's going on at home. I've been making wrong assumptions. And so I've decided that in the moment that I'm in with somebody, I'm going to try to find out what's going on, where they're coming from. It's been happening to me more this last year and these last few months. I was in solitary confinement for 9 months, 3 months, and every time I went to a skilled nursing facility, they had a COVID outbreak. and they wouldn't allow me to go out of my 9 by 12 skilled nursing room to talk to anybody. So I couldn't talk to my family. I couldn't go outside. So I had to live in this room. So I became a Navy SEAL. I got up, made my bed at 5:30, got on an exercise cycle, got dressed, took the hospital gown off. I had to completely take charge of my momentary life. And I realized that every moment that I was living there, that I was in charge of what was going to happen, because my thoughts became things. It was an incredible experience. I wouldn't trade it. I wouldn't want to do it again, but I wouldn't trade it, because every time I got by myself and I couldn't be with anyone, I began to go inside and look inside. And I realized that I had been chasing an illusion. And like everyone else, I'm not different from most people. I've had the beautiful homes and the cars. I've had the look and the feel and the taste, and it feels really good. It feels really good to get a standing ovation, but it feels even better to have the respect of one child or one great-grandchild, to have the respect of someone who looks to you for leadership as a role model. So I just want you to know that this has been very profound for me, because I'm changing as I'm spending this time with you. And I hope I'm changing for the better, because what you've expressed has been expressed in such a way that I understand what's happening better as a result of you and I talking along the way. I understand myself and other people better. I'm learning from listening to you that I'm going to do something a little different an hour from now, a minute from now, a year from now, because of what we talked about along the way, because that's so important to drink in and to make what's happening now the tapestry of your future.
You are such an amazing being. And there's so many things I can ask you. I'm looking at your book again. I don't know if it's appropriate to hold it up. I don't want to act like an infomercial, but at the same time, go get this book. The New Psychology of Winning. I can't even tell if it's showing up. The New Psychology of Winning. Top qualities of a 21st century winner. What I want to know is, what is the takeaway you want people to get from the book? I know there's a lot in the book, so it's kind of an unfair, cruel question. I know I would be pressurized if somebody asked me something like that about one of my books, but I'm going to put your feet in the fire and say, what is the takeaway you want people to get from your new book, The New Psychology of Winning? Well,
it's a 43-year sequel. So usually when you make a Rocky movie, you have Rocky 2, Rocky 3, Rocky 4, but it's taken me 43 years to do an update of the book. And I would say that the digital age creates an opportunity to have the libraries of the world in your hand. And instead of taking a selfie of you being somewhere with someone, turn your camera around and project outside and bring what's inside of you out to the world, rather than trying to bring the world into you in some virtual way. That's one thing. The other thing is that sometimes technology is the enemy of intimacy. In other words, Facebook or Meta, however you want to call it, is not the same as being face-to-face. Not being able to touch someone on the shoulder and pat them, not being able to look someone directly in the eye across the coffee table is not quite the same as the virtual world. The virtual world is absolutely incredible, and it brings everyone in the world together in this way. I love it. It's the greatest opportunity for entrepreneurs and to get information, communicating, and peace in the world of any other way. But it won't ever take away from being there in person for someone. Being there in person for someone is the greatest gift you can give, the gift of yourself. The one thing that I would like them to take away may not have been the crescendo that I tried to put at the end of the book by just saying he loved his family or he tried to be good. It's resiliency. I finally believe that the self-esteem and the self-respect and the responsibility and the focus goals, those are all critically important. But being able to handle the roller coaster of life, there are going to become ups and downs. there are going to become the worst time of your life, whether it's a pandemic, whether it's loss of a job, a loved one. You are going to go through very difficult times. And the main purpose of the book is to show you that the people who are resilient, who can bounce back, who treat failure as fertilizer, they don't like it, they don't want to be around it, but it's a learning experience. To never accept failure as a person, it's an event, and it's a very powerful, emotional, stopping event. At the worst of times, we have to be at our very best. You have to bring out the very best of you when things are not going well, because when they're going well, you coast. When you're going well, you coast downhill, but you can't coast uphill. But life is a climb, and it's always got this valley and peak and valley and peak. Being resilient, being able to handle the setbacks, being able to turn failure into a learning experience, to me is the key. And I hope they'll take away from the new psychology of winning that it's all about the way you handle what's happening. Things work out best for the people that make the best of the way things work out.
Denis, I am beyond grateful. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for being so open. Thank you for including me in this. Thank you for all the nice things you've said to me. Thank you for all the work that you've done that touched me without you knowing it touched me. Thank you for your new book, which I'm absolutely loving. And I do want to sit with you and have our meal or our coffee or whatever we do so we can talk one-on-one for as long as we both want to. I am grateful. Thank everybody here for putting this together. Denis, I can't say enough, and I'm about to cry. So somebody get me off stage. Thank you.
All I can say to you is thank you, Joe, because I'm at a loss for words, which is very seldom happens to me as well. Thank you.
Awesome. Joe and Denis, you all, the way that you opened your heart and just shared these moments, including and especially the tears, the way that real energy becomes physical and expresses itself is so beautiful and is really the heart of what is behind this whole event, and honoring each of you and honoring Denis in sharing conversations about what it is to win today. And Joe, we're getting amazing feedback. Denis, amazing feedback. So thank you so much for being here with us. And thank you for holding up the book. And on that note, if you're, because Denis will never do it, right?
Right.
No, but so thank you. So on that note, if you haven't checked out The New Psychology of Winning, get that book at some point, but stay with us now. If you're watching live and you haven't gone to wintour21.com, that's where you can get a free backstage pass. So what does that mean? That means you get daily emails that tell you who's coming on next and when. You get replay recaps, you get gifts from our speakers, and you get invited to our green room, which is the Facebook blue room, I guess. So please share if this is valuable. Joe and Denis shared it so much. It really is who we associate ourselves with. That, oh yes, and if you're already with us and you're in, you can go to wintourvip.com to get your VIP ticket. It's $97. You get a one-on private room Zoom with Denis. We're going to Q&A, and you get to ask your questions. We'll also have other surprise speakers in different rooms beyond that. So please do that if you want that intimacy. So who we associate ourselves with is everything. You guys sharing this conversation publicly is so good for all of us, because we get to read your materials, we get to learn from you, listen to things, go to your workshops, but to sit in the room while you all talk about life and what you're thinking and what you appreciate about one another, it opens another level of learning that is just transcendent. May you both be blessed. And those of you that are here, I want you to go into the Facebook group and put your 3 core takeaways. You know, next time you're in there, what did you learn here? You can put it in these comments. What did you learn that you're going to apply? So we have a little extra time. Les is running a little bit late. There was a miscommunication. So Dr. Joe, you're welcome to stay with us some more if you'd like. I know you had questions. You also have a scheduled life. Dennis, it's such a privilege and pleasure to have you.
Absolutely. And thank you for that, Adora. And thank you, Dr. Joe Vitale and Denis Waitley. And wow, people have been from all around the world, have registered for this event. And that was one of the most emotional and powerful segments we've ever had on the many different programs that we've had. And I'm just going to ask Joe to stick around for a few more minutes because, I've worked in Hollywood in the past, and I have friends that are professional athletes. And one thing I know is that when a professional athlete is in the zone, you don't take him out of the game. And the two of you are in the zone right now. And so to call a timeout and to say, let's just, end this momentum would not be fair. And so I'm going to step back and allow the two of you to continue talking for at least a few more minutes, Dr. Joe, until you gracefully bow out, because the two of you are in the zone. And you guys are passing. It's this John Stockton and Karl Malone in the zone together. So we're not going to take the two of you out of the game. We're gonna change history and actually beat the Bulls. So we're gonna step back and let the two of you pick up where we left off for the next few minutes. Appreciate you too. Dr. Joe Vitale, living legend. Denis Waitley, you're tuning in to the new Psychology of Winning Tour International, and let's just let the two of them have a natural, free-flowing conversation. Microphone is yours, gentlemen.
This is amazing, Dennis. We get overtime. I can't, this is amazing. In your book, there was a phrase that I loved, and you talked about living in prime time. And I reflected over my life, and I thought there were so many times when I found the time to write books before I was published, before I had any name, there was no success, all of that, by turning off the TV, not doing what other people were doing, not going out when other people went out, didn't have the money anyway. But those hours that the TV executives call prime time, that's when they air the primetime shows, is where I found I could get things done. I didn't call it primetime living because I didn't think of the phrase. I think it's very clever, but you have it in the book. So do you want to talk about where that came from and what you think about it?
Oh, Joe, that's so important. Boy, did I ever blow that prime time for a number of years. When I think back of all the times that I watched Flamingo Road, Dallas, Dynasty, sitcoms, I watched so many shows to get away from the monotony that I was calling life. So I was going to work, earning my bread, watching TV, going to bed, sunrise, sunset, year to year. Before I knew it, winter was here. Prime time is 6 to 11 p.m. or 6 to 10 p.m. And it's very important because the commercials cost the most, except during the Super Bowl. But during the Super Bowl, they're more than $1.5 million, $2 million, $3 million a minute. Why would anyone pay $3 million for a minute of your viewing time? Because it works. What do you mean? Well, observation, imitation, repetition, internalization, realization, you repeat messages and the messages flow in. And, I don't pay any attention to those. Oh no? Then what is your buy decision based on? It's based on familiarity. It's based on branding. So we're branding ourselves. And I look at branding, watching TV, as being branded with a hot poker. So it has the, shall we say, commercial brand on my body. But here's what happens. During that time, when I watched everyone else making money, having fun in their profession, I realized that what most of us do is spend our time tension relieving instead of goal achieving. When you stop to think of it, the only time we have to work on ourselves is evenings and weekends. But if you're a woman, you don't even have that because you're so busy taking care of multitasking. A woman has to multitask much more than a man. I don't think men are capable of multitasking. We're so focused on doing one thing at a time that we can't do all these things at one time. But long story short here, prime time should be used to do the things you want to do with your career and the people in your life. That's what prime time is. You should be reading. You should be spending time with family. You should spend prime time with those you care about. You should reach over and pick up the phone during prime time. You should be reading a book, but most of all, you should be doing what you want to do in the future in prime time. Lee Trevino, the old golfer, said to me, Dennis, as long as there's daylight, there's golf balls to be hit. I know about all that positive thinking stuff, but I need to practice my correct swing. I need to be doing rather than stewing and viewing. I need to be doing instead of viewing. Well, of course you do. So why would you ever watch other people making money, having fun in their profession to keep their ratings up, to keep them making the most money so that you can watch them enjoying their marvelous celebrity lives? Why? Because vicariously we're living through their dreams through watching these superstars. Sure, I watch a little football. Sure, I watch basketball. Sure, I like a comedy show. Sure, I like a musical composition. Sure, I love to see art. I love all that. But you can get rid of that in an hour or so. But you need to be spending your evenings and weekends on you, because the rest of the time we're solving other people's problems. We're making money to eat by solving other people's problems. And only when we spend time on us, on our intimate family. And so I encourage all of you to put in your calendar IRS meeting, and put as many personal goals in your calendar as you have business goals. And when people ask you, well, why can't you be with me? Well, why can't you take my call? Well, why can't you be at this meeting? You say, IRS meeting. And they go, oh my gosh, you mean you're being audited? And you say, yes, it's an intimate relations schedule. And they go, oh, but we have a tendency to put off the things that are really good for us and to do the things that are urgent. We need to give up the urgent for the important. So live in prime time rather than watch in prime time. I guarantee you your life will turn around if you turn off the tube and turn on the one inside your brain.
Absolutely.
I have to ask the question because I know Mo
Right.
or Adora is going to take me out right now.
Well, you. Oh God.
No, we're actually going to keep you, Dr. Joe Vitale. Speaking of prime time, we told you all around the world, to all the folks that registered, that this is a historical moment in the personal development arena where we are accumulating living legends in the same time in the same place. So we're going to actually ask Dr. Joe Vitale to stick around while we bring in a third living legend as part of our Living Legends series to join this conversation. And we're going to continue to allow these living legends and these incredible thought leaders to have natural conversations, because we know that this is something so unique and so special. And I want to thank the incredible team behind the scenes at the LA Tribune for helping make this possible, Dr. Joe Vitale and Denis Waitley. And with that, we're going to add a third thought leader. We're going to step back and allow the three of you gentlemen, three living legends from different generations that have impacted tens of millions of folks. And with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and bring in the next thought leader, part of this incredible program, Les Brown, who is live and direct with us. Welcome.
We need to say a little bit more about this, because Dr. Les Brown, when you had Denis Waitley in your mastermind, something magical happened. You guys were talking, and before we knew it, you were both crying, just like Dr. Joe and Denis were a few minutes ago. And our hearts opened. And I have to say that that moment inspired this event. And we thought, okay, how can we put together the new Psychology of Winning book tour and have more of these conversations between Denis and his friends, colleagues, and other up and coming thought leaders. So thank you so much for your presence and being here with us today.
It's a pleasure to be here today, because I am humbled. I remember as a person who was looking for a way out of my situation, how can I begin to create a new reality for myself? And being born in poverty in Miami, Florida, called Liberty City, an abandoned building on a floor, being labeled educable, mentally retarded, and put back from the 5th grade to the 4th grade and failing again in the 8th grade. And receiving a gift called The Psychology of Winning. Come on now. That made a difference for me. Come on now. People create habits, and habits create futures. That Einstein said that genius is the capacity to make the complicated simple. And I know no speaker on the planet that can talk and there are several sermons and whatever he says, whatsoever he says, is just so potent, and that you have to wait. So wait a minute, hold on, time out, slow down just a little bit. It's a download. You can't teach this. Some things are taught and some things are caught. It's a download. And I listened to his voice so many times, and I read the book, The Psychology of Winning, so many times. And it created a shift in my thinking and how I saw myself. And I think that people who get this book, and I know because I've gone through it now, this is my third time around, that it will begin to allow you to look at your life in and out of the pandemic and begin to get an expanded vision of yourself beyond your mental conditioning. It gives you the power and the tools to convert the adversities in your life to your advantage and to live life on your terms. And so I'm so thankful, I'm humbled just to be here with Dr. Joe. He's a bad dude too now. Come on, don't sleep him now. He's a bad dude up in here. I'm humbled. And so I'm just humbled to be here in the conversation and to say thank you. Thank you, Dr. Denis Waitley. Thank you to my children.
First of all, I have to say I want that vest. So that vest you're wearing that matches your tie, I like that, and I want one. I'm wearing this drab gray, Olympic sweatshirt with a little Nike thing on it, and I want that orange. I want that look. I want to be able to pop out a little more because I'm so subdued. I have this subdued voice and this subdued. You know me. I'm the biggest introvert of all the speakers. In fact, when I finish speaking, I usually go out the back to make sure I don't have to stick around and say something, because everything I know I've said in about 30 minutes, and I don't have that much more than that. And I'm not being self-deprecating. I'm kind of like Bob Newhart. I have a Bob Newhart humor. I like to make fun of myself so that I don't think too much of myself, so that I don't develop an ego. But Les, I'm telling you, you make me like a Roman candle. You make me really come up out of my chair and say, let's do it. Let's do it right now. And you give me the energy. And I think, watching you as I have through the years and seeing your family, I said, wow, this guy has had an influence not only on millions of lives, but he's created in his family this same kind of dynamism that you have. And you have this way about you. When I've seen you at these big rallies and the people come up afterwards and the people are hanging on every word, you have a way of telling it like it is. And sure, simple-minded people like me can say simple things, but you say some pretty profound things in a way that people grab onto it. So this is not a happy party where we're patting each other on the back. The reason I'm here with you is I want to edify everyone in the personal development industry. I think that everyone is a superstar and that no one is any better than any. We're just different. And we express ourselves in different ways, but we're all doing the same thing. We're trying to give people the courage to live up to the optimism, the potential that they already have. The uncut gemstone is already there. It's just waiting for you to cut and polish. And Les, man, when you said it, habits are submarines. They run silent and deep. I mean, they go from cobwebs into cables to strengthen or shackle your life. In fact, a habit is a comfortable bed. They're easy to get into and very difficult to get out of. And the change of habits become too strong, finally, to break them. So we have to replace them, and it takes time. It takes time and listening to Joe and to you and to all of our colleagues. But Les, this time we have together, I want to hear the Les Brown version of winning. I already know my version, but I need more of yours to help me go forward at a time in my life that things have a temporary inconvenience. You know, right now I'm only on liquids. I can't taste anything that I put in my mouth. So everything is like paste. So I'm on a liquid diet. I can't taste. Oh, but I remember how exquisite things taste. And until you lose your taste, you don't think about your taste. Until you lose your ability to, shall we say, swallow whole food, you don't think about whole food. I'm watching commercials in what few television programs I watch, which aren't very many. I watch Discover and National Geographic and some sporting events. But when I do tune into a commercial, I don't even have any saliva, so I can't salivate like Pavlov's dogs. So I have no saliva, I have no taste, and a little bit of smell. So I can smell a rose, I can smell a cup of coffee, but I can't taste it. But oh, do I remember how everything tasted and smelled, which is to say, until you lose it, you don't appreciate what you had when you had it. Health, life, and money are all the same. They do you no good until you're depleted from them and you realize how important they were that you didn't realize until you took them for granted. And then you lost them and said, oh, if I can only get back my taste, if I can only get back my swallowing, if I can only get back my ability to have saliva. I cannot eat any piece of solid food today. I have to wash it down. I should be washing myself down right now, but Les, I want to hear from you. And Joe and I both want to hear from you. We heard from each other, but you're in the hot seat, and I'm ready for some Les Brownism coming right my way, because I want to live to be 100, and you're my way.
Well, first of all, to recap something that you said, that habits are too light to be felt until they're too heavy to be broken. And that's real. I'm on a liquid diet as well. And today I was recognized by Cancer Centers of America for being the longest living 4th stage cancer conqueror with prostate cancer. My PSA was 2,400 when they diagnosed me. 1 to 4 is normal, as you know. And they were asking me, what do you attribute to your survival? And because I could have given up. But there's something that you talked about that I learned in the psychology of winning, about the power of focus. That the reason they call this the distraction economy is that life is so noisy. We got the pandemic. We have to look at ourselves in and out of the pandemic. We got this thing called life that we have to deal with. We have family members and friends and people we care about. And we have to address what Viktor Frankl said, that we are facing unavoidable suffering, that all of us are either in a problem or just left one or headed toward one.
That's right. That's right.
And so how do you maintain and develop the mental bandwidth to maintain sanity in an insane world? I deal with that. And so focus is major on that, because what I had to do when I started reading the psychology of winning, not focus where I was. I had to hold a vision of where I was going. What was I going to do with that? Who is it I had to be? I had, my favorite book says, if a man is to gain his life, he must lose his life. And so I knew that I had to die who I'd been to give birth to who I was to become. And your words, that book took me to a place in myself that I could not go by myself. And so what I believe that's more important now than ever, above and beyond dealing with an illness that we have the ability to conquer and to thrive and to live a life of contribution, to live a life that will outlive us. And you most certainly are a legend, is to be focused on what is it we want to do with the time that we have left. The journey that got us here is longer than the journey that we have left. We all have an expiration date, but at this stage of our lives, you and I, we are grave robbers. The grave of our talents, of our dreams, of our ability. We still got some juice left. I'm 77, and how old are you now?
I'll be 89 in June.
See, that's what I'm shooting for. Look out, somebody. Well, let me tell you something. Up in here. So that to me is focusing on who is it we have to be? How is it we have to reinvent ourselves, to challenge ourselves, to do like what Horace Mann said, we should be ashamed to die until we've made some major contribution to humankind. As Leo Tolstoy said, who's a Russian author, he said, as I face inevitable death, what in the meaning and purpose of my life that will not be undone or destroyed when I'm gone? And I believe that the work that you have been doing and Joe has been doing and the work that we have ahead of us will not be undone or destroyed, that we're planting seeds for trees that we will not sit under the shade of, and impacting generations yet unborn, and continuing to keep it moving, continuing to allow ourselves to be about our Father's business, to do the greater work. Wow. That to me, as we focus on that, is so exciting about the things that we're doing right now. I love it. I tell you, man, when I had the opportunity for us to interview, and you have such an arrogance about you, you in the hospital that refused to put on the pajamas they gave you. You got up and got fully dressed. I said, oh, hell no, he did not. Yes, he got
wow. Ladies and gentlemen, the legendary Les Brown is in the house. And of course, this is the new Psychology of Winning tour, where we are bringing together the most incredible thought leaders of a multitude of generations to create the most incredible lineup. I have been told that the lineup we have for this event is the most incredible in the history of this industry, and I would agree with that. And we are going to give an opportunity for Dr. Joe Vitale to address these two living legends and just share his thoughts and on what an impact Les Brown and Denis Waitley have made for you, Dr. Joe, and for the industry as a whole, and your closing thoughts and your closing statements before we all step back and allow Denis and Les to have a private conversation that's public. But Joe, Dr. Joe, we want to give you an opportunity to address these two gentlemen. What has Les Brown, what has Denis Waitley meant for the world, for the industry, and for you personally? Dr. Joe Vitale, please.
Well, I don't have the words for it, which sounds ironic for an author of quite a few books to say, hey, I don't know how to say this. But both of these men have been guiding lights in a world that has been largely dark. We've gone through tough times. People are still going through tough times. And I know that for somebody like me, I'm the youngest out of these legends here. I turned to their books. I turned to for Denis, it was the cassettes way back then, and listened to this material, which fortified me, which gave me hope, which helped me get through the dark nights of the soul, not a dark night, dark nights for a very, very long period. And now they're still doing it. They're still doing it. It's also ironic that in both of these cases, I've only had about 30 seconds with each person. With Denis Waitley, we already talked about in the movie premiere, and I stood on the stairway and he said a nice thing to me and I was speechless. I walked in the walls for the rest of the evening because I couldn't talk to anybody, but I didn't get to spend any time with him. And I don't know if Les remembers or not, but I had 30 seconds with him on a phone call many years ago where a mutual friend called him up, handed me the phone and said, "Hey, this is Les Brown, say hi." And I said hi to Les, but I didn't know what to say. and before you know it, I was like, well, have a great day, and hung up. So I felt embarrassed by in both of those instances, I didn't get to actually elongate the experience. But what I'm saying now is these are legends that have been lights to me, that are still lights to me, and they're still lights to the rest of the world. I'm in awe that I am here. I am in their presence, and I am honored, humbled, and I'm going to make a polite exit out because they should really have the stage.
Thank you, Joe. You mean a lot to me, and we're going to spend some time together.
Awesome. I look forward to
that. I'd like to share in that as well. Please don't be stingy.
You got it. You guys have fun. Thanks for the honor of having me here.
Thank you, Lifetime Achievement Award recipient, Dr. Joe Vitale. Until next time. And with that, Adora, how do you feel so far about this incredible historical event right here on the Los Angeles Tribune? Before you and I step back and allow these two gentlemen to have a private public conversation. Adora, how do you feel so far?
Oh, I'm just in tears. This is leadership at its finest and generosity at its finest. You allowing us to share in your heartfelt conversations. And we all know vibrationally, we have the opportunity to open our hearts and receive this in, and it fortifies, to use Dr. Joe's words, who we become. So just thank you so much.
And what I will add to that, Adora, before you and I step back for a few minutes and allow these two gentlemen to speak, people will be watching this for years from now. The next generation of folks that come across Les Brown, 50 years from now, 100 years from now. The next generation of folks that come across Denis Waitley, 50 years from now, 100 years from now, will be watching this conversation. And so this is a true historical moment between two icons and two legends right here on the Los Angeles Tribune. And so I'm so excited to hear these two gentlemen speak together in this private public conversation. And with that, Adora and I will step back and allow the two of them to do what they do best, which is speak.
Well, Les, you and I have shared prostate cancer. I was diagnosed with prostate cancer in 1995, and I thought, they said you have the garden variety of prostate cancer, and you could watch and wait, you could take it out, you could do this, do that. So I did my own thing, and you did your thing, and somehow, and yours was more advanced than mine. So we both had a journey, but you had a much tougher journey there, and I had never realized that I would have throat cancer. I mean, I've never smoked, but I have throat cancer, and Brian Tracy had throat cancer, but I have stage 3+1, almost stage 4 throat cancer, and I didn't want to lose my ability to speak. Although it might have been a good idea, my children would say, "Dad, that couldn't be all bad," because my children always say, "Dad, is this your half-hour lecture or is this your 45-minute version? Because we have some things to do." But so Les, you and I talked a little bit years ago about prostate cancer, and I watched you get through some of the toughest things that I've ever heard of, and you came out on top, as I knew you would. But we shared that in common, and lo and behold, we're never given anything that we're not able to handle. And so I not only had a infected heart valve, which I shouldn't have had because I had a new heart valve put in so I could live to be 100, but that got infected. And then after I fixed that, I got this throat cancer, and I'm saying to myself, okay, I'll go in this skilled nursing facility, but you're right. So they said, "Why aren't you wearing your gown?" And I said, "I don't want to wear a gown because it has an opening in the back." and it looked like I should be. It looks like an apron with that's too big for my body. And so they said, yeah, but your TV set is right over your bed. I said, no, I don't want to be in bed. I'm not going to watch TV. So I got out of bed and made my bed. When I made my bed at 5:45 every morning, they thought that the housekeeping staff came in and made my bed. I said, no, I made my own bed. And they said, why did you do that? I said, because I don't want to get in it again until I go to sleep. And they said, but you can only watch TV in your bed. I said, I'm not going to watch TV. They said, what are you going to do? So I had to bring in a desk and a monitor and a computer, and I brought an extra cycle in it. I had to set up my own rehab program. And I finally realized, Les, that when it comes right down to it, the man in the mirror has to be the one that takes the action. The man and the woman in the mirror are the ones that are in our own way. And I had to take charge. But, you know, it's so wonderful to just chat with you and not have a script and not know where we're going with us, other than to say, you're my buddy. And I love your son. I love your family. I love the team that we had. And actually, you did inspire this. So we would not be talking had you and I not talked recently. That's the way life works. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be here with you right now. And that's the way it works in life.
Well, you know, Edward Albee had a play called The Zoo Story. And considering your book was the first motivational book I read, there's a line in The Zoo Story that says, sometimes you have to go a long distance out of the way to come back a short distance correctly. And the way that you expressed yourself and the stories that you share, how people live their lives as a result of the story they believe about themselves. And the depth of your thinking distracts, dispute, and inspire. That your thinking, that book, your words, when I listened to it over and over again from Nightingale Conant, it disrupted my self-explanatory style, as psychologists would say. And through your knowledge, your wisdom, your experience, your studies, you dismantled my current belief system and inspired me to become, as Mother Teresa would say, a pencil in the hand of God, and start writing a new chapter for my life, to exit Liberty City, a drug-infested, poor area of Miami, Florida, to exit a life of mediocrity, to envision a life larger than the one that I was living at that point in time, and continue to fuel in me a hunger that I just discovered that all of us have, but most of us don't take the time to do something you talk about, and that is focus, effort, and energy to develop the built-in greatness that we all have within us. I just discovered my birth family at 77, and only to find out that my birth mother, Dorothy Rucker, she was a motivational speaker in Gainesville, Georgia. And my grandmother, Beulah Rucker, she was an educator and motivational speaker, and they had a relationship with Eleanor Roosevelt and Mary McLeod Bethune, and they have a museum in her name in Gainesville, Georgia, my grandmother, and they said she was a powerful speaker. Always wondered, where did I get this gift from? And I believe that we all have gifts in us. But what you helped me to realize, and millions of other people, is turn off the tell lie vision and go within to discover the truth of who you are. God asked Adam, where are you? That was not a location question that most of us Don't take the time for self-examination. I remember a friend of mine who went across Europe, and at different points on his trip, he said soldiers would board the train and ask, "Who are you? Where have you been? Why are you here? And where are you going?" And those people that are watching us right now, they have to have that. That's a question they have to answer. Why are you here? Why are you watching us? Because everything that we're saying is not common sense. No, it is common sense, but it's not common practice. And where are you going? What are you going to do with this time that you've allocated to listen to us? We learn from conversations, from observation, and several other methods and techniques of taking in information that you talked about. And you are saying to people, don't be a spectator, be a player in this thing called life. Life has no duplicate. It has no warranty. It has an expiration date. Live full, as Dr. Miles Monroe would say, and die empty.
Oh, I love that. I love that, Les. You know, and talk about being able to articulate something. You know, what I like is that when you speak, you pause enough to when you say something, you can tell that it's something that is coming from inside out, and it's not a learned cliche. It's not a learned script. It's not something that you just read and are repeating. It's the way you've been living your life, and being able to watch a role model, a mentor, a coach, like I'm watching you and I'm watching you right now, is very exciting to me, because when you mention the word focus, I call it a magnificent obsession. And we are all obsessed. We're obsessed with problems. We're obsessed with the world. Some are full of hate. Some are full of love. Some are political. Some are apolitical. And I'm not a political person. I vote my heart. I vote my issues. I vote for what I feel will help people, but I don't vote one political party or the other. I don't take sides. I try to listen in and then make decisions based upon my limited, and remember, I know that I'm biased. I'm biased by what's between my left ear and my right ear. And when my father left home when I was 9 and he walked into my room, it was an amazing time. I was 9 years old. He leaned against the light switch, and he had this magic about him. I didn't realize that he could turn the light switch off with one hand behind his back and then blow my light out. And he blew my light out every night. And he made this profound statement when I was 9. He never went to college, but he said, "You know, my son, I just blew your light out and it's dark." I said, "I know, but it's morning in Australia." He said, "Not in your world. When the light is out in your world, it's out all over the world. When you wake up tomorrow, the world awakens with you, with your frame of mind. The world is only seen through the vision of your left ear and right ear. That's your universe. That's your metaverse. Your metaverse is contained in this marvelous thing inside that contains your spirit, your soul, your knowledge, your mind, and it also contains your bias and the way you were raised." And unless I really understand this about me, I was raised during World War II, so I was raised during the 1930s. So right after the Great Depression, then the 1930s, the 1940s, the 1950s, and I've seen, you know, President Roosevelt and the radio, and I've seen, you know, Pearl Harbor, and then the Korean War, the Vietnam War, polio. I've been through the epidemics, none, of course, as difficult as this one, but I've been through all the polio summers and worked for Dr. Salk. But I want to come back to the main point. Focus always precedes success, because the laser cuts through it. I don't want to be in the spotlight. I don't want to be in the limelight. I don't always want to have a searchlight. I want laser focus. I want to cut through it. I want to be able to have a diamond cut. And I want to be able to use this laser focus that I have to keep all the beams directed, to get rid of the distractions, to plow through the noise, to keep my magnificent obsession in front of me, and learn that this obsession changes and it's shaped by the people I meet, the people I greet every day. But one thing I do know is you cannot allow the noise of television. I like the way you say television, of an imaginary world that's trumped up by people who are trying to keep you in an illusion, to distract you from the potential that's inside of you. So with you, I believe that diversity is not what you see with your eyes. It's what you've experienced from the inside of your life. And your diversity in the way you were raised and what you've overcome and who you've seen, what you've read, what you've listened to, that's your diversity. My diversity is the way I was raised, who I listened to, the radio, all those years of my years of diversity. But you can't see my diversity because you don't know. Nobody knows that my father was Bolivian and that my mother was this and my parents were this, my grandparents were this. They don't know anything about that. But my diversity is based on my experiences of life. It's not based upon any one thing. It's not based upon whether I'm white, brown, black, yellow. It's not based on that. You cannot see diversity. You can only experience it. That's the one thing. But you and I can talk about focus, because I have focus. My focus is on life and health. My focus is on planting shade trees under which I'll never sit. My focus is on seeds that I throw out. Some will take root, some won't. I know that some won't, because I'm not spending the effort and the time to help them nurture and develop. I'm just throwing seeds everywhere. And I realize that I don't do enough spending time and the effort to help people get through tough times. So I'm one of those that takes the easy way. I throw out the seeds and hope they take root, and I keep traveling. But I wouldn't trade one day of my life for my relationship with my family and my friends. And the most important thing for me is to be respected for setting an example. And I am a flawed man. I have made every mistake, Les, as a son, as a father, as a husband, as a friend, as a professional. I've made all the mistakes you can make. And yet I've still been able to say that I'm not a failure, but that I've failed many times, which I've taken as a learning experience. And I just want you to know that this conversation really is meant to be a conversation. I'm not scripting someone to tell them how to make a fortune. I actually don't really know, except that if you find out what is burning inside of you that you want to bring out and make the world better, I know that if you deliver more in value than you receive in payment, that you'll always be sought after and overpaid, because the people who give more value than they receive in payment are always sought after. They're such a bargain for what they're giving, and they're giving it without necessarily having to have the payoff. So I don't believe that you and I are in the quid pro quo business. That means something for something. So in order for you to help me, I have to help you. That's not true. I can't keep my knowledge. I have to give it away because I haven't lost it, but I'm sharing it. The money I make, I can't keep unless I share it while I'm living. What good does it do for me to have my fortune spent 10 cents on the dollar with people wondering how much I left them? Wouldn't it be better for me to take the labor of my life and my earnings and help other people with their yearnings, to turn my earnings into helping them with their yearnings? Of course it would. So I'm beginning to realize that I can't lose what I've gained by sharing. I don't need to be paid, because payment enough is the feeling that it was worth spending a day of my time. And when I wake up in the morning, I do think about, what am I going to do with this day to make something or someone breathe easier for having met me today? But I want to hear from you, my friend, because this is a moment that I may not have every day, and I want to relish in our talk together.
Well, something that you elevated in my mind, it's not what we leave for our children, it's what we leave in our children. I'm not a religious person. Religious people are afraid of going to hell. Spiritual people have been there. And hell to me is what you experience when you die and you meet the person that you were supposed to become. You see the work that you were supposed to do. And I feel that at this point in time in history, that people are now rethinking their lives. Millions of people have told, oh, you can go home and work from home. And then they said, well, things are looking better. You can come back. And those same people are saying, no, I don't want to come back. I want to take a chance on me. I want to do something different with my life. I believe that life is more than just working and put food on the table and roof over my head and provide transportation for myself. I want to live a life that allows me to win, allow me to live my dreams and not my fears of living a life of mediocrity. No. This can't be it for me. Simba, you're more than that which you have become. I believe that I'm more than this which I have become, this which I have done. And I want to invest in me. I want to develop the behaviors and the habits and the choices and the decisions. We make decisions, and our decisions make us. To create and live a life of what Horace Mann called a life of contribution. We should be ashamed to die until we've made some major contribution to humankind. And that's what you have done. With the time that you have on this planet, you've made a major contribution to people like me that you will never meet. People like me who was on the edge of taking their lives, and because of your voice, because of your books, that they begin to rethink their lives and realize that life is God's gift to us, and how we live our lives is our gift to God. And I'm so humbled at this time to be having my name said in the same breath with your name. Somebody made a mistake up in here.
No, they didn't, Les. They didn't. You know, Stephen Covey, Robert Schuller, Wayne Dyer, Zig, Jim Rohn, all the ones who've gone, who were here. You know, when each of them passed away, I wept. You know, Jim Rohn, I was very close to him. We used to eat oatmeal cookies and have a glass of wine. We traveled together during the 1970s, and Zig and I would travel, and Zig was one of the greatest, you know, still is. He's the only guy. Of course, I tried to get down on one knee. This is why I say that you're unique and there's no carbon copies. I don't know why people would ever want to be like me, or I can see whether they want to be able to speak like you or maybe Tony Robbins, but, you know, I really kind of Jiminy Cricket you. I don't have the kind of drama that catches people, but I tried to get down on one knee like Zig Ziglar, and I ripped my pants. So because I weighed a little more at that time, and you know what I've had happen to me has been a great way to lose weight. But I'm trying to, can you believe it? I'm trying to gain weight while the rest of the world is trying to lose it. But I want to come back to something that you said about bring out the best possible you, to be the best you possible. There's never going to be another one like you, not even identical twins. There's no one going to have the same voice, the same fingerprint, footprint, lip print. They broke the mold when they made you and me. And I've been a little boy with low self-esteem in the early part of my life. Most of us have. And I know that in my case, I was actually trying to get approval from an audience because I didn't have any approval at home. So I was running away from my childhood and the way I was raised to find somebody who would think that I was good enough to be applauded. And I know that many actors and actresses, I know that many comedians, I know that many speakers like me, in the early part of their lives, were looking for some kind of approval from somebody that would make them feel like they had potential. Now, how you and I discovered our potential were probably very different, but it took me a long time, and I had to overcome a lot of mediocrity and feeling dumb. In fact, my nickname in high school was Dumbo, but not because I was dumb. It's because I have these magnificently taxi cab hang glider ears, unless I was born with ears that were this big when I was born. So although my nose has grown and my hair has receded and I've got wrinkles, my ears have stayed the same size. So when the movie Dumbo came out in 1947, people told me that I looked like Dumbo the elephant. So I had that nickname, Dumbo Waitley. And I had that moniker on me laid by my classmates. I graduated from high school when I was 16. So I could only date junior high school girls because all the senior girls were dating college guys. To make a long story short, I graduated. I was only 5'6". I grew 4 inches, then 2 more. So I went from 5'6" to 6 feet, put on some weight, got a little older, got to the Naval Academy, and finally I became other than a peewee, low self-esteem guy named Dumbo. And I think overcoming obstacles, overcoming uniforms that other people lay on us, the uniform of this or that, and we should wear the uniform we're born with. No, we have the ability and the right to put on our own uniform, to make the uniform one of not uniformity. I do not choose to be a common man. I choose to be uncommon if I can. I'll never bow under any tyrant. I'll never give in to any master. I will never let people tell me how I have to live my life. It is my right to choose, to win, to lose according to my own values and conditions. And as you said, to stand boldly and say, this I have done with this person called me. It's so important to dig deep, to not to be a clone, to not to go along with the crowd. The crowd has never had anything of value whatsoever. It's always the people who are listening to this different drummer inside. And so, I'm just so excited at this point in my life. And I don't want to be 89. I'd like to be 49. And I'm trying to behave as if I'm 70, 69, 70. I'm hanging around with young people. I'm learning to walk with my shoulders back. I'm learning to walk straight ahead because I'm starting to bend over, and I used to be 6 feet, but now I'm 5'11". And I'm worried about becoming 5'10". The more you look down, the lower you are. So Les, God bless you. We need to dig this a little deeper. I'd love to give people take-home value. I really believe that believing you're as good as the best, but no better than the rest. Now, I don't have an ego. I really don't. Do I like applause? Of course, it feels good. But I would rather have respect than applause. I would rather have love than admiration. And being rich and famous, Andy Warhol was right. We only get 14 minutes, if that. Fame and fortune, fame when you win it, only hangs around for a minute. And I want to say one more thing, and then I want to keep my mouth shut and keep my 2 Dumbo ears open. Coach John Wooden and I were in the arena, and John Wooden had just turned 89. So I'll be 89 next year, and so I'll be John Wooden's age. But I was younger. I was younger than John, and he went up on the stage and got a standing ovation when he walked up. I said, wow, could I ever be the kind of person that could be applauded before I spoke? That was the ego in me that was trying to be somebody. So I worked really hard and got a standing ovation before I came down. And we went to the back of the arena because he got one going up and coming down. Wow. And we sat in the back of the arena. We had a cup of coffee and a burrito. He said, "What's a burrito?" I said, "It's a tortilla with meat." He said, "Is it burro meat?" I said, "No, it's not burro meat, but we call it a burrito because it looks like a little burro. Forget about it." This old man and this younger old man were sitting in the back of the arena, but we hadn't been on television. Remember, we are not icons on TV. We are not celebrities. He's the winningest coach in basketball in college, but he's on the sidelines. His players are the superstars. He's the coach. We're sitting back. Not one person asked for an autograph. Not one person took a photo with us. Not one person recognized who we thought we were, because we were two older gentlemen having a conversation in the back of an arena. And he said to me, "I'd give up all 16 NCAA championships for another year with my wife, Nell." He said, "You know, we still send out a Christmas card together. Even though she's been gone now for 5 years, I still send out the card with both of our names." And Dennis, enjoy being under that spotlight while you're in it. Enjoy how good it feels to be somebody, but understand this: you're only a player in the orchestra, and you're not the center of the universe. And you're somebody who just needs the respect and love of a few people and to plant those shade trees. Unless I know you feel the same way, and I know we've reached a point in our lives, you much earlier than me, and thank heavens you reached it. You're that next generation, I feel, the generation of thought leaders that's taking it forward. And then we look at the next generation coming up, and we hope that they all flow the same river. But I'm all ears right now, because this is so rare to have you be able to chat with me straight from the heart without a program. And I'm not trying to sell books, believe me. I've never held anything up that I've had for sale, simply because Earl Nightingale, Norman Vincent Peale said to me, "Be a teacher. You're not a good salesman, Dennis. You don't know how to give a powerful presentation about what you have to offer. So just give the best. And if they like it, they'll follow you and they'll find you." And it's been slower and maybe not as wealthy, but I have enough wealth. And my health is all the wealth I need right now. But talk to me. I want to hear you.
Ladies and gentlemen, The New Psychology of Winning is a book that not only has it transformed my life, I got it for my children. And I encourage you to get it. Why? Because we're in this space that Einstein talked about. He said the thinking that has brought us this far has created some problems that this thinking can't solve. And so as we look at ourselves, look at our lives in and out of the pandemic, we have to upgrade our knowledge, our learning, our relationships, our dreams. We have to develop the level of resolve to handle the different things that life is throwing at us. I'm reminded of something that Mother Teresa said. She said, "Lord, I know you know how much I can bear. I just wish you didn't have so much confidence in me."
Well, that's true. Yeah, remember Norman Vincent Peale said, "Lord, you must not love me. You haven't given me a big problem lately and I need one." And in fact, the only people who don't have problems are laying silently with no more opportunity to solve them. But Les, instead of the new psychology of winning, I want to hear about the Les Brown psychology of winning. What's inside of you? We're not here to sell books. We're here to tell people something that they can take home. And I want you to give them the take-home value from you, from your heart, rather than talking about me. I mean that sincerely.
Well, I'm going there. Don't worry, I'm going there.
Well, I want to be there because I can't wait to be there with you.
All right. Well, as we look at ourselves now, what's most important that you've been saying, and we can't say it enough, that you don't get in life what you want, as Earl Nightingale said, you get in life what you are. that we have to continue to work on our minds, that things are going to be happening to us and to people that we care about. All of us over the next year will experience at least 3 tragedies that will throw us off. Before getting on a Zoom call yesterday, I got a call and said my twin brother was admitted to the hospital. He had a mental meltdown, Vietnam veteran. He took a bullet for our flag. And I had to talk to him to stabilize him because he's been burnt out and overwhelmed by taking care of his wife who's facing challenges in terms of her health. And I said, Wesley, you got to take care of you in the process, because many caregivers die before the people they're taking care of. And so we got to work on ourselves. And that's what I'm talking to people about, having a program, having a ritual for you. When I get up in the morning, I listen to motivational messages. Why would you do that? Because what you listen to, you turn into.
That is true.
Yes, if you're listening to challenges and all the drama that's going on right now, all the mixed messages, it will blur your vision of yourself. The next thing that's very important is find something that's you, something that resonates with your heart. See, there's something about people who focus their whole energy on getting a job. A job is what you get paid for. A calling, that's in your heart, is something that you're made for. Find out what's in your heart. Where your heart is, there your treasure is also. Find out what is it that you want to do. And if you don't know right off the top, experiment until you find it. I'm reminded of this jazz pianist. He was playing in this bar, and a patron said to the bartender, listen, have him to sing a song for me. Man, I'm going through a tough time and I want to hear a song. And so he went over and told the pianist, hey, man, this guy want to hear you sing a song. And the pianist said, man, I don't sing, but I'll play anything he wants to hear. So ask him, what does he want me to play for him? But I'm not a singer. So he went back over to the patron. He said, man, look, he said he doesn't sing, but he'll play anything you want him to play. He said, listen, I want to hear somebody sing to me. I'm going through a tough time. My wife has left me. And if he doesn't sing, I'm going to get up and go spend my money someplace else. And that night, this guy had spent over $700 on himself, drinking, and his friends. And the bartender went over to this man who's playing the piano. He said, sing or you are fired. And this pianist held his head back and began to sing, Mona Lisa, Mona Lisa, Mona Lisa. That
must have been Nat King Cole.
King Cole, yes. And he said with conviction, I don't sing. What talents, what abilities, what skills do we have in ourselves that we have denied, that we've ignored, that we've dismissed because it's so natural for us? And I'm saying, live full, die empty. Dr. Howard Thurman, who was the mentor of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., and Albert Schweitzer, and Mahatma Gandhi, he said the ideal situation for a man or woman to die is to have family members praying with them as they cross over. He said, but imagine, if you will, being on your deathbed and standing around your bed, the ghost of the dreams, the ideas, the abilities, the talents, the gifts given to you by life, but you, for whatever reason, you never used those gifts. You never pursued those dreams. You never used those talents. You never developed that talent. And there they are looking at you with large, angry eyes saying, we came to you and only you could have given us life. And now we must die with you forever. And the question is, those of you that are watching us, if you died today, what dreams, what ideas, what abilities, what talents, what gifts will die with you? Mark Twain said, what if you live your whole life only to discover that it was wrong? That it was wrong. that you were brought here. You were chosen out of 400 million sperm. You are a masterpiece because you're a piece of the master. Rob the cemetery of your gifts, of your dreams. Live full, die empty. That's what I'm talking to people about.
Boy, that is
I'm
what
coming for
you're
you
talking.
right now. I'm coming for you.
No, I'm loving it. You know, you have a way about you that is just magic for me. You know, I've recorded that into my audiophonic memory, and I love it, Les. I feel the same way. And you know, Brian Tracy will be on, and you know, he's like 12 years younger, and you're 12 years younger, or even more than I am. So you have the last 12 years for me have been some of the greatest years of my life. I've done more in Africa. I've taken on more safaris. I've been more places. I've helped more people. I've had more richness from age 77 to 89 than I did in my earlier years. So it's not like I've gone out to pasture and I'm watching the sailboats go by. As we age, I'm more like a fine wine. I think I get a little better with age, and I love to hang around younger people because I'm learning from young people. I know I'm roadkill on the information highway. I know I thought that the clubhouse was the place you went after you played golf. And I know that virtual reality is the new thing. In fact, the new metaverses that are taking place where people are turning the game of Monopoly into cryptocurrencies where they'll go on their imaginary virtual holidays. In fact, they'll buy virtual property. In fact, they're buying virtual art right now all over the world. And I may not understand that, but I prefer to smell the real rose, to see the real hummingbird, to smell the real sea, to smell a pine tree, to be part of the great universe that God has given us in nature, and to drink that in, and to sensorily, without my senses, I'm not really there. Virtual reality is not good enough for me. It's not good enough for me. I need to be there face to face, involved and engaged. I need to be on the field, in the water. I need to feel the salt air. It's just part of me. And I'm beginning to realize how much I took that for granted, how often I was in a hurry, how I could hardly wait to be successful, only to discover that success is a state of mind, a state of being. And as I said to Joe Vitale, I don't know a success. I only people who are living successfully. My greatest work has happened at the worst of times. So when I've been at my worst, maybe emotionally and physically, I've had to reach down inside. I've had to bring my A game. And this is something really important, Les. When things are going well, I'm like everybody else. I take it easy. After all, I live in America. I'm an American. I deserve to be successful. I'm in the land of opportunity. Where is all the opportunity I've been promised? Why isn't it coming to me? Where's the prize patrol? Why isn't Dick Clark and Ed McMahon coming by with my check? I live in America. Hey, I'm empowered, but not entitled. I'm empowered to be successful. I'm entitled to choose. I'm entitled to take action. I'm entitled to decide who I'm going to be, but I'm not entitled to success. I'm only empowered to become as successful as I choose to work and strive and learn to become. I understand that, and I'm humbled by it. But I know one thing is that when things are at their worst, I'm at my best. You know, I got hit with these things where I nearly died 3 times over the last 6 months. And in fact, my doctor last week, if you can imagine this, I've got these 2 really great doctors from India, and they're very direct. And they said, frankly, we're quite surprised to see you. We didn't think you were going to make it. I said, I did. And they said, no, we know you did, but we didn't. I said, well, you know, congratulations. because I was able to prove to you that your belief at the time was not right. So it's a good thing. And they said, well, we're happy for you, but you're the oldest guy that ever has been hammered with radiation and chemo at the same way. And so we thought you'd give up with your feeding tube and all of that. I said, no. I never had anything that I had to overcome in that way before. It's been easy for me up until those things happen. So I do need to taste bitter to taste sweet. I do need to lose it before I remember how to use it. Unless, I'm telling you, it's so important to me to have you as a friend, as a mentor, as a colleague, as someone I can stop and listen to and drink in with all the elixir that you offer me. And it's true. I'm not trying to sell books here. I'm just trying to get more out of life, as much out of life as I possibly can. I don't know where I was for the last 80 years, but I'm telling you, I'm alive right now. And boy, does it feel good.
Woo! Man, you just gave me goose pimples. Come on now. Come on. You got to put a ring on it.
Put a ring. Hey, you guys. So speaking of hanging out with younger people, I know how much you all are impacting.
I interrupt you here,
Yes.
Adora. Dennis did something that shocked me. I said,
all right, let's talk
I
about
have
that.
got to deal with this. Dennis, you got to rap. Do that rap that you did. Oh my God. I said, no, he didn't go there. No, he did not. Dennis, do the rap, please.
Do the rap, and then we're going to bring in a younger person to be with both of you. Or do you want him in here for the rap?
No, I just
okay.
want Dennis there. Go ahead,
Let's do
Dennis.
it.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Get on your mark. Get ready to go. I'll tell you about a business for all generation. While we're here for the celebration, easy to explain, ain't no doubt about it. Solid health and freedom. Don't have to shout. Get a winner on the left, winner on the right. Show them how to do it. Call them every night. First, you got to find them to get behind them. It ain't funny. You want to make some money, but what you want to do is get rich doing good, making people healthy, doing things they should. Don't deny the good life for what you want to score. Not about the money, but I'm tired of being poor. If I live to be 100, just like Bob Hope, then I want to be rich. I ain't no dope. So get online, get on the tools. You can tell the story, not look like a fool. Remember what I told you? Put it in the pitch. Stuff will make you healthy, but you also get rich, getting healthy with it, getting wealthy with it. Yeah.
Yes, yes.
No,
yes.
lobster claws. The young people look at me and they said, he's got lobster claws. He's going like this. And he doesn't have the beat right, but it's okay. He's doing it pretty fast, but he doesn't know how to rap, but I guess it's okay.
Oh, that's a mic drop. That's awesome. Thank you so much. Wow.
We're all enjoying this so much. And Dennis, I've had the privilege and pleasure of being mentored by you for a really long time. But my son, who is 22 and was the first person to go to an elite school, Notre Dame, he got a scholarship and got accepted there and is now working with Amazon. Les Brown, you have been quite the hero to him. So we'd like to bless him with a moment of time to meet both of you. And yes, all right. So we're going to bring him right on right now. This is Josiah Spencer, my baby boy. I'm going to
How are you?
Hey, Josiah, great to see you.
We can't hear you.
There we go.
You're muted.
There we go. But yeah, I don't know if I'm supposed to say anything, but I mean,
you are.
Yeah. I just wanted to say to Les Brown, I was playing your stuff every morning for a very rough period of my time when I was in university. And it was about a year. There was one day I didn't have any. I was on an island and I had one podcast downloaded, and it was the same one that I listened to on Spotify every day. And so I don't know. It's super surreal when I heard my mom was working with you and how much you did before. The little tears came to my eyes because there was some dark times that I had to go through to, see things through. But I'm super happy for your message and everything that you guys have done. So
Thank you very
Think
much.
about that, Les.
Yeah, the mark of greatness all over you. And you know this line: if you want a thing bad enough to go out and fight for it, to work day and night for it, to give up your time, your peace, and sleep for it. If all that you dream and scheme is about it, and life seems useless and worthless without it, and if you gladly sweat for it and fret for it and plan for it, and lose all your terror of the opposition for it. I know you know that when they're up and
I do.
Yes,
I do.
Indeed.
I do. I have videos on my Instagram with your voice in the background. I put my own film over it. There's so many things.
Yeah. For the young people, y'all use like, this is me, LB Triple P. Les Brown, your platter playing popper. There were none before me, and there will be none after me. Therefore, that makes me the one and only. Young and single and love to mingle, certified, bona fide, indubitably qualified to bring you satisfaction and a whole lot of action. Look out, baby, I'm your love man. I'm hungry.
Oh, it's so great, Josiah. It's so great to have you share that with Les. That makes me so happy that the new generation, that you're able to be the new thought leaders and carry this forward beyond Les and myself. And so God bless you for that. Being able to be together with Les live like you are right now, what a great thing to have happen. I think it's just wonderful.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I always got him with him. I always got him with me on Spotify, downloaded still in a playlist. And when things get tough, that sounds so weird because I've only known it through the medium of a phone, and through these tapes. But, you guys' message and things like that will live forever for me, truly.
Thank you. Well, I'm giving you a virtual hug, and I'm looking forward to our meeting in person.
I'm looking forward to that day too, for sure.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Bye for now.
Wow, Les, what do you think about that? How about that as a living testimonial to impact? I think that's wonderful. Yes,
it is, to reach someone that young. I mean, what we do, it has a long range. It's wide and deep, and you cultivated that in me and my vision of myself, and I'm eternally grateful and thankful for who you are, for your message, the messenger, and the message, and how it's transformed my life.
Well, all I can say is thank you, and there's much more to the story than that. You and I we have our cliches, of course we are. We're both audio. I mean, when I was a boy, there was no television at all. So I'm full of trivia. So I'm full of commercials, and I'm full of things from radio, all the radio serials, and everything is all gobbledygook in here. So I'm a master of Trivial Pursuit and also of lyrics of songs. When you mentioned Mona Lisa, I go to Nat Cole right away because he used to record at Capitol Records, and the King Cole Trio. He was playing the piano, and we had the guitar player, and they had the King Cole Trio. But it wasn't until he finally started to sing, and when he sang Mona Lisa, and then they tried to tell us we're too young, and he had all those hits in a row. And then Natalie Cole after that, and she was the living embodiment of the next generation of Coles as a female, and I loved her all through her life as well. So I'm telling you, those things resonate with me because the songs you sing, the lyrics you speak, the people you meet, the books you read, you become that to which you're most exposed. And we really do become the sum total of our environment, and we act upon that learning every day. No wonder there's so many people full of hate, because that's all they're hearing is who to hate and who's not that great and who's not doing well and who's causing the problems. I saw a Peanuts cartoon, and there was Charlie Brown and Lucy were standing there, and Snoopy was asleep on a log. And Charlie Brown was saying, the world is going to hell. Everything's going wrong. There's pollution. There's all of this. There's poverty. Why don't they do something? And Lucy said, yes, why don't they do something? And Snoopy got up and yawned, and he looked over at them and says, why don't you do something? And then he walked off. And then they stood there and said, huh? What are you doing in your life? That's what I say. When people criticize other people, I say, so what's the answer? So who's the leader? So who's the leader we're looking for? So what's your answer to the problem? So what are you doing that could make things better? And I'm always looking for who has some answers. I know what the problem is. They surround me. They confound me. They compound on me. I know what they are, like everybody else. But I'm looking for people who are interested in solutions, not in fixing the blame.
I agree with you 100%. You just took me back when television was entertainment and love. Good night, good night, good night, good night, Miss Calabish, wherever you are.
Jimmy Durante.
Yes. Boy, television is different now, isn't it?
Oh boy, it's a thing of shock. It's shock value. I think we human beings need to be frightened. That's why we put our arms up on the roller coaster to let every people know that it's scary, but not that scary. And we like to be frightened. I like to frighten my great grandchildren. I hide behind the sofa and then I jump out and they leap in the air and they nearly wet their pants. They're so frightened by me being the big lion behind the sofa. But then they say, do it again. Hit me again. Give me some more visceral stimulation. Stimulate me again. Hit me. And I'm saying to myself, wouldn't it be nice if we were looking for things of beauty, things that were harmony, beautiful music, beautiful smells, beautiful sounds? When you're my age, Les, even more than you do today, you'll be looking for things that bring you beauty and peace and all the wonderment again. You almost like become a curious child again when you're 89. Because when you're 89, you say, I don't know how much time I have, but please sing that song once more. It's like that beautiful girl, walk a little slower when you walk by me. Stars in the sky, shine a little, but boy, that's what I'm saying right now. When you shoot at bad men, shoot at me. In other words, let me be part of your world and let me continue on with you, because I spent so much time traveling through it until being in it and being with it. And I'm finally with it. And I sure wish I had more time, but I have all the time there is.
Jim Rohn comes to mind now. He said, when the end comes for you, let it find you conquering a new mountain, not sliding down an old one. And you and I, we're still climbing.
Well, Jim Rohn was one of the greatest. I think later we'll probably talk to maybe Kyle Wilson a little bit, who was the man behind Jim. But Jim had a way, like you do, of saying things. And his biggest promotional statement was, you're going to want to write this down. Or maybe you want to write this down. And he would sit there with his reading glasses. He'd sit there with his reading glasses at half mast. And he'd be sitting there and he'd have this white flip chart behind him. And he'd go up there and he'd be sitting on that stool. And he had more superlatives and gems that would come out of that mouth. He would say something like, would say about time and money, or about the same. They do you no good when you have them, only when you spend them. But you cannot save time nor money for another day. And so I thought, well, yeah, you can save money, but no, you can't take it with you. And so he would say things like, if you want to work on, well, it's what you said earlier. Some people get a job, other people have a career. Some people want to make money, some people want to make a difference. And I just, Earl Nightingale introduced me to Jim Rohn in 1973. So I met Jim in 1973 and we traveled all over Australia together. And then Jim went with Herbalife and became the spokesperson for Herbalife. But Jim always had this way about him. And he, like you, can move young people. He's amazing in his ability with the things he says and the way he says it to people. The authenticity of what Jim says resonates with everyone who watches his videos or listens to him. And you have that same authenticity. I believe that. You know, Brian Tracy has that, but Brian Tracy is an encyclopedia of knowledge. I mean, Brian, I may have written 20 books and Joe Vitale's written 80 and you've written many, but I've not written 100 like Brian. I mean, Brian has a book. He's in the Book a Week Club as far as writing them. He has so much knowledge. So he came over to the house the other night, and it was just an amazing thing with Brian and I sitting there reminiscing over the old times. And you know, Jim Rohn, you mentioned Jim Rohn again. What a role model, mentor, coach that his life lives. So Jim Rohn lives. And I cried at his eulogy. I cried at his memorial service. I cried at Robert Schuler's. I cried at Zig Ziglar's. I cried at Wayne Dyer's. I cried at Stephen Covey's. I cry when these great people die. When Norman Vincent Peale died, his wife Ruth said, he's giving seminar to the angels. And Norman Vincent Peale was one of the great, you know, at 95, he was still going strong. And he was a great role model for me, watching him have all that energy. And Ruth Peale took his book in a trash can down to the publisher because I forbid you to take that book out of the trash can. It's not a good book. It's called The Power of Positive Thinking. She took the trash can down and said, I'm not allowed to take it out, but there it is. And it's really a good book. And it was her belief in him that allowed that book to get its legs and to be read by people. So
yeah, the original title was The Power of Faith.
That's right. Oh, you're right. That's right.
Yes. And she had a friend whose husband was a publisher. And he said, if he would change the title, because The Power of Faith sounds religious and only 15% of Americans will buy it. But if he would change it to The Power of Positive Thinking, I'll publish it. And he did.
I love it. I love it. See, that's a story everyone should know.
Mm-hmm.
You should know not to give up. It's one thing to be a writer, and it's another thing to be an author. And an author has to be worth publishing, where a writer might not feel that he or she is worth being published. But you have to be worth being published and worthy in your play in order to have that day come. You have to be willing to believe that you're an author, not just a struggling writer.
Absolutely.
Here we are. I see Mo and Adora popped up on us.
Uh-oh. You're muted, Mo.
Yeah, this is.
I need to unmute this microphone up in here. Wow, that was amazing. I mean, Adora, myself, and people from over 30 countries were just sitting back taking notes. Two legends, two icons. Mr. Les Brown, on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune, I want to thank you for graciously being here today with us. Denis Waitley, I want to thank you for the opportunity to be a part of your legacy. And Adora Evans and I were just sitting back awestruck. We didn't want to interrupt, but we also want to be respectful of the time. And so with that being said, Adora, how incredible was that conversation that the world, people from over 30 countries, got to experience? Adora, please.
Goodness. I mean, the comments are just pouring in and the replays haven't even started. But personally, Les, I text my son really quickly to slide him in here. And after he said, Mom, you called in the most crazy time. We have to talk after. And he just said, Jesus. And he's a strong Christian with an expanded. So from the bottom of my heart, I thank you, because our children, you know, they're everything. So, and yes. And Denis is one of the reasons I don't miss practices. I'll come back to you, Les. I'll come back to you and then.
Yeah, you hit the jackpot when you gave birth to him. So you did real good.
Thank you. He was born on Christmas Day. First Christmas baby, painless childbirth. Amazing. It was beautiful. Lots of prayers said over that boy's life. And you have been a major, major, major light. As he said, I think he even did his college submission video with your voice in the background. And wow. Denis, because of you and your influence in my life, you know, I don't miss practices now, and I schedule in IRS, and I spend time with my children way more. I was out becoming someone, and so that I could one day impress my children, and I had it wrong. And thankfully you're here, and Les, you're here, grounding people like me into our hearts. So I want to thank you both so much.
Adora,
we got so many comments.
It's amazing. I think that Denis Waitley should never pay taxes for the rest of his life because he's given IRS a positive connotation. I think that you're off the hook, Denis, because you're the first person that I've ever heard actually make someone smile when you say the words IRS. So if you're watching IRS, and you probably are, no more taxes for Denis Waitley, please. And with that, we want to give just the final word to Mr. Les Brown, Mr. Denis Waitley in this conversation before we graciously move on. And we want to give the opportunity to say anything final that you want to share, Mr. Les Brown.
This is a special moment in my life. And I'm appreciative of you, Adora, Mo, the Los Angeles Tribune, and Dr. Denis Waitley. It means a lot to me. And there's a lady who's a hospice nurse, and she talked about dying a life of no regrets. I was not going to miss this. And this time that I've spent with my friend, it means so much to me. I cherish this. You've added years to my life, and I thank you for the impact that you've made on me and on my children and people around the world. I thank you so much.
Thank you, Les. That means so much to me, more than you ever know, more than all the riches that I could ever attain materially. Thank you.
Wow. And the folks in the virtual auditorium are just at a loss for words. And thank you to gentlemen for allowing the public to have a sneak peek in such a private and powerful moment. And with that being said, we want to just allow the two of you to move on. I think Denis will be returning later on. And Les, thank you again for accepting our invite, and we look forward to working with you again in the near future on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune, Adora Evans, and everyone else.
All right. Thank you so much. Take care.
Thank you so much, Les.
I'll see you real soon.
Okay. Take care now. Bye for now.
Wow, Adora. I mean, what can we say? I mean, with that being said, before we roll into this next panel that starts in about 10, 15 minutes, let's bring in a couple folks and do a quick recap of the New Psychology of Winning tour. I'm at a loss for words for how powerful this has been. Dr. Joe Vitale, Les Brown, Denis Waitley, living legends and icons, Forbes Riley, incredible people. And let's bring in a couple folks, Dr. Natalie Forrest and Rex Sykes, to come in and let's do a reset and a recap before we move on to our next panel that we are going to start in about 10, 15 minutes. Dr. Natalie Forrest and Rex Sykes, welcome. And I know that the two of you are going to be a big part of this program, helping moderate several panels and helping with the communication of the thought leaders that are tuning in from around the world. Rex, let's start with you. What has your feedback been so far personally, your main takeaways personally, that you have gotten?
Wow. Well, first, let me say thank you to you and Adora for making this possible, to put all of these legends in one place at one time, where we get not only behind the scenes, but we're literally like flies on the wall, hearing conversations that we would otherwise never be privileged to hear. among greats and leaders who most of us or most people maybe only know through books or videos, and now they get a real live moment of people conversing and sharing not only their hopes and their dreams and their ambitions, but the concerns and the health issues and challenges that they've had in their life. I mean, where on earth has this ever happened before? I don't know, but it's happening now between you and Adora and the Los Angeles Tribune. So thank you so much for that. I think that what I mostly take away is it doesn't matter how old you are or how young you are. The moment is now. And sadly, too many people get to an advanced age and realize they've missed most of their life. So the wisdom that we're getting from these gentlemen who are older than I am and older than you are certainly is one of live in the present, make it fulfilling, make it happen, live not just for yourself but for other people, love, enjoy, and the journey will be incredible. If you get to the destination, fantastic. But if not, make the journey as incredible as it can be. And then if you get to the destination too, what a bonus. So
thank you.
These people are really...
Well, thank you for that, Rex. And I want to say, although you are going to help with the program in a multitude of different avenues, you yourself are a legend in your own right. You have been involved in neurolinguistic programming since the very beginning of it. And we see that, all around the world, so many people are talking about what, is called NLP. You were there at the very beginning. So you yourself are a legend in your own right. You've paid your dues in the personal development arena, and we want to thank you for being part of this program. Dr. Natalie Forrest, what takeaways do you have so far? Please, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Mo. Thank you, Mo. Thank you, of course, Adora Evans and Denis Waitley. Thank you, Rex, for being here. I am floored. And I just keep reiterating in my mind, Dr. Joe, when he said, as a writer, you shouldn't be lost for words. But that's almost how it feels, because it is so real. Very often we think of legends, we think of those guiding lights that have been with us in the personal development sphere and elsewhere. We put them on pedestals and we forget that they are also real human beings. So I think this event, in honor, of course, of Denis, with all of his friends and his acquaintances coming back together, is a very important crossroads, for lack of a better term, because we are now beginning to understand that all of us, quoting Denis, have greatness in us because we're human, but when we come together, and when we're open and honest about our trials and tribulations, we can achieve anything. And I think that's really what's coming out, as well as, what we always like to say, mindset, mind flex. It all depends on how you look at a situation. And of course, Rex and I, we've talked a lot about this, but that is something that really stood out to me, especially when Les Brown and Denis were sharing some of their health issues and how they look at it. I mean, Denis just said, we may want more time, but we'll always have all the time that we need. What are your thoughts, Rex?
Well, you only have now. So
Yes.
it's an amazing thing to hear that there's less journey ahead than there was behind, but no one knows how much journey is ahead anytime in their life. We just assume that hopefully it's going to be long. And for many people, that wasn't the case or isn't the case. So the only time we have is this present moment to dive into. And wherever you are, at whatever age, when you recognize what truly is valuable, and that is the time that you have to share with the people who are important to you, and little else, because everything else can come or go, as will yourself and myself and the people around us. But it's the connections, the relationships, and the enjoyment that we experience in life beyond the thing. And I think that's what I see here, so much concern and love and caring coming from all of these greats.
Yeah, I agree. And I think it's also fascinating. I mean, I loved, of course, when Adora's son came in, because this, I think, also serves as a bridge, not just between, the legend and us normal people, but it also serves really as a bridge to see that there is information that is timeless. I mean, my daughter's sitting here with me as well, listening and saying, "Oh, isn't that Rex?" She knows you by now. "Oh, isn't that Miss Adora?" Oh, so, she also picks up on this. And if we expose our kids to these thoughts, I think the values keep coming with it.
Well,
I
think
just
that's brilliant. Go ahead.
Yeah, and you all are such beautiful energies, and I'm gonna hand it back over to each of you for a bit. But I wanted to first thank you for everything you've been doing in front and behind the scenes, as well as a special thank you to Shmiko or Miko. I hear her friends call her Miko, and Laura and Ava, who have been working burning the midnight oil till 3:30 in the morning some nights to have this happen. So I'm thanking everyone, and on behalf of Mo and the Los Angeles Tribune, we could not be here in this moment without that special help and our strategic partners as well. And I want to remind you all that this is still going, and so share it. Share wintour21.com. That gets people what we're calling the free backstage pass, which means you get the information about who's coming on and when. You get to schedule when you want to be there live, and you get to be in the green room and network and associate with a lot of our speakers are in that Facebook group, and you'll get giveaways there as well. So Natalie and Rex, thank you. I'm going to allow you to keep going. Not allow you, you're sovereign beings, but I'm going to graciously bow out for a moment. And thank you again.
Oh, absolutely. And I do want to, the shout out that Adora just gave is really important. And I think it exemplifies partially also what we've talked about, what Dennis, Dr. Joe, and everybody else talked about already. And that is family. And family doesn't just have to be blood family, but it can also be, the nurse in the hospice or the janitor who helps you. And in this instance, no event can be put together with just one person. And I do believe Dennis talks about the fact that no man and no woman is an island. So it is absolutely true. And I think that's how it all comes together. I know I see Mo there, but I do want to point out that the comments that I've been privy to read, we can't put all of them up on the screen. So definitely join the Facebook group as well, because the comments are also heart-centered. They're so wonderful how these legends have already impacted everybody. And we're not done. We're going to, of course, have more of this.
Absolutely. And, I'm going to give the floor back to the two of you to continue speaking for a couple more moments, because you guys have so much insight that you always share. Quick housekeeping note. A lot of folks have been signing up for the VIP ticket, which you can purchase at wintour21.com or wintourvip.com. After the event today, you will get an email with more information on that private, intimate, one-on-one Q&A that you can do with Denis Waitley, as well as a lot of other special celebrity guests. So some people that have been asking that in the virtual auditorium, you can expect something via email. Rest assured, the team has all your information, and they will contact you shortly. As the Bible says, patience is virtue, beautiful souls. Patience is virtue, okay? And with that, I'm so pumped up and excited, because we're getting ready for our next thought leader panel, the very first of this event, with three titans, three real remarkable leaders: Sarah Davison, Dr. Lancaster, and Dr. Yasmin. And I'm real excited, because what we know about all three of these individuals is that all three of them have been making a global impact for quite some time, and they themselves are thought leaders in their own right. So I'm real excited in a few minutes to bring them on the air and bring them with us so they can discuss with us what winning means for them and the impact that they're making around the world. And I'm excited, Dr. Natalie and Rex. We're going to bring them up in just a couple moments, give them each the floor, and then I will step back and have the two of you have a free-flowing conversation with these three remarkable souls. And with that, let's go ahead and pull them on the air. Dr. Lancaster, Sarah Davison, and Dr. Yasmin, welcome. We're going to start by giving each of you a solo view to share a little bit about the impact that you guys are making currently in the world. We all know that you are all leaders in your own right. And we're going to start with Dr. Yasmin. You're going to have the solo floor to give a brief intro to your work, as well as the impact that you're making around the world. So Dr. Yasmin, let's start with you. The floor is yours. Please, Dr. Yasmin.
Thank you so much, Mo. So for anyone who doesn't know me, I'm Dr. Yasmin Saad. I'm an award-winning psychologist. And my mission is to empower you to have a positive perspective on life by connecting you to the essence of who you are. I believe that everything that happens, whether it be in your mind, in your thoughts, in your emotion, in your life, is here to propel you to your next greatness. And it's just a matter of decoding the messages. So my mission is to help people move forward in their paths, on their path, so that they can achieve their own greatness. So with that, I built a group practice with a lot of psychologists who integrate the way I work, which I have a concept about uncovering, untangling, and who you are. And so it's my uncovering, connecting, and entangling. And this is my you, see you, the essence of you. And my mission is to connect you, to the core of you, and show you that all your thoughts, whether it be negative or positive, are here to bring you to the next step. So this is who I am. And as you can see, I'm writing a book with Les Brown and JB Owen about igniting the hunger in you. I'm Dr. Yasmin, and I'm done speaking. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Yasmin. And let's give the floor to Dr. Lancaster, who's going to share with us what he's proudest of with his work on impacting the planet. Dr. Lancaster, please, the floor is yours.
Hello there. Well, I am the founder of Gnostic Pneumatherapy, which is a psychospiritual path work of self-discovery, kind of somewhat similar to what Dr. Yasmin was talking about. So I appreciate her. And also in relationship to what Les and Dennis were talking about, it's about the solution, right? To answer the question, who am I, which is the solution. So there's lots of self-discovery that needs to be made, as I've been writing about over the last 14 years through Gnostic Pneumatherapy. And that is basically a tradition of the Gnostics and Carl Jung combined, where those thoughts have helped people over many years, as well as my own, to help people discover who they are through dreams, visions, synchronicities, aha experiences, and much more, in order to derive that wholeness. And what is the root of the word wholeness? Holy, health, holy health, wholeness, versus being fragmented like shattered glass. Ouch, ouch, greed, lust, anger, pride, excessiveness, impulsivity, which is obviously what the planet is struggling from. And therefore, we need to come back to a wholeness, a oneness, a balance, in order to have freedom from suffering, not only towards ourselves, but towards other people as well at large. And through that wholeness, we become more like the Buddha or the Christ, as well as other masters who have a consciousness, which we need to have as well, in order to know who we are in our essence, as others have been speaking about today, which I highly thank. And therefore, we can do this work as a society, individually, in order to fulfill our life's purpose, as Carl Jung said, which is to be conscious, which is to be aware. That is the purpose of your life. And when we do that work, thus we can give what we have, which is that light within in radiance. Right? Get out of your own way to allow your own divine radiance to shine through, as Aldous Huxley said. And therefore, we become a new norm, a new normal in this planet. But it takes one person at a time to be willing to do that individual work, so that one person at a time we can heal, all in all. Thank you, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Wow, we got Aldous Huxley, Carl Jung, and Jesus Christ. This is going to be a powerful conversation. Let me grab my pencil and notepad, because this is going to be incredible. And with that, last but not least, Sarah Davison, let's start by you sharing what you're proudest of, because we know that all three of you are making a global impact. And the first question is, what are you proudest of with your work that you're accomplishing around the planet? Sarah Davison, please, the floor is yours. You are muted. We'd love to have you unmute yourself so we can give you the floor. Sarah Davison, the floor is yours. Welcome.
Thank you so much. I'm so excited to be here. I mean, this is such an incredible event to be part of, and some amazing people. And just listening to Dr. Yasmin and Dr. Joseph, they're so inspiring. I'm so proud to be on the panel with them. So my name is Sarah Davison. I'm best known as the divorce coach. And I guess, my job is to help people cope better with both the emotional roller coaster but also the practical challenges that we all face when we go through any kind of breakup. So whether that's heartbreak, whether that's divorce, it covers the whole thing. And you asked me what I'm most proud of, and I guess the reason I do this work is because my divorce hit me like a freight train. I didn't see it coming, and it completely devastated my whole world. I was doing all that ugly crying on the bathroom floor and thinking, gosh, I'm a coach. At that point, I've been coaching for 15 years. And I thought, wow, if it's affecting me like this, and it is known as the second most traumatic life experience we go through, by the way, breakup or divorce after death of a loved one. So it is traumatic. So I was thinking, wow, I know as a coach I can get through this, but I need to make some serious changes. So I did. I basically combined my 15 years of coaching at that point and all the skills that I had as a coach with my breakup and divorce experience too, to create a program to get me through the breakup. But also that's now what I share with thousands of people around the world to help them cope better too. So I guess really that's what I'm proudest of, is turning something that was such a traumatic life event for me into something that now helps other people cope better. And, whilst I have a coaching clinic and coach many, many people around the world, I also now am the founder of the International Divorce Coach Center of Excellence, where we have over 200 coaches in 16 different countries around the world who I train to become breakup and divorce coaches too. So we can go out and help as many people as possible around the world. So yeah, super proud of that.
Thank you for that, Sarah. And wow, we're getting a little crowded in here, but don't worry, I'm going to step off in a couple minutes. Every single panelist here, every single thought leader that's here is going to have an opportunity to have a solo view at the end to share your closing thoughts. But before we do that, we're going to have a natural, free-flowing dialogue because all three of you are so incredible. I mean, like I said, Dr. Lancaster just blew me away. He cited Jesus Christ, Aldous Huxley, and Carl Jung in about 4 minutes. That was remarkable, Dr. Lancaster. And I know the audience is excited to hear this powerful conversation. So I'm going to step back. I think Adora is going to also chime in, but we're also going to ask Dr. Forrest and Rex to moderate this. And it's going to be a natural conversation with three masters. With that being said, let's go ahead and step back. And the first question, of course, is what is winning, right? The first question is what is winning? So let's start with you, Dr. Lancaster, and then Natalie and Rex will naturally keep it going with Adora. Dr. Lancaster, please get the ball rolling.
Wow, there's so many ways to answer this. Mindfulness, the presence, that is winning. After all, you can't beat God, right? So that presence is definitely a winning attribute to have in life. Many times when I think of winning, I think of, as the Buddha said, the two poisons in life is desire and fear. Or even in Western culture, when you're dealing with being a knight in shining armor who's killing off your own dragon, which has scales, desire and fear. So you're trying to kill off your own lower self in order to experience your higher self of being. That is winning. We can go to Dante, the Inferno, right? We have to lose before we win. Going through the Inferno, but you need to know when the visiting hours are over, so that way you can experience purgatorio, refinement, and therefore go into paradiso, which is that higher level of consciousness, a heavenly consciousness of being. When you have that, because you've done the necessary work, inner work, then you will have that natural organic consciousness that will come alive no matter what you're experiencing in life, whatever challenges or hurts or pains. we need that to save us from the darkness, and therefore to be enlightened like the Mahatma Buddha, and therefore you will be a light in the world, and people will feed off of that because we can't help it. We always feed off of people and relationships. And so we want to have this, obviously, in order to be a wise planet, not the opposite. Thank you.
And Dr. Natalie, you are muted, my dear. Let's go ahead and unmute you.
Of course
Dr.
I am.
Natalie.
Of course I am. That was the word of 2021, right? Okay. So thank you so much, Dr. Lancaster. I loved how you also went to the work, because that is something that a lot of people don't necessarily see. I wonder if in your opinion, and Dr. Jasmine and Miss Davison, if you believe that failure is necessary. And so, because failure, if I understood you correctly, means that from that you grow. Now, breakup might be seen as a failure in society. A divorce might be seen as a failure in society. So may I ask you, Ms. Davison, do we need to have a breakup in order to win, or what are your thoughts?
Oh, well, that's a great question. And you're so right, because a lot of people see breakup and divorce as a massive failure. And I think it does have quite a lot of stigma still in society, even though I'm working really hard, guys, to change that. But I do think that embracing when things don't go as you planned is super important. It comes back to what Dr. Lancaster was saying about, you learn so much from the adversity and you can grow through it. And I think it's really very much how you approach it, because you could approach a breakup or a divorce as the end of your life. Everything is, too overwhelming. No one will ever love you again. What's wrong with me syndrome? Those sort of hamster wheel questions, I call them, that keep you stuck. Why don't they love me anymore? What's wrong with me? And those things could be seen, I guess, as a failure. However, if you can flip that and learn the lessons, this is kind of like doing the work that, was mentioned by Dr. Lancaster there. Do the work, learn the lessons. What was wrong with that relationship that didn't serve you, that didn't enable that to be a fulfilling relationship or result in success, I guess, if that's what you want to call it. So, learning from that and growing through that adversity, knowing that, everything happens for a reason. And if you can learn from that, you will become stronger and become who you were meant to be. And for me, that's a lot about winning. So yeah, absolutely. Great question.
I would ask a follow-up question to that, and that is, what is one tiny step that someone can do to bring that awareness to the situation if they're going through it right now and they're feeling that, they failed, or that they're upset about the circumstances? How can they go from this sucks to I can learn from it, or I can win through it?
Oh, that's another great question. So, there's so many things that you can do, but I think first of all, having the faith that you can get through it is the first stage. Not even having to know the how, but just having the faith that you will get through it. And then, surrounding yourself with people who are going to be able to help you get through that, navigate that. I call it your breakup support team, making sure if there's any area that you're worried about, whether that's finances, or maybe you need somebody to help you with the legal process, that every area that you're concerned about, you're not stuffing it down and going, oh, no, don't want to look there. I'm just going to have another glass of wine or eat some more chocolate. You're sort of going, no, I'm going to face those things. I'm going to call the experts in that field. I'm going to get the help, because that clarity will give you power. That clarity gives you power, because then even if you don't like what you find, right, even if your finances, there's a huge hole in them, you can put a plan together then to do something about it. So not being afraid to find out the answers and putting that plan together, I think it's really a good place to start.
Wonderful. And I like to sort of throw it a little bit in a curveball at Dr. Jasmine, because I'm wondering if in that process of the breakup, as an example, where you say, we're breaking up, we're trying to figure out clarity and all of that, does that then bring us back to our essence, and therefore it is a win? And I want to throw this over to Dr. Jasmine, because you so eloquently started out by talking about bringing people back to the essence of who you are. What are your thoughts on this?
Thank you so much, Dr. Natalie. I don't know if you see me, but I have a little bit delay on my end, so hopefully you hear me well.
Yes, we do.
Good, wonderful. So basically for me, it's like everything that happens for you, to you, in your life. So basically, if you're facing some adversity, the idea is, what are you feeling internally? What is it stimulating in you? If it's stimulating frustration, if it's stimulating like a feeling of failure, that means, what does it mean about the essence of you? The essence of you is that you want to be winning. So how can you be winning? How can you transform this failure into a win? Because that's the essence of you. That's why you're experiencing it as a failure. So the next step is to think about, what do you need to think about or experience so that this can be a win? So if, for example, let's say divorce coach Miss Davidson. So if somebody has a divorce and they experience it as a failure, it's because they want a smooth relationship. So this is here to prepare you for your future. So how in the future can you go ahead? What can you learn to have smooth relationship? The essence of you wants harmony in relationship. This is the essence of you. That's why you're so bothered by it. Go back to who you are. And therefore you will find your way, and you will grow, and you'll achieve more, and you will win.
Okay, I see Rex nodding, but I want to go take this right to Dr. Lancaster, because you were just talking about winning and using the failure. So do we really have to go all the way down in order to come out? Does that connect us to our essence? And do we find the answers? And I don't mean this jokingly, because I do know a little bit about dreams, but do we possibly find our answers in the dreams that we think we don't remember?
Wow. I was just thinking about that. That kind of takes the words right out of my mouth. That's awesome. Okay. So think about the yin yang. The yin yang is a symbol of truths everywhere. You're a yin yang. I'm a yin yang. A relationship could be a yin yang, as Joseph Campbell has said, is a symbol of a perfect marriage. Okay. So we're talking about being soulmates here. I'm in you, you're in me. That's very important. But even in a dark part of a relationship, if we're using that as an example, as the old saying goes, the deeper we go into the darkness, the brighter the light will shine. Now, in relationship to what a lot of the panelists are saying here, just as well, we can look at a dream as a means to an end, right? So to speak. So through the dream, that might be one way, whether you're having a troubled marriage or some other kind of relationship difficulty, or just even at the planet at large, follow your dreams, because your dreams are a mirror, just like visions, aha experiences, synchronicities, mythologies, stories of revelation, ritual. There's many different ways that the divine tries to give us ways to become conscious, as I was saying earlier, in order to be a winner in life, okay? In order to not let your lower self conquer you, your higher self rules. You're a winner. So dreams is one of the many ways where, by loving grace of the divine, we have opportunities to do the necessary work to gain a new knowledge about ourselves that we did not have before, and thus we become the winner. Did I answer your question?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Rex, were you going to chime in?
Yeah, I wanted to go back and just recap, because that was wonderful, by the way. Between the three, 5 words, 6 words at the most, what winning means to each of you. Because I have a question I want to go back and ask Sarah about it, and then open it up. So, Dr. Yasmin, what is winning? Just encapsulate it very briefly. I mean, you've spoken elegantly on it before, but now, what does winning mean?
So winning means walking on your path. So you need 3 steps, in my opinion, to have that. Do you want my 3 steps?
Well, yeah, I just wanted 6 words, but yes, go for it. That's fantastic.
It's 6 words. It's my 3 steps are 6 words: awareness, clarity, and knowing who you are. Those 3 steps are essential to winning.
Beautiful. I'm glad I didn't cut you off. Thank you so much. And Dr. Joseph?
6 words, you say? Okay.
I'm just trying to keep it very concise here. Yeah.
Yeah. Consciousness, which in the same is awareness, doing the inner work, gaining a new knowledge about yourself, a gnosis.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you. And Sarah.
Okay.
And then I have a question for you.
Okay, great. Winning to me is being free to be yourself.
That's right.
So
That's right.
Sometimes when we think about breakup or failure in marriage, there may be the assumption that we're at the receiving end of this. Somebody who's doing the breaking up or leaving us. But what about the person who's doing the leaving? How do they win and respectfully leave in a loving way so that both people get to win?
That's a great question, actually, and it's so important because, Gwyneth Paltrow, who comes from across the pond from me, but with you guys, she brought us conscious uncoupling, right? So everyone can separate amicably and be good friends with your ex, and she even goes on holiday with her ex, with their kids. So, that's fantastic. And ideally, we would all be able to separate in that way. However, it's not always possible. And, I did coin the phrase aggressively severing, which tends to be most of my clients, unfortunately. However, if you are the person that is leaving, you do not have to leave and make it very difficult. The other person might be heartbroken. They might be not wanting you to go. But there are things you can do to set it up to look after that person. For example, I've got a client at the moment. Her husband has always relied on her to create the social life for them. So she always organizes everything. So what she's done to make it a little bit easier for him is she's spoken to some of his close friends, and they know now to step up and to invite him out a little bit more. I've got another couple that actually stayed together for 6 months. She was teaching him how to use the washing machine. I know, but they were in their 60s, to use the washing machine and to cook some of his favorite foods. And he was teaching her how to drive the car outside of their local town because she'd never done that before, and to do online banking. So they stayed together, which meant that they both left having some extra skills. So it wasn't so difficult, it wasn't so hard, and they managed to stay a lot more amicable that way. So it is possible to do, but obviously you both have to be committed to that. If you're coming out of a slightly toxic relationship, that's not always possible.
Oh, so in that sense, you're really talking about a win-win, right? And I think this is partially what this whole event is about. The new psychology of winning. How do we all win? Do we really have to fail? Does failure really mean failure, or is it actually a win? And so I'd like to go back to Dr. Jasmine, especially after you just eloquently gave us a couple of examples there, Ms. Davison. But Dr. Jasmine, you work also as a psychologist, and you have your own program. How does it work for you when you work with people? And some of them it's about communication. It's about inner communication winning. How do we find our essence in a communication and walk away as winners?
Yes, thank you so much, Natalie, for that wonderful question. First, you have to see what is your impetus. Let's think about a relationship. Is it to break up amicably? And therefore, your essence is about bridging, is about loving, is about staying. Your essence is about a loving word. Or is it that you want to separate aggressively because you are about compartmentalizing, pushing away? And that is more your way of protecting, your way of creating your own space. So the way we get to the essence is by analyzing what are your emotions, what are your thoughts, and what are they a translation of. So I'll give you a totally different example. An example on a thought about I'm not good enough. Mm-hmm. That thought is a translation into a problem of desiring better for yourself. So getting to the essence of who you are is you are someone who desires more for yourself. Your essence is one of growth, but your mind translates everything into a problem. So it's not going to tell you you desire more, go for it, push you. Your mind is going to be, what's wrong with you? Like, it's going to give you a kick in the butt. It's going to tell you you're not good enough so that you push forward. So for a lot of people, it's deconstructing what their thoughts are telling them to get to the essence of who they are, to understand the path. And so it goes back to your question, is failure essential for winning? My answer is no. There's really two ways. You can win over winning. But for a lot of people, winning is through mistake and failure and learning through those. But this is not the only way. So I just wanted to say that.
It's not the only way. Okay, Rex, I see.
Well, I would ask Dr. Joseph to piggyback on that and talk about the fact that there isn't really failure. There really only is winning when you think about it. How do you help people, or how should people begin to think about themselves in terms of winning versus losing?
Well, in relationship to what you're asking, as well as earlier conversation, what I've been burning to say is a life example that I've had myself. Can I share?
Sure.
Okay. So going back to that yin-yang example before, okay? That represents maybe a soulmate relationship. And long, long ago, I had an old soulmate of mine that we surprisingly broke up despite our psycho-spiritual deep connection with one another. And in that breakup, what was important was she and I were mature enough, unlike being childlike, oh no, I gotta have you no matter what, or like a codependency kind of thing. It was quite the opposite, where she and I were mature enough to express to each other very deeply from the heart that because I love you, that's why I'm letting you go in your best interest. Yes, and because I love you so much as well, that's why I'm letting you go as well in your best interest without me. So I think that's a win right there for both people, despite the circumstances. And thus, I still feel that she's influential in my life, and vice versa. I'm sure she feels the same. Because we're very grateful that we had that short time of experience together as a couple, but it was so deep and touching that we are still learning from each other. And that's a wonderful blessing.
Ooh, can I chime in here real quick, Rex?
Absolutely.
Because this just reminded me of something. I love that example that you just gave, Dr. Joseph, because sometimes we leave another person, not to leave them, but because we know it's best for them and for us, as long as it's love. Now, since we've got Ms. Davison, the divorce coach, and Dr. Jasmine also about essence, when you know your essence is growth, quoting Dr. Jasmine, and when you know, quoting Dr. Joseph, it's best to separate. What if the other person doesn't see it like that? How do you win in that situation? I'm going to throw this one at Ms. Davison for a second.
Well, in an ideal world, then nobody would suffer any pain or trauma. But unfortunately, sometimes it is going to be very painful. But we are not responsible for other people. We can care, we can be empathetic, we can be considerate, but it is not our responsibility to stay with somebody if we are unhappy. And ultimately, I think it's a shift in thinking to, if I don't really love that person, if I can't give them that true loving relationship, then it's the right thing to do for me to set you free, but it's also the best thing for you, because I can never truly give you that relationship that you deserve, because everybody deserves to have the opportunity to be loved fully and, unconditional love. So I don't, it would be lovely if we could avoid the pain. And I know, most of us don't want to cause any pain ever, but actually, to give them the chance to go off and find somebody else. And as I said before, setting it up so it's not as difficult. If there are areas they're going to struggle with, then there's lots of practical things you can do to help them through that. And, not going for the things that are going to scare them in the divorce. I see so many people going for money and going for the children access and, the frightening letters by lawyers. You don't need to do it that way. There are other ways you can do it. And communication is going to be key, and finding the right time and the right tone to communicate that, as long as it's a healthy relationship. I have to caveat that, because, if you're in a toxic relationship, then these rules, unfortunately, don't really apply. You are probably going to get sucked into that toxic vortex, whether you like it or not. But if it is a healthy relationship, then communication, and just maybe sometimes biting your tongue, taking a deep breath, leaving the situation and coming back is the best way to support the other person through that.
Mm-hmm.
Can I chime in on this?
Oh, please do. Yes.
I love this. And I would add that basically what you experience is very much related to what you think. So if you think that relationship are either or, meaning I take care of me and it's at your cost, you will look at it in that sense. But if you believe that my well-being is your well-being, then you will create a reality, or you will help the person to be okay with the tension, or you just will yourself will be okay with the tension. So it all goes back to what you believe. What you believe is what you see. So somebody can have very aggressive divorce and feel like it was for the good, and not feel that it was against the person, and totally feel like this is what was needed. The other person needed that for their own growth, for their own opportunity. You don't know what it does. While other people might feel, no, 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 this is an either or situation. You're hurting the other, and therefore you have to do something else. So it all comes back to what you think and your perception of reality and relationship and your role in them.
Excellent. I had wanted to ask, and I was going to ask you, so you kind of answered what I was, but the good Dr. Joseph has mentioned yin and yang, and typically yin and yang are two sides of one coin, as illustrated. So there may be failure and success or winning at the same time. How do you help a person, when you talk mindset, move from that feeling sucked down, whether the person breaking up or the person being broken up with, to move from that failure into success by realizing that both are part of one thing?
This is such a great question, Rex. The first thing is awareness. Can you become aware of your perspective? So the first step, become aware how you're taking it. What are you doing with it? So the first step, awareness. The second step, somebody needs to introduce to you that this is a perspective, that is one side of the coin. Somebody needs to make you aware that you're taking one side, and why not another side. Like with my patient, that's often what I do. I bring them awareness to what they're thinking, what they're doing, and I show them, I'm so curious you're taking this perspective because I could think about this other perspective. And so you bring them on the other side, and then you say, if you've chosen that other perspective, it must have some benefits. We all choose something because we believe it's good for us. Even if it has detrimental consequences, it's meant for our own good on an unconscious level. So it's about understanding what is that benefit, and can you achieve that benefit differently, so that then that person can drop that mindset and embody another mindset. So I hope I was helpful in my answer.
Yes, thank you.
Awesome. And I want to now move a little past, this conversation about breakups. I think it's very, very important because they do happen every day. But then there's usually life before and life after breakups, okay? If there even is a breakup. But when we're looking at it that way, the life after the life before, I know Dr. Joseph talks about the divine path, the spiritual path, Dr. Jasmine as well. So that's why, because I know you two do, I would love to start with Miss Davison here, okay? How do you win after this? Like, how do you create a life before, after? Maybe you didn't even know there was going to be a divorce or a relationship. So at the essence of life, how do you believe we can win, we can move forward, spiritual, personal development? What are your thoughts on just creating your life?
Gosh, it's a great question, and so many different things I could say on it. I mean, I believe to be, truly fulfilled, then it's about embracing every part of you and really going on a journey of self-discovery to work out who you are, what makes you tick, what lights you up. I'm a big believer that we all have a light, and some of us, that light's been dulled over time. And it's about consciously being aware of our behaviors and our reactions, and looking into, why do I react like that in certain situations? Why am I so resistant to those ideas? To challenging yourself and pushing yourself outside of your comfort zone so that you can start to shine your light brightly. And being, like I said, free to express yourself, free to be the best you, free to do and enjoy life. And I think a lot of us worry a lot about what other people think, what we should do. Social media these days, comparing ourselves to everybody else's best foot forward on social media, and that can be really damaging. And I think it's really about disconnecting some of those things. And I think that's one of the biggest lessons we've all learned during the pandemic is, what's really important to us. And on my podcast, Heartbreak to Happiness, I always ask people at the end, all my guests, and I'd love to invite you guys all to be my guests, by the way. I'll be contacting you afterwards. But I always ask the question, what is happiness for you? Because I think it's really important to recognize what that is and be in touch with that. So even when times are a little bit challenging and tough, that you can tap into that along the way, but you've got to identify it and know it beforehand. So those little things I think are super, super important.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Wonderful. Yeah.
I would like to ask Dr. Joseph, there are a lot of breakups in life, not just between people in relationships. People get divorced from their job, or they quit their job, or they give up a habit, or their car dies on them. I mean, there's lots of times when we're disappointed that things aren't going the way we hoped they would go, and they aren't long lasting. We just heard the term happiness come up. How do we live happily in spite of these upsets in our life and move forward through what we might call breakup moments when they deal with not just personal relationships, but professional relationships and other things?
I was so set up for that before, during, and after relationship thing. Okay.
Oh, well.
I love the surprise.
Yeah. Can I go with that flow and then kind of blossom into what you're asking?
You're welcome to do however you choose, sir.
Okay, because I think that this is what I'm about to speak about is a universal truth anyway, whether it is a job or something else.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's that old saying, in life, it is best to not be in a serious relationship out of loneliness, but rather out of readiness. And therefore, in doing my own psychospiritual path work, I was very ready for my first marriage, which got divorced, by the way, by me. But basically, my biggest mistake there was I made a lot of excuses despite already knowing her difficulties. And I knew I was taking a chance. But I'm a man who lives by his word. So I said, I'm going to marry you. And I stuck by my word and I married her without question. The thing is that, but there's also, as Shakespeare says, to thine own self be true. So therefore, in my mindfulness, I knew during the marriage, I was being a very good husband to my first wife. I was very good to her. And I think she knew that too. But there came a point where she didn't want to change, or she didn't want to grow. She didn't want to go to therapy, et cetera, et cetera. And she pretty much told me straight out that this is just the way it's going to be, whether you like it or not. And we always talked about 50 years, but guess what? I don't want to be miserable for the next 50 years. So therefore, even the very last day she and I were together, I was bawling my eyes out, crying, even though I wanted, I should say, I didn't want the divorce. I needed the divorce, not wanted it. And I made that very clear to her because I'm not going to live in misery. She doesn't want to go to therapy and work this out. And so I'm bawling my eyes out, and she's basically not wanting to see my tears. And she had absolutely no tears at all. Because again, this is just the way it's going to be, whether you like it or not, and too bad, right? Okay. Well, but I'm going to be true to myself and not live in misery and just move forward. So that was a blessing, leaving that marriage, because then I met my wife now, and I'm extremely happily married because there is a psycho-spiritual connection that my wife and I have since the beginning, and she really has actually done her work. I can tell daily. She's very mindful. She's very conscious. She's extremely loving to me, and I her as well. We are soulmates. So I'm very happy that I got divorced, or else I wouldn't have met my current wife, which is an angel, and hopefully I am too. Okay, well, at least we feel that every day, and so I'm very happy, using the word happiness. I'm very happy in my marriage, and so is my beloved wife. Thank you, Jesus Christ. Amen. Now, how does this blossom into some other areas you were talking about, Rex, Stephen, right? Okay. Well, it's that universal principle happening of mindfulness, the presence. When we're dealing with our fellow coworkers, let's say, we need to be very mindful of their feelings, that it's not just all about us, it's about them as well, just like being in a marriage. You see, having relationships at work are like a marriage in and of itself, because we spend half of our time at our job. So again, we need to be sensitive, because when we're not sensitive, that breeds anger. When we're sensitive about other people's feelings, putting ourselves in their shoes, thus it's the yin yang again. I am you, you are me, for the benefit of the we, the us, the happiness, the winning on all sides. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the new Psychology of Winning tour with Denis Waitley and special guests, and you're watching a thought leadership panel. We're wrapping up. We got about 10 minutes, 15 minutes left for this panel before we go to the next group of global thought leaders. But we're going to give each three of you the full floor to share your closing thoughts that you want to share with our audience, and what you want to leave with, the final message you want to leave this global community with. Let's start with Dr. Yasmin. Closing thoughts, about 2 to 3 minutes. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Mo. So my closing thoughts is something we actually have not talked about, which is, I believe, to win, you have to be able to transform the negative, because we're all confronted with difficult life situation, difficult emotion, difficult thoughts. And how we transform them is essential in our ability to move forward in our life and fulfill our life purpose. So I would want to offer people a simple way to transform, which is connecting them to who they are, that your thought, your emotion, and your life event are all a reflection of something within, translated by your mind. So what I mean by that is, if you have a negative thoughts, it is a translation into a negative of something within. If something happened in your life, it's to help you grow something internally so that you can move forward. So it's this ability to see things always for you that helps you transform the negative. And that ability, I believe, is crucial to winning. So I'm Dr. Yasmin, and I'm done speaking. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Dr. Yasmin. And Michelle Wilson says, amazing panel of thought leaders. I wholeheartedly agree. Let's give the closing floor to Dr. Lancaster. Dr. Lancaster, the floor is yours. Closing statement.
As the old saying goes, life is but a dream. Again, it's a mirror there to help you to be conscious. So we need to do our shadow work, as Carl Jung said. When you see that dark figure in your dream of whatever sort, it's really a reflection of that part of your nature. So stay there, talk with it, dialogue, assimilate it. You need to put it in your mind's eye, and again, dialogue and assimilate it. Thus, you transform, as the other doctor was talking about, Dr. Yasmin, your lower nature into your higher nature, greed, lust, pride, anger, into truth, balance, compassion, peace. That's how you transform in a very organic, natural way, as the ancient Greeks once spoke about as well. And therefore, you become that winner, as we were talking about earlier, that wholeness, that holiness, that healthy holiness, instead of being fragmented. Please, to thine own self be true. Do yourself a favor. Be true to yourself in such a way. Trust yourself. Feel your inner essence in such a way to heal you. Make your nightmares into beautiful divine dreams, and thus those dreams will filter out into your daily life. If you're interested in this type of path work of self-discovery, please go to divinelifetherapy.com, which is the home of my Gnostic pneumatherapy approach of self-discovery to become whole and complete. Thank you very kindly. God bless you.
Thank you for that. Thank you.
Awesome.
Thank you. Adora,
reminds me why Maleficent costumes are so powerful to wear, right? We can all integrate our shadow. Thank you so much. And Sarah, you have the floor now.
Oh, thank you so much. Well, thank you, first of all, for listening, everyone, and for tuning in. This has been, fantastic to be part of this panel. My final thought is, I know life can be super tough at times, and it can throw you curveballs. It can be an absolute emotional roller coaster. But I want you to know that you control the remote control to your brain. Now, we all can, but we weren't given the manual when we were born, unfortunately. But just knowing that you can dial down the intensity of some of those negative emotions. Okay, so maybe you're going through a heartbreak, or maybe you're angry at someone right now, and you're stuck up at 10 out of 10 on that dial, like the most intense anger or upset. You have the choice to choose how you react. Now, just because someone is being unkind to you or doing things to you that are making you feel upset doesn't mean that you have to stay in that upset. You can dial it down, and it is super simple. There are some really simple, easy things you can do, like making small changes. And please know that small changes over a period of time can lead up to some big leaps forward. And one of the most important things I think you can do is ask yourself better questions. So I know in this panel we've been talking about, why aren't I enough, or what's wrong with me? Those kind of questions. Shifting it to, what can I do right now to make this better for me? What's one small thing I can do right now to make this just a little bit better? That shift of focus will really give you the power and the momentum to start to move yourself forward. Build those self-reliance muscles that we really want to develop, so that you can start out and reclaim your life, redesign it just the way you want it. It's never too late to redesign your life and start living it to the full, and start winning like this whole program has been about. So thank you so much for inviting me. Do check out my podcast, Heartbreak to Happiness, which is on iTunes and all other podcasts. If you want some tips, ideas, advice, on my website is saradavison.com. It's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much, Sarah Davison, Dr. Lancaster, Dr. Yasmin, 3 global thought leaders who are truly making a lasting impact. And they are all about what this program and this tour is all about: winning, but winning in a holistic 360 way. Internal winning first, external winning second. And with that, I want to thank the 3 of you, and we will see you next time. Appreciate you, Sarah, Dr. Yasmin, and Dr. Lancaster. And let's do a quick recap, because that was an incredible panel with 3 remarkable thought leaders. So Rex, Natalie, Adora, let's do a quick recap before we start our next panel that's going to begin within the next 5 to 10 minutes or so. How do you guys feel about that panel? What are some main takeaways, please?
Adora, you want to start? This is just,
I think we need to move. Like this has been, there's so much energy happening. Like we are literally sitting in spaces where we're letting go of false identities, taking on new vibrational things at a higher level. And so that gets like energy in the body, and it makes me so happy. I love the conversation of the internal marriage, that there's an internal marriage of the feminine and masculine, or however you want to word it, but it's so true. We're taught many years by Disney. They're changing their script now, but hey, look for Mr. Prince Charming, and happily ever after is that I do, right? And the truth is, that's not the truth, right? That it's really this harmony inside, and what we're looking for is inside. And I loved the gracious way of how you leave a relationship, how you recover, how you navigate all of that and find yourself again. I loved the inner mirror talk and all of it. I mean, just what a great panel of thought leaders. I'm complete. Clubhouse bingo.
I know. Everybody's like doing that thing. It's like, whoa, I'm complete. Hold on. Well, but that reminds me, Laura also just said that, I think it was really, really important, that myth that you just mentioned, Adora, but what all three of these amazing, insightful authorities also mentioned was, of course, I complete me. And I'm quoting Laura Cobb here, but it is one of those things, that we all sort of know. And it's funny because we talk about this, right? It is nice to have a relationship, but I think all three of them were pointing out, if you don't have a relationship with you, how is anything else supposed to work? And that work, that inner work, and I'm going to push the word work until I can.
Work.
Yes,
If Les can sing, we can.
But that's how we win, right? We win ourselves back. And I loved how all of them were pretty much saying that in all their different ways. And I think, not to be too dramatic, but the fact that Sarah Davison talking about divorce, which is number 2 on the list of trauma, was so eloquent in how she also tells us, well, it really is about then staying together a little longer and making it an easy transition. And that's what we do to ourselves too. I mean, when we do the work, I don't think we have to be dramatic about it. We can do it one step at a time. But I know I can see in Rex's face, he wants to say something.
No. I was very much intently listening to what you were saying.
No, I'm complete.
But I'll take that opportunity. All three of them, in their different ways, their different words, their different descriptions of how they work or what they do or how people change or grow or benefit, use the word awareness essentially and becoming aware. Whether they said this or not, my takeaway from it or my way of thinking about it is there is nobody but you. The other person is a reflection of you. They're the yin yang, as Dr. Joseph had mentioned. So if you treat them poorly, you're treating yourself poorly. If you're treating yourself poorly, you're treating others poorly. So it's about love, and it's about how do you love yourself so much that it overflows into everyone else around you, whether it's a coworker or an intimate relationship or a family member, or maybe the person that you meet at the coffee shop. We have within us the capacity to love more and to be open more and to allow more. And as we do that for ourselves, the relationships that we have, and some of them are fraught with difficulty, but those are those moments where it's opportune for us to learn to live, to grow, and to extend ourselves to each other. And
I love that. I want to add to that because I think whenever we go out looking to have the Jerry Maguire, hey, you complete me, we end up holding signs that say that we become, you deplete me. Not because when you're looking for someone to complete me, you end up being so grabby and like, hey, complete me. And that's actually right.
I'm an empty cup. Come fill me up because otherwise I'm here by myself.
Completer. Right. And that's actually quite depleting. And that's not who we are here. Obviously, we are people that believe in full ownership and co-creation of reality. And I love so much Mo is back to complete our
Well, you know what, Adora,
us.
what I will tell you, Adora, is that you know what, you had me at hello. And so let's go ahead and get the party rolling. We have another incredible thought leader panel, of course, with Loretta, with Maz. I'm so excited. Me personally, this is one of the panels I've been looking forward to because these two folks are global thought leaders that are actively making an impact. When it comes to who already understands the psychology of winning, I think of Loretta, I think of Maz, I think about the work that they are doing. So let's go ahead and bring the two of them in. We're going to have an incredible mastermind of two powerful thought leaders right here on the new Psychology of Winning tour with Denis Waitley, featuring Denis Waitley, Les Brown, Brian Tracy, and so many incredible folks like Loretta and Maz. So let's go ahead and roll them in. Welcome everyone to the new Psychology of Winning tour. Maz and Loretta, I want to get started by giving each of you the whole floor to share what is it about your work that you're proudest of? What is it about your work that gets you so excited to wake up in the morning? And then we're going to begin, after the two of you share that with our audience, We're going to have a natural conversation with the two of you, with the moderators here, and it's going to be a powerful and incredible hour that we're going to share together. Let's start with you, Loretta. What is it about your work that you're proudest of that you want to share with our audience? The floor is yours.
Oh, thank you so much, Mo. And let me say, I've been listening in to all the conversations, and particularly with Les Brown and Denis Waitley. And I'm like, oh my God, this is phenomenal. Thank you so much for this historic event. And I got to tell you, what lights me up is being able to work with families. I am on a mission. I am on a mission to impact 500,000 individuals and families so that they can monetize their gifts, start their own business, and use the tools of entrepreneurship. That's what lights me up. I'm so excited because it allows them to have transformational wealth. It allows them to build legacy for themselves and their family. And it's not just about financial legacy. Les Brown said it earlier. It's not what we leave our children, it's what you leave in your children. So it is important for families, however you define families, biological, adopted, church families, community families, whatever you define as families, to come together and work together so that you can gain a competitive edge in life.
Wow. Thank you for that, Loretta. What a powerful, powerful expression that you are for this world. Very few people have the qualifications to speak on human potential at the level that Maz Sajjadi has. He is one of the world's foremost authorities when it comes to the science of human potential. So it's very apropos that we invited him to be a part of this historical event where some of the greatest thought leaders are joining with a simple mission to change the planet. And with that, Maz, you are muted. Let's go ahead and make sure you're unmuted, and then we will give you the floor. Go ahead, and the floor is yours, Maz.
Hi, Mo. Thanks for that. Wow, what an introduction. Yeah, so what I'm really proud of is, Mo touched on it, is that, I've literally figured out a method for people to become them. And I know that sounds crazy, but, there's so many people out there, that, if I get successful, then I'll be myself. If I get married, I'll be myself. If I get healthy, I'll be myself. Or some people, if I die, I'll be myself. So that disconnect, that's what I see. And I've had, over 10 years of research on this, and working on over 100,000 client sessions. Nobody can say that they do that. And the reason why I can do that is because my work is through frequencies. It's not about, so this is where it helps psychology. It helps self-improvement. It helps anything that you've done in the past before. This accelerates your space so you can get to higher and higher levels of understanding who you are. And I just want to give an example. So there's, billionaires that come to me, millionaires, billionaires, they come to me and they go, Mas, I've reached the pinnacle of my success, but damn, I'm burnt out. My relationships aren't that great. The wealth that I've accumulated is now become a burden. Why is that? I can help people turn around, and I have helped people turn that around where they actually get to re-enjoy being that entrepreneur that they are, and they still make, the profits that they do. And it all goes down to, again, being that, that human, complete human, where like a 10-year-old girl, they came to me after their last resort. Now, this 10-year-old girl, she was on 6 different medications, 4 different therapists, and they all decided, and this is today's science, by the way, guys. This is today's science on, say, how we improve human. So they all decided that they should put her in a room, again, an insane asylum, and put her in a padded cell and just feed her medications and food. No human interaction. Now, I had a 10-minute session with her, okay? And then a couple sessions afterwards. But within that 10-minute, she was back to her real self. She wasn't like, this girl, she'd break into different personalities. She would like chase after her mother with a knife. That severe. Okay. Now these aren't extreme examples. These are, say, normal, typical situations. Again, like 10-minute sessions, and it's like she's a normal little girl. And that's what I'm really, really proud of, is like when people really identify with who they are and they find themselves. It's just a beautiful gift that you can give to anybody.
Wow, that is so powerful. Thank you for sharing that. When it comes to folks that are making a difference on this planet, these are the kind of thought leaders that are actively making a difference. Okay, not just talking about it, but really transforming lives, really getting into the trenches and doing the work necessary to help humanity. With that, I'm going to step back. Dr. Natalie Forrest, please go ahead and run point and keep the conversation flowing with the two thought leaders that we have here. Rex Sykes, Natalie, the floor is yours. Go ahead and be our moderator.
All right, I'm ready. I love what I just heard. And I think on both sides, Loretta as well as Maz, there's so much to dig down deeper. And of course, we want everybody also to walk away with some actionable items. But before we get there, and I don't like to say but, so I'm going to say and before we get there, let us just get a peek at what do you believe winning means. And by that, Loretta, you were talking about what lights you up and how you work with people. Maz, you were giving a beautiful example on how you also work with frequencies. But what does winning really mean to you? And both of you mentioned your mission. So Loretta, I'm going to throw it down to you first. And I'm saying down because on the picture, you're below me. Okay. So what does winning mean to you?
Great question. So listen, some people will ask me whether or not winning is inherently good. And so this answer might be controversial, but I don't believe winning is inherently good or bad. It's just energy. So energy can be defined as good or bad, light or dark. It depends on how you win. Now, if you step on someone and you say negative things about a person in order to win and for them to lose, that's not winning. That's being self-serving. If you stab someone in the back, that's being self-serving. But the universe is bigger than one individual. And karma can be a big, okay? But winning is defined by you and you alone. So you get to say how life goes. I was listening to the conversation earlier, and there was a question asked about, do you have to fail in order to succeed? And for me, it's, I don't know, it depends. Really, because you'll have one school of thought and they'll say, failure is not an option. We can't fail. And then you have another school of thought that'll say, fail forward. If you fail forward and you figure out where you made the error, you can adjust and keep moving forward. And it's no different than situations and circumstances. It's all about how you choose to approach it, and you get to define for yourself what is winning. So to that, I say, choose wisely, grasshopper. Choose wisely.
Choose wisely, grasshopper. Well, Maz, I think you explained a little bit of what winning means to you via that beautiful example of the girl you just brought and how that makes you feel.
Thank you.
You, of course, have a number of things that you have your fingers on, so to speak, and you mentioned frequencies. So when it comes to frequencies, when it comes to the intelligent science that you use, what does winning mean to you?
Yeah, really good question. And again, I look at the logistics and I look at an outside perspective of winning. So I've had 2 near-death experiences. For those people who don't know me, I've had 2 near-death experiences. So it allows me to say step away, or allowed me to step away from the scope of how we see ourselves here. okay, which is really important. And then we understand why, like Loretta, beautifully said, Loretta, we understand why for some people winning is bad. For example, say that they got a short end of the stick when they were younger, for example, right? And their father always like won over them. Those individuals would deem, right, that child would deem that winning is bad. And that's why they would step away from winning, which really is detrimental to them. Okay. The other aspect of it, again, for the father, it might be good, but did he really win anything? Because now he lost a kid. That makes sense. So where, and these, I want to clarify all these definitions before I give you an example of what it really is, because, you want to get into that science. So it works for all levels. So at the lower levels, I've explained why winning means different situations, but as you ascend, higher into higher and higher levels of consciousness, you get to the top level purpose, or the top level definition, or what I would call the first definition of winning. And that is winning. So are you separating your identity? So I would see your timeless self, your time-bound self. So again, if you want to call it your spirit or your physical presence here, and even if you're atheist, there's a grander version of who you are, the bigger version of who you are. So it all works in all situations. So winning to me is that, what are you doing that is allowing you to get closer and closer and closer so you can merge with oneness? So that's the top level definition of what winning would be to me. So when you get closer and closer and you do those things that you win, okay, to get closer and closer and merge as a oneness, then what happens is that we bypass like, I won, you lost, because as you get closer to yourself, everybody wins. Everybody wins at each level. So that's did that answer the question? Or sometimes I get too sciencey and people go, what the hell did he talk about?
I loved it. Thank you
so that's why.
Yeah. Sometimes you got to bring science in, because otherwise you're going to get accused of being too woo-woo. So I mean, where is that, right?
Right. And then you get different definitions that don't work for a lot of people. That's why, like Loretta was saying, that's why you got to choose wisely, of what winning means. So if you put that definition in all levels, then you don't have to deal with all the, no offense, bullshit that goes around with winning, right?
So I guess we're really talking about the socially conditioned idea of winning, which is a polar opposite, winning or losing, versus the winning of how do I get back to me, which of course is a common thread throughout this this new psychology of winning. And I want to ask a follow-up question for both of you, of course.
Yeah.
Okay, and that is, there may possibly be some people out there who don't know who they are on that inside. They don't know what their essence is, in Dr. Jasmine's word. They don't know how to love themselves. They have been told all their lives that they just need to follow certain rules.
Yeah.
And of course, in this forum today, we're trying to give advice to people. So, Loretta, I'm going to start with you, if I may. How does a person who doesn't even understand that there's more to them win back the path to themselves?
Well, that is a great question, Natalie. And part of that path is being with themselves in meditation, in silence, and just listening to their heart. It starts there. Because oftentimes inspiration will come to you in whispers. There's also, in my estimation, 3 very simple rules to winning. Now, I don't have time today to share all 3, so I will share one. And this is a super important one, and I'm sure Moss would agree with me. In order to win, you must have a high vibrational frequency. Now, there are several things that you can do to do that. You can exercise, you can You have a gratitude journal. I mean, there are a number of different things to get you there. But how do you really know? How do you really know when you are in a high vibrational state? So I look for 3 criteria. The first one is that you have an abundant mindset, not a scarcity mindset. There's enough for everyone to go around. There's enough for you. There's enough for me. No one can take away what's due to you. If you seek it in the universe, that's the key. You got to seek it. So that's one criteria, an abundant mindset. The second criteria I learned from our honoree, Denis Waitley, because he said, stop earning your self-esteem. In his book, he said it's not based on something that you've done. You don't have to prove your worth because it's something that was built in when you were created. That's why I love his book, The Psychology of Winning. So that's the second criteria. The third one is the thought is not the plan. The decision is the plan. And you must follow it with execution. So the bottom line, it sounds simple, but pick a date. Pick a date. It's like drawing a line in the sand. You pick a date. And I want to be very clear here, because some people will attempt to dance around it, and they'll say, well, I'll do X by December 31st. That's too vague. It's not in reality. December 31st will come along and you're not even present to it. You pick a date, you're very specific, you start with the end in mind, you work backwards, and you take those action steps. That's just one simple rule of winning. I have 2 more, but you can connect with me at mamasoulwisdom.com and I can share the rest.
Well, yeah, and we want to give Maz the opportunity to also let us know what he's thinking, right? So, Maz, the ball's in your court.
So what I'm thinking about how to win or what to win, or say that again? Ask me the question again.
No, absolutely. It was a very complex one. I like to sometimes philosophize. I'm German, we have those long sentences, okay? No, I was pretty much asking, the person doesn't know that there is more to them. Right. How do we even get them on the path towards reconnecting to their essence?
Okay, so to reconnect them, and it goes back, and Loretta said a lot of fantastic things. I would give you the mechanics, the 1, 2, 3 steps on how to connect to the deeper level. And I just want to explain where what I do, like in XI, exponential intelligence, is that most people have an actor role in their lives, and that's why they don't know what they're doing. They don't even know why they are acting the role that they're acting. A lot of times it's just hereditary. Over 90%, I would say over 95% of you is literally, a handoff of your parents, and then their parents, and so on and so on. So that's who you've become, and then you go, well, I'm this actor and I'm playing this role, and then people, and this is where people get confused, Natalie. They go, well, why am I playing this role even? And then they play this role, and then they use, like The Psychology of Winning and all those other fantastic books that really are great, like logistics on how to, improve your life. But they're still winning. They're still running that role. So they don't know who they are. So for example, say that you've always been abused or shortchanged, however you want to call it, right? And then you use The Psychology of Winning or anything else, but you're still running that role of say, hey, I'm still abused. I'm still that person that was abused a long time ago. What I want to do for you, and that's what we do here through the 18-day hyper meditations that we allow, which transforms your life in about 18 days, literally 18 days. I give you the director role. I give you that idea that it's like, hey, wait, you know what? I don't want to play this role anymore. Let's change the channel. I want to be this role. where I win in life, where I'm a better version of myself, where I'm not dragging the past behind. That's what I want to do. So it's not about fixing yourself. And that's what most people do when they want to win something. No matter if they want to win the lottery, they want to win, I don't know, that beautiful person that they want to connect with. They want to win that $1 billion, right? They want to make that $1 billion. Sure, they can win that. But if you're playing that same role, you make that $1 billion, and it's like, well, gosh, you're still that same person. So what I'm saying is like, first, for you to win, and I'll give you one simple thing that you can do right away, guys, is that one, let's change the role that you're playing, again, by giving you the director role, so you have a choice. It wasn't just handed down by your parents, right? That DNA mechanism. And then two, and this is what we teach, I'll give you the basics on this, is called what I call spatial referencing. It's very, very simple for you to understand, or for you to win at anything and actually love it. Because a lot of people succeed with their goals and they go, God, I still feel empty. I need to make another goal. Especially when there's a lot of entertainers, they reach their pinnacle of success and then they commit suicide. It's like, how crazy is that from the outside world? Well, they just realized that they didn't win. Literally, it's like, I got the prize, but I didn't get that reward, right? So spatial referencing, and you guys can do it instantly. Spatial referencing is really, really simple. It's literally the mechanics on how to become present. Everybody talks about being present, mindfulness, but how do you do that? It's really simple, and it's about time and space. So all you have to do is like, the door is over to my right, my nose is here. It sounds crazy, but just give it a try. Guys at home, just give it a try. Hey, that door is over there. I'm referencing the door, on my right. The tip of my nose is over here. And you want a spatial reference like three different aspects. The light is over to my left. My forehead is over here. It sounds crazy, but you can do it with all your 5 senses. I'm smelling the food from the kitchen, and it smells really good, by the way. It smells. I don't want to get what we're cooking, but the smell is coming from the kitchen, and my chest is over here. It sounds crazy, but people who've done this have actually gotten off their anti-anxiety medications, because it's about winning to come into that completeness. So if you did that, you'll understand who you are and you win. Most people try winning, again, a person, money, whatever it is, so they can complete them. But in spatial referencing, you complete yourself, you win first, and then making money, having a great relationship, all that becomes really easy because you are who you are. And that's what everything that, no matter what you're doing, you're always trying to define who you are, no matter what it is.
Fascinating. I don't want to hog the questions here, but I do have another one, because we're please go, Loretta. Yes, of course.
I really want to jump in on this, because he talked about getting the prize and you really didn't win. And what it reminded me of is some people believe winning is equivalent to being a perfectionist. And so on the positive side, being perfect could mean being thorough with no errors, or maybe having a great presentation that was well received. But on the negative side, it could also be being in the weeds with minutia, or it could mean like trying to get everything right and then you blow right past your deadline. But here's what I want people to understand, because here's the kicker. If you believe in perfectionism in order to win, then that means no matter how hard you strive to win, it's never going to be enough. You will always believe that it's not enough. And then it starts into, well, if it's not enough, then I'm not good enough. So watch the trap of perfectionism.
I think that is very good advice. Absolutely. And of course, you know, we're trained to be perfectionists because we live in a society, most of us do, in which there is this comparison. So curveball, and I love saying that because I don't play any kind of sports. So here comes a curveball, okay? One of the things that Denis Waitley also talks about is responsibility, taking responsibility for your life, and that teaching your kids responsibility is one of the greatest gifts you can give your kids. So Maz, you were just talking about putting the person in the director's seat, which means you're asking a person to take responsibility for their own lives.
Yes.
How is that going for you?
How's that going for me? Really great, especially with my kids. I've got 6 kids. So
No, I mean,
firsthand.
for people that you work with, because there are people who just don't want to take responsibility, right? But congratulations on the 6 kids. That's awesome.
Oh, thank you. Well, I teach responsibility, and that's why I can have 6 kids and not, you know, and still have hair, I guess, where I haven't pulled my hair out. And no offense to you, Rex.
He did that on purpose today.
Oh, okay. So anyway, yeah. So and that is hard for me because, you know, what I do is through frequency work. So I don't use, you know, again, you know, I use psychology at a different level or NLP or anything out there. I literally create a mirror for them. And this is where responsibility really happens to work well for them. Because again, if you're that actor role, you don't know who you are. You don't know what you're responsible for. And that's really hard. How can you really understand the problem if you don't know what the problem, or how can you understand the solution if you don't know what the problem is? That makes sense to you? So what I do is like, hey, wait a second. I literally, through the frequencies and through the abilities that I've honed, by the way, we all have these abilities and I teach them and I teach you all that. So as they ascend higher, what happens is that their higher version comes up, a better version of themselves, and then their lower version they can see. So now there's 2 identities, which is really cool. And then once they see the weaknesses, they go, oh, you know what? That's mom's patterns, or, you know, I need to work on that. So they take responsibility. So people are really prone, once they have an understanding or a place of strength, to take responsibility. The problem is that if you're not taking responsibility for your life, and I think this is what Denis, I read all his books when I was younger. Thank you for that, Denis, because this is where I've gotten where I've gotten. So when people don't understand the solutions, right, they can't take responsibility, because it's like, well, if I did take responsibility, I wouldn't know what to do with it anyway. But if you give them a choice to go, hey, here's your higher version of who you really are. This is the role that you're playing. So you're giving them another role, a better role. It's like, yeah, you put them in this role, and then they see the inferior role that they were playing, and it's like, yeah, I'm going to take responsibility, not to fix that thing there, because it's not about fixing. What we do is literally about separating. And it's like, I'm going to take a responsibility to be a better version here. And when you are a better version again, and you own that, a lot of your issues that you're responsible for start to resolve themselves in a very high level way. And they don't repeat itself that way. A lot of times people take responsibility for something, but if you've noticed, it keeps repeating the same pattern, whether it's relationships and all that. So this goes to a deeper level of, say, responsibility.
Mm-hmm. Awesome. Loretta, you're like on fire over there?
Denis Waitley said it earlier. He said the man in the mirror is the one who must take the action, and the man in the mirror is the one who is in the way. He said it earlier. So accepting responsibility, I'm going to keep it real simple for you, because I'm Mama Soul Wisdom and I share old school wisdom. Every time you point the finger out at someone, that thumb and those 3 fingers come back at you. So the next time you want to blame someone for your life and things are not going well, take a look in the mirror and first ask yourself that question. What is it that I can do? What is it that triggered me? Oftentimes you'll hear people say, he made me angry or she made me angry. No, you made yourself angry. Sometimes that's hard to admit, actually, even for myself, because there's certain people that trigger me. I'm human, but I have to take a deep breath. I have to pause and say, wait a minute, that person is not making me angry. I must take responsibility for my life, my feelings, my emotions, and my words, and what I choose to say. Because otherwise, then you may wind up saying something that you will regret in the future, and you can't take it back. So there's this old saying, keep your words soft and sweet. You may have to eat them one day.
So I have a question for Maz first off, and then I'll extend that over to Loretta. That is, there may be people who've not read Denis's books who are watching today, or any of the speakers' books, or know your work, or have been to one of your programs. So, what can someone do today, where they are, listening from their vantage point, like I am, or the rest of us on the panel are? What can they do today with your approach? From what you've told us today about taking responsibility and spatial, and learning the spatial differences, how does that help them where they are in this moment? Because they're not coming to your course today; they're here right now. So, what do they need to know the first step? And then the same will apply to you, Loretta, in terms of your approach. Yes.
So, really good question. So, I mentioned spatial referencing.
Yeah.
Again, taking objects, and this will instigate your genius GPS, because we need to know that where we are first before where we can go. So most people don't understand where they are. Okay. And then they think that, well, I want to go, I don't know, I want to go travel to, Paris, if that's your beautiful destination, whatever beautiful destination that you got. But then, you think that you're somewhere else, you think that you're this and you're that and you're all this, and you're not. You're way off course. So even if you won't get to, the desired destination. So spatial referencing, there's a lot of science behind it. It allows you to understand who you are at a much, much deeper level, because it pushes you out of your conscious mind here. It takes you to your higher level where you're observing yourself from a higher presence of who you are. So what that means, if you did spatial reference, you start to understand how you, say, interact with your environment. You start to so again, I'll go through spatial referencing again. The door is over there. My chest is over here. The window's in front of me. My left shoulder is over here. Again, you can do it with all 5 senses. The scent is from the kitchen. My face is over here. So what does that do? It's like, and I should explain that better.
Yes.
What that does is that
I don't mean yes, you should have explained it better. I'm just saying yes, please do.
Yeah. So the reason why you do that, and I think that's why you're asking, right? The reason why you do that is that it focuses in on how you create your reality here. So then you start to see the nuances of how your relationships are working out. It tells you how you actually interact or how you see your environment. So as you spatial reference, you get closer and closer into your pure identity. And as you get closer and closer to your pure identity, you get to go, it's like, oh my God, I just reacted like that towards that person. I didn't even realize that was happening to me. If you've ever noticed, Rex, say you have a habit, right? And then your friends, your close friends and all that tell you that, hey, you know what, Rex, you're doing this. And I'm just giving you as an example. And you're going, no, I'm not. And everybody else goes, yes, you are, right? So when you step away and you spatial reference, you get to see the filter that you're running life from, and that's the coolest thing ever, guys.
So can I ask on top of that, just for clarity?
Absolutely.
If somebody were at home and they now go, oh wow, this is cool, I want to try this. How long do they do this? I mean, you've given 3 or 4 examples, said you could do it with 5 minutes. Do they spend 20 minutes, 5 seconds, an hour?
Well, once it takes, cognitive, say, energy, to do it, just give it a try. Again, let's just do it right now. Look what's in front of you, okay? And pay attention to your chest. Just notice the object outside of you, and then notice your chest. So what's in front of you, notice your chest. What's over to the right, notice your forehead. What's over to the left, notice the back of your neck. So if you kept doing that, and again, some of you, and again, comment in, guys, if you did that, you'd probably feel calmer right away. But so for most people, if you did that just, every so often, it'll like center you. It becomes automatic in a very short time.
See, this is beautiful, because now we kind of got to, it'll be centering, and it can calm you, and we know the reason to do it. I mean, I guess
Absolutely.
that's what yeah, no, that's very good. I appreciate that kindly. And thank you much. And Loretta, for you, the same kind of question applies. How can people right now apply? You said, I've got 3 steps. I'm going to give you one. How can they apply that right now in their life, so that when this panel is done, they can do something to make a positive change for themselves?
Absolutely. So I recommend the following things. There's a powerful 2-word phrase that would allow you to accept responsibility. And that 2-word phrase is, I am, and fill in the blank. And if you practice saying that, I am a leader, I am powerful, I am full of gratitude, I am joy, I am life, I am love, I am an awesome parent. Use that 2-word I am phrase and fill in the blank, and it will allow you to begin to accept responsibility for where you are right now. The second thing that I would recommend, and is actually the second of my simple rules to winning, is participate in gratitude. Because when you participate in gratitude, you learn very quickly the things that you have in life, what you are grateful for, and you become responsible for your surroundings. It's also part of your higher vibrational frequency. I had the privilege of writing a chapter in an Amazon bestseller. It's called Women Gone Wild, The Feminine Guide to Fearless Living. And there were 22 powerful women who collaborated on this women's empowerment book. And I had the opportunity to write a chapter on giving gratitude. It is most powerful because it helps you to accept responsibility, and it helps you to appreciate what you have in life right here, right now, so that you can continue to move forward.
Thank you. Wow, what a fascinating discussion with 2 really incredible people, don't you think, Dr. Natalie?
Well, I just love how Loretta used gratitude, and I'm thinking Clubhouse, Rex Sykes. That just popped into my head. I do think this is an amazing conversation, and what I love about it is that we're having the science mixed in with real life, because they are connected. It's not like science is over here, woo-woo is over here, and the rest is over here. It actually is all connected because it's all whole. And as long as we're open to it, there are so many options. I love what you said earlier, Maz, that, there are all these books out there. And I think, Loretta, you mentioned it too, and it's great to read them. You still need to figure out what works for you, what's your best way. And so, whether it's XI or whether it is, with an extra portion of love, the important thing is, if I'm hearing you right, contradict me if I didn't, that winning really means you are you and the perfect version of you. Did I get that about right, Maz?
Absolutely. Yeah, you're always striving to win or get as close to that perfect version of you as you can. That's what winning is.
You agree to that too, Loretta?
Absolutely. And let me just take the opportunity to say I've been able to have the privilege of spending time with Maz. He has a true gift with combining the science, the high frequency, being able to see things that you couldn't see about yourself before. And I just really appreciate who he is as a thought leader, as an individual, and a true gift. So it's been an honor and privilege sharing this conversation with you today, Maz. You're awesome.
Oh,
but you already know how I feel about you.
Oh, no. Well, yeah, we spent some time together, and it was just such great synergy. So thanks for that. Yeah, one of my, I guess, biggest gifts through the 2 near-death experiences. By the way, you don't have to have a near-death experience to, have gifts like mine. That's what I teach.
Thank you for that. Thank you. That's a win. That's a win.
Yes, it's like, hey, I learned this. Let me teach you. It's like, hey, you don't have to go through that, which is really good. Is literally focusing in on like honing. So anybody, it's like a lot of times I get parents. It's like, I can read or analyze exactly the pattern, the one pattern, or what I call algorithm, that's going on with you that's destroying your whole life. Mm-hmm. And then not only see it, but then help you say re-render it or rewire your genetic makeup to change it. That's why I say it's not about fixing things, it's about changing the channel for you, right? Oh. And then whatever you do on top, whether it's psychology or whether it's love and all that stuff, when you're, say, settled to a completeness, any of those things that you gravitate to is gonna help you even at an exponential level.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Yeah. And I gotta ask this question because I just can't help myself. On the one hand, we're talking about winning, we're talking about not saying winning versus losing, and then we're using term like best, better. Mm-hmm. And that's sort of like, for me, that doesn't go together because, I'm not going to apologize, but I believe we're always perfect exactly where we are because that's where we're learning. Mm-hmm. So how can I become a better version of me if I'm already perfect?
That's really simple. If you think about the logistics or how you render yourself here, and again, it gets a little sciencey, so I'll try to make it simple. So your highest version is perfect. We can never forget that. That's perfect. Where you are today, the rendering or the experiences that you're having, not so perfect. So it goes back to what I said earlier. It's like, so being a better version is like, how close can I get back to home? Does that make sense to you? That's why you're perfect here. You're perfect as you are. But if you have a lot of challenges in your life, if you have illnesses in your life, if you have all those things, sure, you're perfect at the rendering where you are. That's where you're supposed to be. But if you awakened, you're perfect. Imagine this, Natalie, let's make it simple. If you identified yourself as pure spirit, would you have any limits?
No, of course not.
Okay. Would you have any sort of lack?
Of course not.
Okay. Would you have any, would you have to sacrifice one thing for the other?
Of course not, which is why we always use the word and instead of but.
Yes, exactly. So that limitless self. So that's you, that's in your perfect version. So again, how many of you in your life have lack? And all those things, limitations and all those things. So that's the perfect version that you're rendering yourself in this reality or in the matrix, but is there another version, an upgraded version, version 1, version 2, version 3, version 4? So that's the whole, if you've ever wondered what the journey of life is about or the meaning of life is literally, and for you, Natalie, is where you get to be that perfect version of your spirit or your highest self in living form. So that would be like perfection to me.
Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, this is
too, as well, that human beings are designed to be imperfectly perfect.
Yep.
Right? And so
absolutely,
if you keep it simple, we've all heard the term my personal best. And I can think of a lot of things that I did in the past in the beginning. I really sucked at in the beginning, but you just keep at it. So it's okay to be where you are at this point in time and realize that as human beings, we're all designed to be imperfectly perfect.
Yeah. You just don't want to stay there because there's a better version of you. The next version is a lot better.
This is such a powerful dialogue. Such a powerful, powerful dialogue, ladies and gentlemen. This is the new Psychology of Winning tour with Denis Waitley and special guests. And we've even tackled the meaning of life on this tour. Okay. And so there's nothing we have not tackled. And with that, we're going to go ahead and have our two speakers have the full floor to share their final thoughts for the audience, about 2 to 3 minutes long, until we go to our next group of thought leaders. Let's start with you, Loretta. Final words of wisdom for the audience. Floor is yours.
Oh, thank you so much. This has been a phenomenal experience, and I have loved every minute listening to all of the speakers, listen to the icons of Les Brown and Denis Waitley. It's just been phenomenal. But I want to share one of my favorite Denis Waitley quotes. And he says, "It takes intelligence to know other people, but it takes wisdom to know myself." And so it's really just like putting the oxygen mask on first before you help others. To know thyself, you must be willing to laugh at yourself, take risks, give yourself some grace while you're taking those risks, not be attached to the outcome, and you just want to keep moving forward, because success is an inside job. If you shift your thoughts, if you shift your context, the whole world is yours. And don't just do it for yourself, do it for your family. Yes, winning must be defined by you alone, but you don't have to go it alone. So my name is Loretta Wetzel, also known as Mama Soul Wisdom, sharing old school wisdom for a new generation. I also have a podcast. I have a podcast called I Am Love Movement, where I interview entrepreneurs and parents who have triumphed over tragedy using love, acceptance, and forgiveness. If you want to find out more information about me, you can just go to my website at mamasoulwisdom.com.
mamasoulwisdom.com, ladies and gentlemen. Everybody go there and check out more of this incredible dynamic soul. And we're going to hear now from, in my opinion, one of the world's foremost authorities when it comes to the science of personal achievement. What I appreciate about the work of Maz is that he has a practical application, right? As they say, you can't eat philosophy. But when there's a science and a step-by-step approach, I can appreciate that. So final words for our audience. Maz, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Mo. And thanks for that intro. Again, guys, there's a lot of philosophies out there. There's a lot of, feel-good stuff out there. But if you look at the world, if you look at your life, why is your life still the way it is? And I think even like with Denis, and Brian Tracy and all those fantastic people that have, say, made the steps for this type of technology or this type of wisdom to come by. I thank you all for that. So this is the next level of where we're going. It's literally the future of, say, psychology, self-improvement, health. In fact, Einstein said that the future of medicine is the future of frequencies. And they're pouring billions and billions and billions of dollars on studying frequencies. Well, with XI, the future is here. The future is now. And that's how cool it is. We're so far advanced that even, the latest, I forgot his name, Peter Diamandis. Again, he's spending billions of dollars understanding frequencies and how, frequency therapies can help you with health and all that. But if you understand frequencies at a deeper level, it's not about fixing things. Again, it's about changing the channel. People get younger. People don't have to age People don't have to age like their parents do. People don't have to get ill like their parents do. People don't have to get into the relationships like, what we've done in today's society. Again, if you look at society and history, we tend to keep repeating the same patterns over and over again. What you did might be a little different than your parents, but the end results is the same. Again, look at your life, look at history. Why are we doing that? Because some of the techniques and so on like that, although they brought us to this level, it's really, really time to move on to that higher level. And that's why, again, offer exponential intelligence. And like Mo was saying, I literally give you the 1, 2, 3 steps. And it's so easy for you to transform your life in ways that you don't even believe that can happen. Like aging younger. And there's a lot of science that's coming, a lot of research coming, because a lot of people are wanting to study my abilities that we all have. Is that, and I'll give you one example, is that women, for example, again, tons, not just 1 or 2, but a lot of women, they're in their 60s, they're past their menstruation cycles, and it gets a little too detailed, but they start to get younger and younger and younger, so much so that they start to, again, menstruate again, a sign of youthfulness. That's not known out there, right? We can literally go back to that. How do we do that? Again, through frequencies. And I made it really simple, like Mo said. So through the 18-day meditations, for example, if you listen through the 18 days, it would take you through 3 phases: understanding who your pure potential is, your limitless self, walking away from that distorted version, although you're perfect where you are, again, walking away from that, and then applying tools, behavior methods, psychology, anything like that we need to, again, instill that within you. So learning psychology, learning whatever that out there, it makes it a lot easier for you. So I recommend just going to massajati.com. You can see it on my logo there, massajati.com, to understand, again, the 1, 2, 3 steps on being your best possible version. And thank you, Mo.
Thank you so much, sir, for being one of our thought leaders. Thank you, Mama Soul Wisdom, Loretta Wetzel, for being one of our thought leaders. And until next time, we appreciate all of the work that you guys are doing to help make this world a better place. And we are ready. Thank you. And we are ready now to introduce our next group of folks. Dr. Natalie Forrest will be bowing out. We will see you next time, Dr. Natalie Forrest. You are going to be returning soon, but let's bring back in Adora Crystal Evans. And welcome back, Adora. Real quick, what kind of feedback can you give us about that last panel? I mean, me personally, I was really blown away with the last 2 panels, but especially the depth of vision and the specific approach of what it takes to be a winner, which I'm a big fan of, right? You can't go to the bank and write philosophy on a deposit slip. I love it as a conversation, but I'm all about practical application, and that's what we're getting from these handpicked thought leaders. Adora, how excited have you been so far, and how excited are you for the next panel?
I'm so excited. I was just blown away by our last panels of speakers. I mean, they truly are the up-and-coming thought leaders, and this is where elevation happens. A lot of times leaders and entrepreneurs put themselves in a room where they're working and wearing all these hats, but it's in these rooms that we get elevated to the next level, that we think things that are aligned and different. So I'm just so excited, and I loved the practical. Yeah, it's all great.
I appreciate that, and absolutely, I agree with you. So let's go ahead and roll in the next group of thought leaders. I'm excited because what I know about these 3 remarkable souls is that all of them are making an impact on the planet. Every single day, they are making this world a better place. Whether it's Mark Boldazar, whether it's Blair, whether it's Amy Jacobs. Each of them were invited because they are a living example of what it means to be a winner. And with that, we're going to start by giving each of you guys the full floor. I think by now you guys know the drill, to speak on what is it about your work that you're proudest of. And then we're going to go into a natural conversation. Let's go ahead and start with you, Blair. What is it that you are so proudest of when it comes to the impact that you're making with your work? The floor is yours.
Great question, Mo. Hi, everyone. I'm Blair Kaplan-Venables. I'm the president of Blair Kaplan Communications. I'm a social media marketing expert. I'm the founder of the I Am Resilient Project, and I'm a daughter of a man who lives with addiction. And during our session today, you're going to learn how I strengthen my resilience muscle, which is what I'm most proud of. It's the legacy that I'm leaving. A high level story, because yes, social media, I'm a pioneer in the industry, but my social media experience has played into how I've built the I Am Resilient community. And it's a community where people share stories and read stories of resilience to overcome their greatest challenges. My father lives with addiction. As a little girl, I was very close with him. And when I was 7, my parents divorced. He was in and out of my life. No one talked to me about what was going on. I didn't know he was sick. I thought he stopped loving me. I grew up with lots of anger and frustration. And in my 20s, I was gifted the chance to go to the Landmark Forum. And I was given the tools to forgive my father. So in my 20s, I got to start a new relationship with my dad. And when that happened, he came to start to come visit me in Vancouver. I'm from Winnipeg, Manitoba. He got to walk me down the aisle, and we, got to develop this relationship. At the end of 2018, we learned he was terminally ill. To this day, he's still with us, but it really shook me. And so we started sharing our story about forgiveness, resilience, and addiction, and it was helping people. And we thought, let's create a book. Let's gather stories of resilience. Let's have events. Let's tell our story, and let's help people, because people were saying, wow, I heard your story and I went to therapy, or I forgave my parents, or I used what you said with one of my students who battles addiction. And so I realized that my story with my father is a legacy piece. And since learning all this news, I'm just going to give you a quick background. And then throughout this chat, you're going to hear how my resilience muscle strengthened. At the end of 2018 is when I learned this. Since then, I've lost my grandfather. I was in a car accident and got a concussion on the way home from his funeral. My husband had a heart attack and quadruple bypass surgery. I had a miscarriage after trying to get pregnant for a while and was told I would have challenges. 3 weeks after the miscarriage, we suddenly lost my father-in-law to cancer, a very short battle. And 3 months later, we lost my mother to a very short battle with cancer. That has been my last few years. And during this time, my business has been the most successful it has ever been. And I'm honored to be here to share that story, those secrets on how to strengthen your resilience muscle. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Blair. And as this audience can see, this handpicked group of thought leaders has a lot to bring to the table. So I'm excited for this conversation. Mr. Mark Boldazar, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Mo and Adora, for having me here. It's great to be with Amy and Blair. And, I'm going to start a little bit different with what I'm most proud of. And I say this often when I'm in groups. There's one job that I have, if I have to do right in this world, and it's raising my 2 daughters with my wife. So I'm most proud that we've raised 2 independently strong young women who are now following their dreams and their path in college. And they're the backdrop, and you'll hear them woven into kind of the whole. But along that way, what I'm really most proud of that I've brought forward is, like a lot of people, I'm passionate about the law of attraction. And when I first came to learn about the law of attraction, I learned about it by watching The Secret, reading books like Think and Grow Rich. And there's a lot, Dennis and others who were in The Secret. But as a scientist, the one thing that I felt like I needed one more step was the how-to. So I really started to experiment using my training as a scientist. And, I'm talking science. It's hard to follow Moss. Moss is, he's brilliant. We have some great conversations. But I wanted to break it down in a way at which, and I see my daughter commenting there, it is, I wanted to break it down in a way that made it accessible to people in a more formulaic way. So you could go from kind of the woo world to the science. And what I was experimenting with the little stuff like people do, like, hey, a parking space and all that. And then I really upped my game one day when Michaela, my oldest daughter, one day I'm in the corporate world and I'm miserably successful, right? Dennis talked earlier about, if you're winning, your family should be winning. Everybody should be winning. But I was miserable, right? I had a 6-figure job, high level leadership position, but I would come home worn out, tired, irritable. And who bore the brunt of that? My family. So I made a lot of mistakes. So one night at dinner, my oldest daughter, Michaela, said, hey, Dad, if you're so miserable, why don't you just go do something you love? And I first rattled off all those reasons I couldn't do it. Well, you're going to be going to college and I'm going to need, we need healthcare and we need to pay for the mortgage, right? But then I said, you know what? You're right. And that's when I became serious about really taking my experimentation with the law of attraction to the next level. And when I was doing that, I didn't want to just do it for me and for my family. I wanted to do it in a way at which I could build on what people like Denis Waitley and others were teaching, right? I wanted to bring something new to the party. And what I'm most proud of is the book that I co-authored with Takara Sheeler, Unleash Your Future, is really bringing that formula, now making it available to everyone so that you have a framework. And I think about it as a frame of a house at which you can understand this incredible power you have, that we all have, to create our futures. And unleash your future means the only place you can unleash your future is in the now, what we're doing now. And everybody that's here is making an incredibly positive use of their time by being in this event, because there's so much they're going to learn that they can apply now.
Thank you for that, Mark Boldazar. I'm excited, guys. I'm excited. This is going to be incredible. And up next is the incredible Amy Jacobs. Amy Jacobs, I'm excited. Look at that. Adora's, you haven't even started speaking, Amy, and Adora's already excited. Amy, please, the floor is yours.
Wait, Mo, wait. First, I have to say, I was just crying with the comments from your daughter up there, Mark. Like, I was going to request, please take it down, or I'm going to keep calling. And Amy is someone that I've known 20 years, and I have watched her come through so many things. My daughter was born in her home, you guys. So, Mo, I had to jump in, and I'm so excited. So, Amy, the floor is yours.
What a blessing, Adora. Thank you so much for having me here. And thank you, Mo and Denis Waitley and Les Brown and Forbes Riley and Joe Vitale. You guys have just like touched my heart all day long. And it's all, my journey all started with you. And my journey started actually with Adora about 20 years ago. And Adora saved my life. She really, truly did. And without her, I wouldn't be where I am. I've been a single mom all my life of two beautiful boys. And I went down a dark path of just not being happy in my life. And I met Adora, and, you know, she came into my life. And then I stepped into another level of leadership, and I stepped into self-development, think and grow rich, how to win friends and influence people and family and lives. And, and so over the years, as I raised my boys on my own, with the help of my mother and the beautiful friendships that I've had and I've curated, I started out as an entrepreneur. I got into entrepreneurship because working for myself seems so much better than working for the person where I had to show up and collect and you know, just collect a check. So from there, I started my own company, and I started that company with Adora at the Napoleon Hill Foundation. And the name of that company is Give Me a Break, because I wanted to work with entrepreneurs. And if I didn't have the money, I figured that if I surrounded myself with the people that made it, that curated it, then I would become that. I would step into, like, if I didn't have the money, then I was going to find a way to be around it, so that way it manifested itself in me. And then from there, I became a real estate agent, and I've been in real estate and relocation since 2012. Your goals now. One of the biggest things in life that I believe in is self-confidence and accomplishing your goals. And I believe that if we don't accomplish the goals and the things that we say that we set out to create, then we're letting ourselves down. So I believe that accomplishing your goals, I wrote a journal. I've been working on it for 15 years. And so here I am today, stepping up, living my life, and I can't wait to share what's next. And I'm so excited to be here.
Awesome. I was waiting for Mo. Sorry. Yeah. Thanks. That's amazing. So you guys are all up to things and have this resilient theme in common, which I love so much. Blair, talking about resilience and talking about, I think of that phrase, it's the best of times and it's the worst of times. Like, wow, what do you have to say? Because a lot of people are living their own version of that. So how do we step into the best of ourselves, even when the pandemic, even when on top of the pandemic, there's more happening?
I love that question. I think we should start by defining resilience. Until recently, I was defining resilience as the ability to bounce back. But to bounce back to what? So I define resilience as the ability to bounce forward, to come back from a difficult challenge or difficult time, have those lessons, that grit, that experience, and move forward in life as that new version of yourself. And I think it's about showing up. And I have a really, really quick story. Yesterday, I was driving from where I live to where I am right now, 4 hours, and I got in a car accident. I was at the end of a car pileup, a multi-car pileup on the highway. And I don't know how I walked away from that, but at the very last minute, my manager turned my wheel and I ended up in a grassy ditch on a 90-degree angle. And everyone was like, I'm sorry you're having such a bad day. And I was like, I'm having a great day. I'm alive. So I think, perspective is really important, because the other two people in the accident, their cars are not okay and they're probably sore today. And I feel like there was an angel with me. Maybe it was my mother who somehow got me out of harm's way. And I wouldn't have shown up here. I wouldn't have been able to be here to share my message. And I think because I'm showing up authentically and I'm vulnerable and I show my resilience, I show the good, I show the bad, and you're able to see what I'm doing and building while having such adversity, is the key to being resilient. And a lot of people put on this fake front or they only show the good, but we are whole human beings. So show up.
Yeah, that's huge. The authentic, show us both. And really, if there's anything we're getting here, including the conversation with Les and Dennis sharing, what they would have done more of and things like that, is that we're all human beings and we're in this journey and we're the same. No one is less, no one is more. And if you're in the game, all good games have falls. And I'm not speaking that over us, but I'm just saying it's normal. We keep our vision on where we're going, and that's awesome. Thank you. And Mark, I love so much your connection to your daughter, first of all, and your children and wife, and this brave move prompted by your daughter to get out there and follow your real life path and bridging the conversation between science and spirituality. So as we're talking about winning, how do we bring science and spirituality together? What do you want to share about that?
Well, I think it's been touched on a couple of times, but first I want to say, like, Blair's resilience. I talked to Blair last night after she got to her site, and it was like she's just beaming, happy, like that things come, right? And winning is you're always moving forward. But winning, and when you bring science and spirituality together, I live in this world where they're not different. Like, people say, well, you're very science, but I'm also very metaphysical. I'm also very spiritual. Where's the line? I mean, the Dalai Lama wrote a book about the convergence of science and spirituality. So I really feel like I live in that convergence, right? So, but people speak different languages, right? So you can speak with your science mind, or you can speak more with your metaphysical or spiritual mind. And what I felt like, because from the time I was little, I always wanted to know how things work. I drove my mother nuts. I would never just do something without wanting to know all the particulars about why. And my family's probably laughing today because I drive them nuts with the same things, right? But I wanted to know how things work. So with the law of attraction and creating, I really felt like what I could uniquely bring, that I was here to bring, was the piece that made the science and spirituality come together, so that you could bring this together. But I led with the science piece. The power of the book is that I asked my co-author Takara Sheeler to write together, is the book is running in two paths where you can see this metaphysical path or the more science path that I take, and we all end up in the same place because they're all a piece. But I felt like what I wanted to add was that little bit of a recipe so that those who are coming, that law, we've heard people talk about the naysayers, the law is this or that. Well, like I just put out a simple way, and I like to think about the law less of a law of attraction and more of a transformation of energy. Thought is energy, and the matter of our experiences become energy, and it's a transformation, and our job is to program it. And I just wanted to lay it out in the simple form so that you can understand how to program. And where it ties into winning is whatever you define it to be.
True.
I wasn't winning when I was living in the corporate world, coming home miserable, and my family certainly wasn't winning, right? So to that motivation to say, okay, well, this is real, and if it's real, I can stop just worrying about parking spaces. Like, who cares about that? But at some point you have to move beyond the parking space. So I moved on to changing my life for the better. And now I'm living in this world where, that IRS time, right? Now, like, one of the things when I left the corporate world, I did not miss then one of my oldest daughter's field hockey games and not one swim meet of my younger daughter. That is wealth, right? I feel like today I'm the wealthiest man on the face of the earth.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Mark. I'm going to ask one more question, then I'll hand it to you, Rex. Okay. So, Amy, when it comes to, I've watched you personally elevate your life again and again and again, going from your fiance passing away in your arms to Landmark Forum to all the seminars and all the events to building your own successful real estate business plus your VA business. And now writing your book finally. Yeah. And so what do you want to say to people who are going, well, I have a dream, I have a goal, but I'm not ready? Because I heard that out of your mouth so much. Are you sure I'm ready? Right. And your evidence that, yeah, it doesn't have to look like you feel ready. Right. What do you have to say about that?
Let me dry my tears. I'm so happy. I've had to work really hard. And I believe that if you work hard in life, you can accomplish your goals, and you just get to stay focused on them and never give up on you. And I think that's the one thing. As a matter of fact, I know that's the one thing for me that has created your goals now, is because it's about staying focused on what you're passionate about. I'm passionate about writing a journal. I'm passionate about people living their dreams. I'm passionate about women believing that they matter and that their voices matter. And being totally unstoppable, fearless, and chance taking, and knowing that I get to stand for women, men and women who don't believe in themselves and who don't believe that their voices matter. And I believe that we get to win every single day because we say so.
That's so awesome. And Rex, before I hand it to you and those in the audience, like, how big of a deal is it that, really winning is a choice again and again? And some days it takes putting yourself back on the track more, like multiple times, right? And some days you just wake up beaming no matter what happened, like Blair. Jeez, that's awesome. Thank you so much, Amy. Put it in the chat if you're getting that, because that is one of the biggest stealers, or the dream stealers, is like, hey, you're not ready yet. Oh, once you get it all worked out, and it's BS. And I hope you're getting that message. All right, Rex, it's your turn to ask questions.
Wow, what a wonderful discussion that you're all having. I mean, the questions you're asking, Dora, are fabulous, and what marvelous answers and what great life experiences. I want to make a comment before I ask a question, but the first thing is, I think that the problem that we have so often is that the word winning implies somehow losing, or it at least infers it, that someone wins and someone loses, and that's our culture. And it may be global, but that's our culture. So we don't really have anything other than say, I'll win and you win, as a way of describing that. So I'm not always sure that the word winning is the best of our choices, but it's the word that we're using. I'm going to agree with you, Mark. I never missed a game or an event of my son or my daughters all the while they were from school, through school. Now that they're adults, it's another story. But growing up, I consider that winning, or I consider that success, or I consider that happy. So when it comes to let's pick other words than just winning, because what we want to do is live our life fulfilled. I would imagine we want to live with the right connections, or not. And even the word right is a difficult word. We want to live with those connections that are meaningful to us and meaningful to other people. We want to feel fulfilled in what we do, and productive, creative, passionate about things. So what other words might we choose? First off, not to replace the word winning, but to give more substance to what we're talking about, and then inside what you do or in how you approach this, so that other people too can then say, you know what, that's important to me. I'd like to be able to do more of that, or I'm already doing that. So I'll first just ask Amy, and then we'll go back around.
So thank you, Rex, and thank you so much for being here today, and with these awesome questions. I've been listening to them all afternoon. I'm like, oh my gosh. I think winning is also about having that intellect, that intuitiveness, that you just know how to be with people and how to be transparent with people. I think that's winning, creating connection and meaningful and strong, powerful relationships.
So good. Hear you.
I believe that it's like we are what we most think about, right? So if I constantly think I can't do this, I'm not going to do it, right? What we think about, we bring about. So that's the one thing that, I've always learned from Napoleon Hill and some of the great speakers, Jim Rohn, is that we have to set a direction. And I think that's important. It's winning. Yeah, we can all go win, but it's how we feel inside. That's the win for me.
Excellent. Thank you. And we'll go to Mark.
Well, first, I get to continue. Tomorrow is going to be a really interesting day because I get to continue to watch my kids, my daughter swim, and she's swimming in a meet at the Naval Academy, which I thought is such a great tie here is that, Dennis was a graduate of the Naval Academy. So I'm watching the meet. I'll also be watching this here tomorrow from the Naval Academy. So I'm feeling like I'm following in the footsteps of Dennis, which is great. But Rex, the word I like to use in combination or in place of times of winning is success, right? Because success is a word that it's not like when the language of winning is sometimes, as you say, people too often, if you don't have the abundance mindset, winning means somebody else is losing. And that's not really how it works. But success is what you define it to be. And really what I find is almost from the beginning is because it's an inside job, as Loretta was saying earlier, success has to be defined by you. But too often people start marching off to the future. So what is success? So it's like getting in your car and not telling GPS where you want to go. You're going to be driving all over and you might end up at success, but you may end up in a dark alley, right? So you first defining what winning is for you, which is personal, defining what success is. And then what I try to put out in a more formulaic way is here's the way that it works, no matter what your definition is, right? This is the way that will get you here. This GPS, this simple but powerful formula will get you there. But you first have to determine what your level of success is. And I think I talk about this a lot too. You have to watch out for identity theft, because too often we are living someone else's dream. When I was in the corporate world, I was living not my dream. I was living a dream that I allowed to program in. And then when I became conscious and intentional and said, wait a second, this isn't what I want. I want this life that I'm living now. And when you decide you want it, there's all these amazing people showing you how to go get it and showing you their examples. There's no limitations. The only limitations we put on that is on ourselves. So success, and that's why the website we have, the newscienceofsuccess.com, is termed that, because there's success and there's a new science and a way to achieve that.
All right, and thank you. And then finally, but not last but not least, is Blair.
Hello. Mark, I love that because it's interesting. So I started a podcast with my business bestie, Teresa Lambert, and it's called Dissecting Success. And it was a passion project because we were having these conversations about what is success. And I agree with you, Mark, that another word for winning could be success, but I think it's a feeling, it's not an action. And we've interviewed over, I think, around 50 people so far, and I'd love to have everyone on as a guest, so reach out to me. But Dissecting Success really showed me that success is it's the journey, it's not the destination. Because as an entrepreneur who has literally been an entrepreneur since I was 12, like I had my mom sign up for Avon and I went door to door selling lipstick so I can afford my own makeup. I literally have it pulsing through my veins, which is what I named my book, Pulsing Through My Veins, Raw and Real Stories from an Entrepreneur. I really learned that as soon as I achieve something, it's not enough. I want something more. So it's like you get this thing, you get to this destination, this win, this success, but it's not enough. So it's a feeling, and there's no destination for winning. It's the journey. And I invite everyone to take the journey, set some goals and write them down and go get it.
That's so awesome. So to add to what you all are saying here, Mark, Dennis calls what you're calling the GPS, the goal positioning system, so that you're setting it in your GPS and following it, which I love so much. And Blair, he often says that success is more like a toll road that you keep paying your dues. It's not a destination that you arrive, you get to one place. And that's why it's so important that we figure out what is meaningful for us, what is success for us, because when you get to that place, it can feel really empty if it's based on just getting to the place or significance, or I'll arrive or I'll be something once I've arrived there. So creating meaning, like you've all talked about, and knowing where you want to go, Amy, like you talked about, is huge to this. And Amy, you were raising your hand. What did you want to say? You're muted.
Mm-hmm. I wanted to piggyback off of Blair and Mark both, because it's the journey, right? And also it's who we become through that journey. Right. So if we might have some pit stops along the way, and we might have some falls, and we might have some wins and some successes and another drop. But guess what? Through that journey, we become, we grow through that journey. So it's who we become, I believe, along the way of that journey.
Yeah, it's wild. We hear it our whole lives, but then when it happens, you're like, oh my gosh, it does work. What they were saying was true. This is my life. This is what I wrote down. Right. I saw Mark and Blair laugh.
I just want to share something really quickly. Do I have time?
I believe so. I was just going to look at the schedule. Go ahead.
Super fast story.
Yeah.
So like I said, my mother passed away. So my sister and I were packing up our childhood home, and my mom kept everything. And I found a whole bunch of journals from when I was a little girl. And it was like, I want to be a published author one day. Do you think I'll ever publish a book? Totally forgot about all those goals. And I published a book. And then a year later found all these journals. And so it works. Goal setting works. Even if you don't know you're doing it, your words have so much meaning. So
yes. We are in the last 10 minutes, so that's where you each get the floor equally. And Rex, I think you're smoother at those, putting them big and making. So if you'll help me with that, that'd be amazing.
Help you with that. I gotta find them. They're not in my.
Okay, I got you. I'll figure it out.
I got it. So Blair was talking. Let's just continue with Blair, and you keep the time, Adora.
So at the beginning, I shared that I've discovered the secrets to resilience. So I think this is a really good point to, where I want to share what they are, because there's no harm in strengthening your resilience muscle. The best time to do it is before you actually need it. And so these are the 5 ways that have really worked for me. 1, I practice gratitude. I set my gratitude alarm to go off every day at 9 o'clock on my phone. And I've been doing this for over 5 years. Science proves that it changes the neural pathways in your brain. So you can see the world in a more positive way if you list gratitude, like 3 things you're grateful for every day at the same time and every day consecutively. It works. I make sure I fuel my body. I'm coming up to 3 years sober with no alcohol. I watch what I put in my body. I watch what I, digest with the news and with content on the internet. Sleep is a priority. Sleep, if you don't have a lack of sleep, it, increases anxiety, and anxiety increases the ability to not sleep. So sleep is so important. Make sure you get outside. There's science that shows that this improves health and mood. And make sure you can tell your story. Get a therapist, tell a friend, write it in a journal, tell it to your partner, or you can submit it in a community forum like the I'm Resilient project at imresilient.info. And I just invite everyone to come read and share stories of resilience. And I just want to say, if you are interested in getting a free digital copy of the I'm Resilient project's first book, the Resilience book, send me a message. Go to my website in the tag below, blairkaplan.ca. Send me an email or a DM, any way you prefer to communicate, with the word resilient, and I'll make sure I get you a copy of our book for free in the digital form. And I just want to ask you, if you were able to forgive someone in your life that really hurt you, how would your life be different? Thank you.
Wow, that was really, really wonderful. And so we're going to go to Mark right now. I'm just going to piggyback.
So, for me, the message in the end here is you don't need to settle, right? And I think we're at this time in history now called the Great Resignation period, right? Where people they found in the pandemic that, maybe they were working from home or they weren't working for a while, and they found this place that there's more than just showing up at a job every day and, spending hour after hour. I was reading a study the other day, and there were like 80% of the people were saying they have too much work and not enough time. So there's this poverty of time, and you can't have that time available to you to live your life and be present for those that are important to you when you don't have that time. So you don't have to settle in this. And oftentimes you don't have to be fearful of taking the first step. So as a scientist, not every experiment you try works out. But resilience, when I hear Blair talk about resilience is you take a step and maybe it didn't work out the way you wanted, but then you learn and you take another step and you grow. And you can grow your way to this big life that you really dream of, but you don't think is possible. I had so often in my science world, people would come and say, hey, we just ran an experiment. We didn't get the result. We thought that's a bad experiment. I'm like, well, if I knew what the result was, we wouldn't have been running an experiment, right? So life's one really big grand experiment. When you know how it works, which, as I said, I laid out the formula with Takara in the book, you can use it as the framework to guide your experiments, to go from, hey, if you're not happy, and dissatisfaction isn't necessarily a bad thing. It's a great motivator to get you moving towards change. You just have to start the process. Use the formula. Program and reprogram the universe. Our programs that we program into the law of attraction are threefold. They're your thought, which is that focus and what you need to decide on. It's the personal belief that experience is available and it can happen. And I believe it can happen in my life. And then it's the energy and the passion you put into it, right? So if you're living not your dream now, you probably don't have the energy and passion for that. So focus on what you want. Believe that it's yours because it's a universal law. Trust it. And then you fuel it with the passion and energy of that anticipation of what it's going to feel like. And for me, what drove me from my journey from the corporate world to this world I'm in now, I had one vision in my mind. It wasn't what the job was. It wasn't the money. It was the first Monday morning when I woke up and I didn't have to go to work and I could just do what I wanted. And that first Monday morning, it was a beautiful sunny morning in October. And I sat there with a cup of coffee and said, I made it to where I wanted to be.
Oh, that's fantastic. And now we'll go to Amy.
So, my message is, we often think that we're not smart enough, we're not sharp enough, we don't have enough money, we're not worthy, or we may have a lack of self-esteem, and we may not know where we're going. And oftentimes we don't because we may not be able, we don't know how to set that goal. And I'm all about accomplishing your goals. And what's important is that taking that first step to writing down the things that you're grateful for and finding out deep inside what it is that you're passionate about, that you really want to accomplish in your life. And that's what I found that worked for me. So I've created a journal. It's called Your Goals Now. And it's a radical approach to accomplishing your goals daily, because our goals matter, and we get to take baby steps up to your big goal. And so what I've designed is a way for us to dig deep inside and find out all the things that you want or we want to accomplish. So I believe that we think about what we most think about all the time we become. So if we think that we're not healthy or happy or we're fat, fluffy, we become what we think about. So what I've done is I've created this daily journal for you to be able to write down every single day what you want to accomplish, what you're grateful for, and the people that you empower each day. Because when we empower others, we also, to live their dreams and goals, it empowers us. It's like an inspiration. I mean, I can go back many times and share with Adora, hey, what are your wins for the day? Because it lifts me up, or I lift that other person up. So I would just like to say, I would love to share a copy of Your Goals Now. Please feel free to go to livinginexcellence.net, download our 7-day, and then the first person that DMs me free journal, we will send you the full 90-day journal so that you too can live your life in excellence through committed action.
Is it livinginexcellence.us or
.net?
.us. There we go. It's all right. We're a team.
Dance party.
Just because it feels good. Yes, Mark, I got to see your dance. Where's it at?
We do have US, and we do have
Rex. Come on, those in the audience. Hey, Natalie, I can see you back there. Where's your dance party?
And I want to say one other thing. I definitely believe in the goals. Once upon a time, several years ago, this beautiful lady in the middle here with the gold background, her and I created flip journals, and we would turn a song up super loud, and we would walk around and we would yell out our goals with ambition and energy and love. And I've got some amazing goals that are sitting right in here from that lady right there. So I just want to say,
Eminem. You don't want to lose the opportunity in the moment. Don't ever let it go. It was pretty hype.
So I really believe in living your dreams and being passionate.
You do, and you are living it. Thank you so much. We are so grateful. And this conversation just keeps going. It's so elevating. I'm so grateful for Blair, Mark, Amy. I know you all work with the highest levels of people, and yet as we're sitting here together, we just feel all together, right? And I know the audience is feeling that way too. And that's our goal, because we're inviting people into the frequency of success. And it's not about, it's just about, it's all relative. And thank you all for modeling that for us and being with us here today. I know we've got our next guest coming. So I want to thank you all, Blair, Mark, Amy, as you leave, and then Rex and I will do a little recap as we wait. And fabulous.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It was great.
Thank you. We are on the remove in, and we put her back in. That was fun, right? Musical chairs. Awesome. So Rex, what did you think? Come on, give me the goods while I see if Mo's coming back, because I want to make sure he helps us introduce his dear friend, because she's going to get properly propped and edified.
I love it, and I'm actually glad that I asked about the different word for winning. I mean, I even use the word winning, but it's nice because, if for many people it represents a 1 up, 1 down, or a 0 sum, or winners or losers, it's important to know that when you say success, for example, you can be successful, and I can love that, and I could be successful, and will be successful in different ways and at different times with different things. So there doesn't have to be competition with that, because it's not about winning or losing. It's about everyone being able to feel fulfilled or accomplish what they want. So I really like the idea that
I disagree with you, Rex. I'm competing with you every day. You are my competition, and I will beat you in any game that we play together.
Mo, look at this new look you got, Mo.
Thank you.
Oh,
I just, and that's the beautiful thing with this program is we can have difference of opinions, and I'm excited because I'm going to introduce our next keynote speaker. She is. We opened up this program with a woman in the personal development space, Forbes Riley, and we had a conversation about how there's only, really, if you think about it, there's not as many as men, especially historically speaking. One of those thought leaders, though, that is in the forefront, that has been for several years, is not just a transformational leader. She's also the vice president of the Los Angeles Tribune. If you have enjoyed this program, you need to thank her. If you have enjoyed any of the work that we do in the leadership space, you have to thank her because she runs that division of the organization. It's very unusual for a news and media organization to be in the personal development arena. And that's a tribute to Dr. Natalie Forrest and her passion, because she runs that division of what we do in this space, which we're so proud of. And with that, I'm going to introduce, well, I just introduced her. I'm going to invite her to come up and give her keynote speech. So if you have a pen, if you have a paper handy, make sure that you have that in your hands, because she always has gems of wisdom. But before actually I invite her, I'm going to ask Rex and Adora to just say a couple quick words about Natalie Forrest. Please, Adora.
Yes, I love powerful, dynamic women who still have just this feminine, loving essence. And I love all different types of women. I also have a friend we'll see later has a motherboard tattoo on her neck. Like, I just love boss women. And Natalie is definitely leading the field of transformation, both behind the scenes and out front. So I'm super excited to hear from her now.
Rex, a couple words about Dr. Forrest, please.
There are more women in the world than there are men, and yet men occupy more positions sometimes of power, influence than women do. And Dr. Natalie is one of those people who is right where she deserves to be. She's at the forefront and the cutting edge of everything. And my life and the life of so many people around me and the rest of us has been immeasurably improved by getting to know and experience Dr. Natalie, and I am so in love with this person. I couldn't be more blessed.
Well, I don't know how Natalie feels. Rex just proclaimed his love for you on the air. Maybe he should have said that to you privately. I don't know, but but you know what, Rex, you got to shoot your shot when you have opportunity, my friend. So let's go ahead and step back and give the full floor to Dr. Natalie Forrest, who's going to present her keynote for today's program. Dr. Forrest, please.
Well, thank you so much. And I must say that my win right now is completely confused. And what I mean by that is very simple. We've talked a lot about winning and the new psychology of winning. And I've been thinking and wrecking my brain about, well, what does winning mean to me? Because in my world, I use the word to gain. And of course, Rex and the others just also talked about words. Words are so important, the way that we use them. And to gain is not as convoluted yet, not as socially ridiculed as the word win, because win usually means something gives, something loses. So when I think about win, and it took me a while to think about it, which means after I was part of these amazing panels, and I then put my daughter to bed, I thought, what does winning mean to me? And I realized what it is it means I am welcoming an internal nexus. In other words, I'm welcoming an internal union. Therefore, it doesn't matter what anybody else does because I'm defining myself through me. And how do we get there? Well, we've heard amazing testimonials already today, all day long, on how we get there. It is by you knowing yourself. How do you know yourself? Well, you retrace the steps to where you came from. In other words, you figure out, when were you happy? When were you completely peaceful on the inside. And yes, the first step that you take is you actually have to look back at when you were a child. I always love to talk about children because they're the ones who jump up and down and think they're Superman, they're Superwoman, nothing can hit them, nothing can hurt them. Until society comes in. So in that process of us reconnecting with ourselves, what we really, really have to do is we have to gain old wisdom back. And whether we use frequencies, whether we use energies, it doesn't really matter. What the goal is when we are welcoming an internal union is, first of all, we have to detox all of those hidden patterns in our heads, the ones that keep us stuck where we are right now, that keep us not knowing who we truly are, that keep us in a comparative mode. That's not what we want, because we're all unique. I walked around earlier this week and I kept looking at the leaves that fall during this fall or summer, end of summer season. And I actually took some photos of them, because what I've noticed is that when you look at the leaves, not just the way that they're falling, because I wrote a blog about that, but when they're on the ground, you can still distinguish them from each other. On the one hand, you're saying they're all leaves, but when you really look, they're all different. The only time that they're not different and when you can't tell them apart anymore is when the rain has hit them and when people have stepped all over them. So I just want you not to allow anybody else to step all over you, because you're needed just the way that you are. You're needed with your gifts and talents. Therefore, you need to gain access to that inner core of yourself. And you need to detox, as I said, all the other stuff that has been put on you, whether Maz was earlier talking about the roles. We all have certain roles. And I used to love talking to my clients about, well, who are you? And the answers that I get are, I'm a mom, I'm a teacher, I'm a speaker. Well, that's all fantastic, but no, that's not who you are. That is something that you do. We need to step away from identifying with what we do as who we are. They're two different things. Doing is one thing. Being is the other thing. And being is what we want to re-achieve, what we want to regain. Because if we're not being, then, as some of the legends said earlier, you can't be the present that you are. You can only be the present that you are if you're present, and that means that you're being instead of doing. And so when we're looking at welcoming internal nexus, welcoming internal union, we work on ourselves. We get back to regaining calm, because we used to have it. Regaining clarity, because we used to have it. And thereby we're regaining confidence, because we used to have it when we were kids. Once we regain all of that, that's when we can realize that there's so much more to life. And that's partially what I was asking earlier in some of the panels. There's so much more to life, but sometimes we're so stuck, we're so engaged in doing that we don't recognize our own potential. We don't recognize how amazing we are. And so getting rid of all of that stuff and going back on the inside to reconnect. And reconnection doesn't just mean you reconnect with yourself. It also means spiritually, with your values, figuring out what do you need, what do you want now? Not later, but now. We need to make time for that moment. Now, of course, we're all about giving you hands down advice, action steps. So let's do that. Action steps. First, Make time for yourself every single day. I believe it was Dennis earlier who said, and I just can't help myself. I got to bring it back up. Man cannot multitask. Yeah, sorry, I agree. Not sorry. That's why I mentioned when I started out that, in between being here, I also made dinner in between and I did some other things. While I was listening, because there are so many important nuggets. So you need to make time for yourself. Every single morning, I meditate. Now, meditation might not be for you. That's perfectly fine. Before I made it a ritual to meditate every morning, it varied 2 different items. Either I made my own coffee latte and sat down with it and my cat, or I did some yoga. Start the day out with time for you so that you can set the day up the right way for you. Number 2, you need to make time for yourself in whatever ways you can. And I know life gets busy. So use the time you have, whether that means that you listen to your favorite song while you're vacuuming the house, or you're listening to your favorite audiobook while driving in the car, or taking a walk instead of taking the car to drop your child off at school. All of those things are important. And when you make time for yourself, what you also need to do absolutely is be in touch with nature. We need to go out and breathe. And that's tip number 3. Breathe. Really breathe. We talk about coherence, the heart connection. And the way that we do it is we put our hands on our hearts. And we breathe in to the count of 3 usually, hold it, and breathe out to the count of 5. When you do that and you connect with your heart and you tell your heart, thank you, I love you, you are opening the channels to really communicate with yourself, to really welcome that union, to get rid of all of the roadblocks that you have. And that's what I enjoy doing. So I welcome the internal nexus with me, and I love helping others get there as well. So one of the things that attracted me to this, other than, of course, the amazing Adora and Mo, and all of the wonderful legends that I was so privy to today, listen to and interact with, is that Denis, when I first met him, he was on a program that Mo and I do for the Los Angeles Tribune. We interviewed him on a book that he wrote with his daughters, actually. And that was, of course, the psychology of winning for women. And one of the things stuck in my head, I had forgotten it honestly for a while I was creating my own programs to work with women at a crossroads. But what he says in there, he says, women who win in life accept themselves as they are, changing, growing, imperfect, and in the process of becoming all their potential allows them to be. And I love that, because that's what we're talking about. That's what Forbes Riley talked about earlier. That is what we're all talking about here. It doesn't matter whether you're male, female, or whatever you choose to be, but we all have an internal potential. And the only limitation is if we turn off the connection to our internal instincts and our internal amazing self. So when you think about winning, don't think about winning in those polarities. Polarities just follow that old historical rule of divide and conquer. I'm a historian by trade. We don't want to divide and conquer. You don't want to divide and conquer yourself. You don't want to divide and conquer others. You want to bring people together, because when you grow, others grow. When others grow and you're open-minded, you grow. We're all interconnected. We can talk about frequencies, we can talk about energies, whatever you want to call it. There's plenty of scientific and non-scientific evidence, which I call energies, on how we are all connected. How I know to call a friend, how a friend knows to call me, even if we haven't talked. And when hundreds of thousands of people meditate, for example, or sing a song or dance, there is a certain vibration, there's a certain frequency to it. So when you welcome and get rid of the roadblocks that throughout your life have been put in your way, to create and recreate that internal connection to who you are, and thereby it is a spiritual connection as well, then you allow yourself to regain the calm, the clarity, and the confidence. And that allows you to move forward and to no longer be bogged down by fear, worry, anxiety, those things that keep you stuck, because that's not what we want. And yet I know there are many out there who do, who wake up in the morning and they worry about what other people are saying. Well, it doesn't matter. As long as you know who you are, you're never alone. And if you don't like who you are, or you don't know who you are, then you need to open that door back up. Because otherwise, you're not living, you're existing. And if you're only existing, then nobody is winning. And I'm going to close out with one of my favorite lines by one of my favorite singers that he said at a concert I was at just before he sang one of the most important songs that I believe he's ever written. And he said, "Nobody wins unless everybody wins." And with that, I'm going to hand it back to the team behind the scenes. I'll just say that if you would like to connect more with me, I have a Facebook group. It's very simple to find me. I'm everywhere. And as the amazing Mo Rock, of course, also said, you can also find me here on the Los Angeles Tribune channel at any point in time. But please go out and reconnect with yourself, because we need you just the way you are. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for that, Dr. Natalie Forrest. Although I will say that Napoleon Bonaparte would have strongly disagreed with everything you had to say. I agreed with most of it.
He was French. I'm German. He's French.
That's right. And let's bring back in Rex Sykes, because we are now going to, I appreciate you, Dr. Natalie Forrest, for that. And now we are going to, Rex, we're about to have another keynote speaker who's going to take the floor. And oh, there we go. You're all excited. You're as excited as I am. And what did we win, Rex, with this next speaker? Because I'm pumped up. I'm excited to hear her. This event would not be possible without the next speaker. She's not only a remarkable thought leader, business owner, entrepreneur, frontline worker. She's also someone that has made this event possible by being one of the producers, as well as running many of the logistical things behind the scenes. Of course, that's Ava Manuel. So if this event has touched, moved, or inspired you in any way, you have the next person to thank, along with Shmiko and Laura and many other folks behind the scenes that we will definitely shine light to before our tour is finished. But with that, Rex, how excited are you to hear from Ava Manuel?
I'm absolutely thrilled. You know, you often hear thought leaders say, "I've stood on the shoulders of giants," you know, and that's why I'm here today. And while that is true, there's also sometimes people who don't get much praise or get sung on or anything. You know, we're not on a giant's shoulders. We're on the shoulders of people who in everyday life are doing incredible things, and they need to be heard. They need to be seen. They need to be praised. And on these people's shoulders we stand too. And Ava is one of those people who always brings game. She is always there 150%. She knows what she's doing. She's a powerhouse filled with energy and with love and presence. And wow, things would not get done as well as they do if it weren't for her. That's for sure.
You're absolutely right. And with that, sir, let's go ahead and bring her in. Miss Ava Manuel, thank you for being one of our, our speakers. And we're going to go ahead and give you the full floor now so you can share some wisdom for our audience. Ava Manuel, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh my gosh, I am so thrilled. I am so excited. I cannot believe, the morning session with all of the Titans was just so powerful. I was in tears. I was literally crying just to see these people who have been like my motivation, my empowerment. You see, I started coming from the Philippines, where I didn't have anything, and coming to America, leaving my 5 kids 20 years ago. I didn't have anything. I had $150 of borrowed money coming to America. And I was at that time working on getting my license as a physical therapist in America. And I was crying every day because I left my 5 kids in the Philippines. The youngest one was 1 year and 4 months old. And I cried every day, but I looked forward. I looked ahead. I wanted a good education for my kids. I wanted a good future for my kids. And so I pushed past that guilt, that feeling that I abandoned my kids, because I see a future. And 20 years later, I am now here among the midst of these Titans. And, it's through listening to them, through listening, just like Adora's son shared a while ago, having that audio, keeping on listening on it, living off of it, having Rex Sykes's attitude activator. These are the things that brought me to where I am right now, and it's such an honor to be able to be one of the team that's in the logistics of the new psychology of winning. I am so honored. I came today wanting to talk to you about will. The single most powerful force in the universe is a person's will. Now think about that for a moment. The single most powerful force in the universe is a person's will. Now, one would argue that it's love, but you see, love empowered the will. It is out of God's love that he actually protected a man's will. So much so that if you try to control a child, rebellion's gonna rise out of that child intuitively without being taught. And as a matter of fact, think about it. If your will is being violated, you feel it right away. It's almost like this internal, siren that's going off, that's saying that's not right. That's just wrong. And so you feel that something is wrong because that's actually something that's built in you. It's comparable to the alarms in an airplane or an alarms in a submarine that says something is in danger, because God empowered a man's will. So the single most powerful force in the universe is a man's will. Now, 2020 and 2021 has brought to us a whole new level of challenge in the healthcare industry that we've never seen before. We didn't have textbooks to turn to. We didn't have case studies to refer back to. We didn't have clinical studies to go back to. We were floundering around. We were experimenting, trying it out. I am a hospital physical therapist by profession. It's my passion. It's my love. And I get so much encouragement being able to pull someone out of bed, someone who just came out of surgery, to being able to send them home. I've been taking patients from bedbound to walking to thriving in life for over 25 years. And yes, it's been 25 years. But, it's almost like a thrill to be able to see someone who would not be able to get out of a hospital bed until you walked in. And that's what I get to do every day. It's such a blessing to get to do that every day. But that wasn't the case with COVID. And I wanted to give anyone grace who has emotions around COVID. Of course, your will is powerful. You have the will to tune out and you have the will to listen in. But COVID is a very painful condition, at least for the ones who are in advanced case. And really, before people come to the hospital, before they get admitted in the hospital, they've been sent home from the ER 2 or 3 times already. And so they're coming in with very, very high oxygen demands, very painful to breathe, very painful to move. And so the normal human choice is to choose to curl in bed. The normal human choice is to do nothing, to say, I'm sorry, when the physical therapists come in and say, I'm really, really short of breath. I'm really tired. It's really painful. I mean, it's painful to breathe not moving. It's painful with like charred glass on your lungs not moving. And now here comes a physical therapist who wants to move you. And so the sense of desperation, with not knowing how to move these patients was so taking over my senses, like it affected my ability to show up with my patients. My hope was dimmed, my energy that I bring. And to a point, I was questioning, what is the point of trying to move these patients when they're suffering while I'm moving them? But there was one lady that changed that for me. She changed the way I showed up for my patients the next months that followed. She changed my life. And I want to give that to you today. You see, that woman, every time I come, would say, I don't want to, but I will. And I found that those are the three most powerful words. When someone says, but I will. You see, I would ask her, when I first came, she couldn't even turn in bed. Everything was painful. She could not turn in bed. She was already very, very low in oxygen saturation with the maximum number of oxygen we can provide short of intubating her and putting her in ICU. And so it's the very delicate condition. Do we push her so that she'd end up in ICU intubated, or do we kind of like back off because she's already critical? Do we hold physical therapy? But she was determined, and she said, I want to. And so kind of like against my guards, I'm a little nervous. I could get into a code blue with this patient. I had to do what she was asking. She said, I want to. I have to. And so I would turn her, and it would be so painful. She would have to throw up in the process of doing that. And she would say, well, that didn't kill me. That means I could do that again. And so I'd come back again, and we'd do that again. And the next day, she'd be stronger. And I'd say, would you like to try sitting at the edge of bed today? And she'd said, I don't want to, but I will. You see, it's very painful. And we're really looking at something that's life and death in here that really works against someone's comfort. They get to a point where they're so short of breath, they're throwing, well, she at least, she was getting so short of breath, she was throwing up while doing it. She was getting nauseous, her blood pressure was going down, but she said, I will, but I will. And so against her comfort, against her practically, everything that's within her, that's guarding, that's mostly keeping people away from a certain point, that sense of danger where you don't want to cross because it feels not right. She was willing to break through because she says, I will. She says, I will. She said, I don't want to, but I will. It's painful, but I will. It's hard, but I will. I'm going to throw up, but I will. It's dangerous, but I will. That three words that has meant so much to me. And it gave me so much hope because I saw her every single day I come, she would be stronger. Every time I come, she'd be walking. And every time I come, we'd be able to get out. And you know what? She made it out of the hospital. Contrary to the story of most COVID patients who are in very, very advanced condition, she went out. And the three words that powered her getting out of that hospital bed, her getting out of the hospital, her getting back to life was, I will. So the three things I'd like to gift you today are the three words, but I will. And I know there's a stigma against the word but, but at the same time, the power of being able to embrace that which limits you and contradict it with a but and say, I will, is so powerful. To really embrace that very thing that limits you. Just being on the logistics of this psychology, the new psychology of winning, pushed me to new barriers, believe it or not. I had barriers where I said I'd hire a VA for that. I had barriers where I'd say I'd outsource that. But because of the level and the caliber of the privacy of our speakers, we all did it internally. And so I had to go past some barriers where I say, I can't do that. I'm not good at that because of necessity. Necessity is the mother of innovation. And so what's beautiful about being pushed to your limit If you allow yourself and you said, I will, then it will get you past your limit and will get you through your breakthrough. So what does it look like? I'd like to invite you right now for you to just take a look. What is it that's stopping you? Where are you limiting yourself? Where is it that you've really told yourself, you've convinced yourself, I can't go there. I'm not good at that. I'm not that kind of person. Because I could tell you right now, if you find the power, you found the power to say, I will, but I will. You see, that will is the most powerful force in the universe. That will is the most guarded force in the universe, so much so that God protected that. Whatever it is that you believe the universe, but you know that once your will is violated, something within you comes up. Something that says, no, that's not right. I'm not going to go through that. Sometimes it takes people quite a bit of time to get there, but they'll get there because that will is the most powerful force. So if you understand the power of your will, then you'll understand. Here's the promise. You can do anything. If you can go past the barriers where normal people would say, I'd rather curl in bed. I'd rather stay under the blankets. I'd rather sit around. This woman said, but I will. That didn't kill me. I can do that, but I will. You know what's funny too? She said, well, if I get into a heart attack, I'm in the best place where that can happen, And so that also gave me comfort because part of me was afraid, I'm like, I had several near blue code experience. I'd like to not have an actual one where I actually am the reason for a code blue. But the power of your will. You see, if you don't understand the value of something, then you cannot grow it. Because not understanding the value of something, you won't be able to use it in full strength, in full power. So what I'd like you to take today is the power of your will. Because your will is the most powerful force in the universe. And with that, I don't want to prolong this. I feel like I've given you what has gifted me. It has empowered me to show up differently for my patients. It has empowered me to show up with so much strength, so much hope. There's still not a lot of studies, in the healthcare industry for COVID, but there's one thing I learned, that if I can empower a person to see past where they are right now, for them to will to live past the discomfort, for them to will to want to do past the inconvenience, for them to will to do past, the pain, then they can have a future. And so that's been my focus right now with my patients. My focus has been, think about Thanksgiving. What would Thanksgiving look like for you? Imagine what Christmas would look like. Imagine what you can do next year. 2022 can be amazing because if they can hope for a future and they can believe in something, then they can will it and then they can do it. So with that, I'd love to be able to, just see what you can do, You can go to Recharging Your Superwoman in Instagram. I do have a giveaway called the Inner Journey Workbook on finding your will, but I will. And with that, Mo, Adora, I adore you. I sincerely adore you. Thank you so much for putting together the legends, the titans of our generation, putting them together. And it's my honor to serve. It's my honor to be behind the scene and be a part of it. Thank you so much.
Wow, Ava, what did I want? That was amazing. Thank you for that, ladies and gentlemen. Ava Manuel with a passionate, heart-centered keynote. Thank you, Ava, and thank you for all of the incredible work that you have been doing, not just in front of the camera, not just on the front lines, saving lives and helping people, but also with making this event possible as one of the producers of this program. So thank you so much for that, Ava. And until next time, you will be back here. Until next time.
Wait, I need to say something to Ava.
Let's bring her back real quick.
Ava, my goodness. I mean, you have been working so much on behalf of our team. There were nights you all were up at 3 a.m, 4 a.m, my time. And I love the vibrata, what's the word, in your voice as you're talking. Like the vibration is a unique expression of power and sincerity and love. And we all got to just bathe in that. And yeah, you're such a blessing to be with, and your leadership is phenomenal. And thank you so much for all that you brought here, and all the seen and unseen, and the ripples will be felt everywhere for some time. So thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Adora, every single speaker inspires me more and more. I really am at a loss for words at the passion, the incredible leadership, the wisdom that this event has produced. And up next, I mean, I've never had an opportunity to speak to a real life oracle. As a huge fan of The Matrix, one of my dreams is to meet an oracle, right? And I'm sure I probably have met some without knowing that they're oracles, but this next speaker is a real oracle. She's a modern day oracle. Of course, we're talking about Ruth V. Meller, who is a dynamic speaker. She's a very unique thought leader. She has a very different approach to leadership, to helping people. You've never heard somebody like her before. And this program is all about bringing titans, legends from previous generation, from current generation, and from the future generation. And she is one of those leaders who's a emerging star in the personal development field. And like I said, a very unique approach, right? It's not every day, Adora, that we have an opportunity to hear a keynote speech from an oracle. So before we bring her on to hear this keynote speech, how excited are you?
Oh, I'm so excited. I personally hang out with oracles. No,
well,
I do, but I've never heard one.
With you more often.
You do,
Adora,
Mo. I'm trying to tell you,
unicorns and oracles and all kinds of stuff.
They're my tribe. So that tells me I'm gonna freaking love this, and I love being a part of where we get to take the truth, because a lot of this stuff, even Napoleon Hill, infinite intelligence was tapping into and channeling information. So when we get to bring that forward in the midst of, and all the versions of conversations, not just in the background, it's so powerful.
I agree.
So
and we've had Rex
excited.
Sykes here. We've had Rex Sykes here with us, and he's very big in the NLP world.
Yeah.
And in that community, they really speak quite a bit about the conscious, the subconscious, and the superconscious that's often alluded to. And we're going to ask Rex to explain those three for us at some point soon. But for now, let's go ahead and bring her in, because I'm pumped up. I know the audience is pumped up. Ruth, thank you for being one of our keynote speakers at the New Psychology of Winning Tour. We're going to go ahead and give you the floor, and we're going to ask our audience to grab a pen, grab a paper, be very focused on your wisdom, because I know you are about to share some real golden nuggets. So with that being said, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you so much. Can you hear me okay? My headset just died on me, so hopefully it's working.
We can hear you perfectly fine. The floor is yours.
Beautiful. Okay, well, welcome to a very unique way of the psychology of winning. So something that I've been able to do is work around the world with multiple different types of leaders and people who are just ready to showcase and be more authentic to who they are. So what I would love to do actually is to ask you a question. And these are kind of common questions, and a lot of people ask these, but we all tend to just feel these ways. But have you ever felt different? Chat in the box if you've ever felt different. Yes, good. So also, have you ever noticed that maybe you view things a little bit differently, which I would guess every single person on here that's been watching has been able to see things a little bit different, the possibilities of what can it be versus what is it? Because that's what I love about this event is they're influencers. People are on here making a change. People are on here expressing who they are. And that's exciting to me. So what I like to do is just maybe give you guys an opportunity to explore a little bit of your gifts. So my company is Taste Your Magic, and we do events and retreats where we help people give ways to start to discover who they are. And one thing that I love to do in all of this is work with animals. A lot of what I have learned in who I am has been through animals. And when I've been working with other people, we discover what is supporting them, who is supporting them, what's around them that's supporting them. A lot of us pray, a lot of us meditate, a lot of us ask the divine, a lot of us have our higher selves we talk to. And I, for one, have animals along with multiple other areas. So what's an oracle? I get asked this quite a bit, actually. And this name, oracle, was given to me by some sage that I work with, shamans from different parts of the globe. And in my life, I've been placed in just the most unique places to learn. And when I was growing up, I remember just feeling so different. I remember feeling like I didn't fit in my family. I remember feeling just a lot of different things. My childhood was a little rough, and I had a lot of opportunities. I lived in Alaska and Arizona, and I had a lot of opportunities to go out in the forest as like a really young kid. Between the ages of 3 to 7, before we moved to Utah, I was actually out in the just woods in random places and interacting with different animals and different plants and things of that nature. And so for me, my home in my heart with who I got to connect with wasn't humans. And it wasn't until I started getting older that I started to realize how I could connect with humans. And that sounds funny, I know, but really what it is it's socializing. And we all go through different stages in our life where we're learning how to socialize in our environments. And so one thing that I wanted to share with you guys was the moment that I became the teacher of the mysteries versus the doer. A lot of you guys on here have helped others. You're the ones that are coaches. You're the ones that are breaking into it. If you're in the energy world, let me know if you're in the energy world. If you know of anybody that's working in the clairvoyance. And in that, I keep having different things come in. So something funny is I also communicate with loved ones who's passed on. And I can feel a lot of loved ones trying to come through with these brilliant people. So I get to breathe and keep moving forward with this. Anyway, I remember when I was growing up and I was working with animals and people and doing equine therapy and competitions of that way. And I was helping them to develop who they are and working on different blocks and rehab facilities. And I started to get burnt out. I started to realize that I was doing it all and I was draining my energy. Even though it was something that I was good at in helping them, I started to realize that there was more to this. And once I was asked to go and teach in New Zealand, and her name's Jenny, and she came up to me and I was just exhausted from the weekend, and I was sitting on a bucket in this absolutely amazing, beautiful field in New Zealand. And I see the horses and the people, and they bring me a sandwich, and I'm so tired that I can't even eat the sandwich because I just want to sit. And she's like, I don't know how you do it. I don't know how you do it. And I got thinking about it, and I was like, how am I doing this? And one thing that I started to discover was my unique gift was to help other people, but I didn't need my gift to wear me out. I didn't need my genius to be burning out my energy and taking from me. It was here to help, to support me, to make my life better. And it was at that moment that I decided that I was going to start teaching people how to do this. And since then, I've been teaching people around the globe how to connect into their gifts and how to utilize that in their business, in their relationships, in their vocation, in how they are exploring life in itself. And once I started breathing into being the teacher and helping people, it took such a weight off of my shoulders. I started seeing people that didn't rely on me anymore. I started gifting them the ability of their own selves, their own abilities to tap into who they are and empower them and shine in their essence. A lot of people on here have talked about the essence and allowing that to shine, be who you are. So one thing that I love to do is can I bring one of you guys back on and do a little bit of an interaction?
I'm here. I'm here. You called it Oracle.
Yes,
called.
And you're like, I know oracles.
yeah.
I realized I was like, you know what, we're gonna do something and lead some people through discovering a little bit about who they are. Is that okay with you?
Yeah.
100%. Can we explore with you?
Let's do it.
Yes, good. Okay, so one thing that I love to do is go to places and give readings for people. I also do it online, and but I'm not going to necessarily give you a reading. What we're going to do is we're going to teach
Did you see my face? Like, we are
You're
live,
like,
girl. We are live. There are some things some people do not need to know yet. Okay. Okay, good. Good.
Yeah.
Take us getting hot in here real fast. Ruth, come on.
It's funny, but like, oh my gosh, I was working with Marissa Pierce, and I was so excited, right, that I was giving her a reading, and we started getting into it, and she's like, I had the film on, right, and she's like, oh, Ruth, can we cut the cameras? We're getting a little bit too specific on some things I don't want exposed. And I was like, okay, all right, that's fine. Anyway, so have you ever felt different?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Good. Have you ever felt like there's more to you and your life and what you can do than what you were currently doing?
100%.
Have you also been told by people that you have a unique way of connecting or expressing who you are or listening?
Yes.
So what's really amazing is that there are a few different categories that I like to work with gifts. And a lot of what we categorize are the clairvoyancies. And I'm actually not going to go into that. I'm going to go on to a whole other side of this. And what I work with is people who can communicate with animals, people who utilize energy in their world for creation or healing or movements or singing. And also people who have an intuition about them. Like psychics, oracles, different things of that nature. And then one of my favorite is a medium. And a medium is communicating with loved ones who's passed on. So interesting. No one comes into my awareness or becomes aware of me unless they have at least one of these. Most of the time, there's a way that they can communicate that way. And so it's a type of language learning is what I like to do. But with you, I'm going to take you through, and everybody on here, you can do this as well. So I have a master class that's free that will kind of dive in a little bit more. That's fun. And it's in this Taste Your Magic Eventbrite, and you guys are welcome to join that. But anyway, with you, what I want you to do is I want you and everybody watching, we're going to just do a really simple, easy way to discover like a beginning step. When we go into this, there's some things you get to know. One, when you ask a question, the first 5 seconds is pure intuition, is pure guidance. Anything after that, our mind clues in, chemicals start going through our body, trauma might come up, belief systems might come in. It might still be very accurate, but at the same time, it's not a guarantee, right? And so it's the first 5 seconds that you start to receive answers is what you go with. Now, the second part is to be willing to become aware. And I'm going to repeat that. It's very important when you are moving into any choice decision to be willing to be aware. And once you become willing to become aware, you align for your own answers. And then you get to choose what to do with it anyway after that. Doesn't mean you have to make those answers, right? Those choices, any movement after. It's just information you get to have that's open to you. Okay. So what I want you to do
Everybody else, you're doing it too. Everybody else, remember.
Everybody's doing this, and we want you to chat in the box too, because it's so fun. Okay, and then at the end, I'm going to do one last little special thing. Awesome. Okay, this is what it's so fun. I love teaching, but I love getting hands-on. Okay, 3 main things. So I want you to go ahead and just breathe for a second, close your eyes, and start to breathe so that you can hear your own breath. Start to allow yourself to breathe into your eyes, around your hair, and out. Start to breathe in, breathe down deep into your body. Exhale out any stress. Start to breathe and allow your body to become safe. To allow yourself to become willing and aware. And I'm going to ask you 3 different questions. So the first question I want you to do is I want you to breathe into when you were young and you felt joy. You were doing an activity or you were being a certain way. And during this time, as this young child, you were feeling joy. And I want you to look around and notice, what are you doing? What are you doing? And I want you to notice if you feel more of what you're doing. I want you to notice if you might hear, smell. Is there any particular thing? Is there an animal there? Is there a loved one? Are you being a superhero?
You want me to answer? Is it a metaphor? I'm feeling and I'm dancing. I'm just feeling and dancing.
You're feeling and you're dancing. Yeah. Beautiful. Okay, everybody type in what you saw and received. So she felt feeling and dancing. That was a joy when she was a child. Okay. Now what I want you to do is I want you to go back, breathe in again. Exhale out stress. Super easy. We're just becoming aware. These are amazing parts of you. And now what I want you to do is I want you to allow yourself to go from this dancing, feeling girl. And I want you to allow yourself to be shown as an adult, where did this joy come in? It might look the same, might be exactly the same, or it might be different and just feel the same. Where did this same joy feeling come in as an adult?
Yeah, the first things that came up were dancing and then connecting with people like this, like what we're doing right now.
Good. Okay, so go ahead and breathe in again.
I do need to say my lip is doing a little Elvis thing because I know people are watching me. All right, my hands are sweating. So you all that are watching, you better be doing this with me.
Everybody type in what you got, because this is what I love to do. If you guys don't mind, I would love to go back through and kind of respond to some of the questions and answers that came through and just support you guys. But this gets to be really fun. So now what I want you to do is take a breath in. Oh, Mo, are you wanting to join in?
Yeah, I'm going to join in because I know we only have a few minutes left.
Okay,
with you, so I'm trying to,
okay.
I want to experience some of this energy before we go to our next.
We hear you breathe.
Okay, one more thing. Okay, you ready?
Yes.
So what I want you to do is I want you to breathe in. Exhale out.
Mo, close your eyes.
Mo,
you're cheating.
Mo, close your eyes.
You're a cheater.
Okay, you ready?
Okay.
And now what I want you to do is I want you to fast forward into the future and allow yourself to see how this gift has developed in your life. Who has it supported? What are you doing? What are you feeling? Allow this joy, this dancing, this consistency of connection to move forward into the future. And what have you created? What has come of this?
Yeah, I immediately, before you finish the sentence, just saw myself on stage with a lot of women gathered around on the stage as well, saying it's just, it's good stuff. It is the dance. So thank you.
Okay, so one thing that I would say, obviously now you're being revealed on a gift that you probably already know. But what you have is you have the ability of your heart space to open up and hold safety and expression of self which means people can be safe and express themselves in your space. You cheer them on, you push them out, and you allow that to move. That's a brilliant, brilliant gift. Yeah. So I do have one more introduction. I just want to do one introduction before I leave.
Mo's giving me the signal that our speaker is in the back. But here, who's popping in?
Oh, what I was going to do is this is Voldemort. He helps me with my healing work.
Oh, wow.
We worked with doctors and people around the world clearing out energy. So these are different animals.
Give him. Okay, so here's the thing. I know you've got a master class coming, and and everybody's going to get free gifts. If you're in the free backstage pass at the end of all this event, we have a lot of gifts from our speakers. So definitely take Ruth's master class. Ruth, I love you. Thank you for shared vulnerability. Mo was out on that, so I'm beating him on the vulnerability card right now.
It's so funny. There's so many things to do. It gets so excited, and yeah, you were so right. I remember you were like, it goes fast. Like, okay, yeah. tasteyourmagic.eventbrite.com. Come play. Let's discover your stuff, and everybody will give you guys readings, and we'll figure out where you can explore even more of your gifts.
Awesome.
Thank you so much, Ruth. The modern oracle. I said before you started your keynote that you are going to have one of the most unique perspectives on anyone on this tour. And I think that was proven. So I want to thank you. We honor you. We appreciate you. You're a bright light for this planet. And I appreciate your unique outlook. And I wanted to thank you for sharing that with our audience.
Thank you. All right.
It was our pleasure to have you with us. And I'm excited, Adora, because up next we have another shining bright light. She was invited to be on one of our programs a few months ago, and she had a lovely interaction with Kato Caitlin, and now she's back. And this time around, we don't have a surprise for you, Amberly. It's just you. So let's go ahead and bring you up. You might remember her from the Megyn Kelly Show, different national TV shows. And hey, Amberly, welcome, my dear friend Amberly. Good to see you.
And let me tell you, this woman I met at an event in Dallas, and she was backstage in a dress doing push-ups to get warm. I have a little video of it. And then she came up, and I'm from the South with this gorgeous Southern accent. And when I said, someone told her we were doing this together, Mo, and she goes, Mo, I love Mo. I love Mo. I just love Mo. And I was so happy to share that gossip with you, Mo.
Well, I love her too, and you probably didn't know she lives in Los Angeles, so that probably threw you for a curveball. But with that,
we move in the South. We move.
We love Amberly. We appreciate her.
Paul. I'm so excited to be here, and you know what? I know Ruth too. It's a small world. I met her in San Diego at another event. And so this is like reunion, and I'm so excited. I'm so grateful to be here. And we were talking about you if your ears were burning, Mo. I do love you. I've told you that over and over. So thanks for having me here.
Well, my dear, it is. I feel the same about you, and I'm so excited because here's what I'm about to. I'm about to grab this pencil, Amberly. I'm about to grab a piece of paper. We're going to give you the floor because you have so much wisdom. Your life is such an incredible, fascinating journey of grit, resilience, and power. And so I got my pencil ready. It's a number 2. I have it sharpened just for you. I'm going to kick back and take notes with Adora while we give you the floor for your keynote time. We appreciate you, Amberly. The floor is yours, my dear.
Thank you. Well, I was really excited about this tour because it really got me focused on what does it take to be a winner? And I thought, wow, what did it take for me to win in track when I was an athlete and even set a record for running the fastest mile in the state of Texas? I'm sure that record's been broken many a times by now, but I was so proud of it. And it turns out the same thing, the same mindset set, and the same things that allowed me to win in track allowed me to win competitions in dance, allowed me to win the battle for my life after a near-death experience and get through 34 surgeries and save my leg from amputation. It also is all the things to be a winner that have allowed me to be a success, have a successful business and get a top podcast, ranked 1% on Apple. And the good news is it's such a ripple effect on everybody that is around us. Because probably one of my biggest wins is when my daughter just won an award in school for having the most empathy. And so what I've learned is winning isn't about mental, just toughness or grit. It's really about emotional resilience, physical resilience, financial resilience, relationship resilience. And so the good news is that we have a choice. We can all win in life, and it's so much fun to win. And when we have this choice to win, we have options to do great and to be great. And so I really want to share everything that I've learned and how to tap into your resilience so you can win in life, in your health, in your business, and everything, so you can feel good and claim your joy. And so I really wanted to start by, I learned the hard way about winning in track. And I used to always think, gosh, my track coach is so mean. She doesn't care that I'm throwing up. She just tells me to keep running, throw up off the track and keep running. And I didn't realize until I was older that toughness that she was teaching me to keep going would carry over with me into my business, into everything I did. And later in life, when tragedy struck and I was hit by an SUV while riding my motorcycle, when I woke up from a coma, I learned I had a 1% chance of saving my leg. And, I don't know who bets on 1% chances, but I did. I had just countless days in the hospital, 34 surgeries and thousands of hours of excruciating physical therapy. And what played the biggest role in my recovery was resilience. And so much about being resilient is really being very intentional about what you're putting your energy and your focus on. And I could have easily focused on the 99% chances of why I wouldn't be able to save my leg, but I chose to focus in on that 1%. And that was my glimmer of hope that got me through. And so I pray that none of you ever have to lay in a hospital bed or get hit by an SUV, but maybe you feel like you have a 1% chance of your business winning or succeeding. Maybe you feel like your relationship has a 1% chance. And so I really want to teach you how to tap into that resilience. First of all, that mindset is so important, but it's also very important to take a good hard look at where you are in your life. And for me, I think that any transformational journey, any winning journey starts with taking radical acceptance. And some things are a little, easier said than done. That was really hard for me. I didn't want to accept that when I got out of the hospital, I had lost my career. I had $2.9 million worth of medical expenses. I was starting to just lose hope and really lose confidence and belief in myself. But I really hung on to what I could do. I shifted my perspective every day with gratitude. And I wanted to share with you that gratitude is the quickest and the easiest way to shift your perspective and change the way you feel about your circumstances. And once you really tap into gratitude, and I've had people go, well, how can you be grateful when you were laying in a hospital bed? How can you be grateful when you lost your job? There's always something to be grateful for. I was grateful for breath. I was grateful that I was alive. I was grateful that I had a view from the hospital room. I was grateful for all the doctors and the nurses that came in to help me, which leads me to the next part of really being resilient. Shifting your mindset, yes, and that's something I do every single day, but I absolutely would not be able to win in business or at anything if I didn't have an incredible community around me. And I know that community is important to Mo and Adora because they put this beautiful tour together. And your community is probably one of the most important things you can do for resilience. And I once had somebody say, well, you were really lucky. You have a community. And I always say, your hard work puts you where your blessings can find you. And the best way to build your community is to be of service. And when you're of service, it's a gift to others, but it's also a gift to you. When I was, stuck in the hospital, and even when I got home from the hospital, I did whatever I could to be of service. So if that meant making a phone call, if that meant, I couldn't train clients, but I could certainly make out exercise programs for them. Whatever you can do to lend a hand to others, even if you have a friend that you think they're strong or you think they're doing okay, I guarantee if you reach out to them and connect with them, it's going to make their day and yours. And my good friend Greg Reed always says, really choose your community, look at the people that you surround yourself with, and make sure when you want to win and you want to do big things, he says, make sure you seek counsel and not opinion. And that really struck home for me because, once I started recovering and I thought, I want to do more in life. I want to work again. I was told I'd be permanently disabled and be wheelchair bound for the rest of my life and not be able to work as a trainer. And I felt so broken until I had a community of people that started to believe in me until I could believe in myself a little bit. And one of the people that in my community that made the biggest difference was one of my doctors. And I had gone into him one day and I thought, you know what? Thank you so much for all you've done to save my leg. I know you've done all these surgeries, 34, and I'm so grateful, but this leg just gives me too much pain. It's holding me back. Can we please just go ahead and amputate it? And he said, we can't do that. You've got a nerve disease. This is for the rest of your life. And that's when it hit me, when he took my leg and he put it in his lap. And my first thought was, wow, I cannot believe he is putting my deformed leg in his lap. And he said, he looked at it like it was a masterpiece. And I thought, wow, if he can look at my leg like that, maybe I can learn to look at it that way too. And so little by little, I started to believe in my leg, in my life, in my ability to heal. I started to build my confidence. And so I share the importance of community around you and having someone to put that belief into you before, maybe you can believe in yourself. And it's really, winners are good to themselves, not just good to themselves, but also good to other people. And when I talk about the ripple effect, I talk about, who you are surrounding yourself with. And if you take a look at the people you surround yourself with, are you surrounding with people who are passionate? Are you surrounding yourself with people who are passionate and inspired? Are you surrounding yourself with people who believe in you? I remember when I first decided to write a book and I told a few people in my family, a few friends, I want to write a book. And they were like, you're crazy. You don't even own a computer. You're the fitness girl. Stick to that, And I think that they probably said that just to, out of protection. They're like, please don't make a fool out of yourself. But when I went out to people who had written books, to best-selling authors and said, I'd really like to write a book. They're like, you know what? Of course you can write a book. All you need to do are these things. And so the importance of seeking that counsel instead of opinion is really going to surround yourself with winners and enable you to win, but also you're going to get good counsel and good advice to move forward. And I wanted to also share before our time's up that winners, this might be controversial a little bit. Some of you might think, oh yeah, you're probably always motivated. But winners don't rely on motivation. Winners rely on grit and healthy habits. And look, I am not always motivated. And believe me, I wake up every day and I still have nerve pain from this nerve disease, dubbed the suicide disease because it's ranked highest on the scale. And so I don't rely on motivation. I put myself on my to-do list. Now, I don't know about you, but I have a million of these little sticky notes on my desk. And I noticed one day they were filled with other things to do, and I didn't even make it on the list. So I would encourage you to, instead of thinking, oh, I'll get to the gym, or oh, I'll get to that book I want to write, or oh, I'll get to that course I want to take, or whatever it is that you really want to do, is put you on your to-do list. Make time for you. And I think that if you really get clear with your values and your priorities and you start your list that way, then you'll really see what's important. And we can make excuses for the things that don't really matter, but what's really important, that's what we find time to do. And when I'm not motivated, when I'm not feeling it, I think about why it is I do what I want to do. Like when I'm going to the gym, I'm like, oh, I don't feel like working out today. But I focus on why it is that I go to the gym, because it releases endorphins that make me feel good, because it builds confidence, because it releases chemicals that combat pain, because it makes me stronger, because it makes me emotionally and physically more resilient. So focus on your why, and it can get you through almost any how. And there's one word, I need like a quick fix. I need like one quick word to remind me to be resilient, to remind me that I can win. That word is PACER, and it stands for perspective, acceptance, community, endurance, and rest. And so we've talked a little bit about all these things. We've talked about your ability to shift your perspective. It's not necessarily what's going on in your world, but how you view it. And there are days when I can get in that pity party. There are days when I start having that victim mentality, but you can choose to be the victor of your life, and you can choose to see things differently when you shift your perspective with gratitude. It turns what you can't do into what you can do, and what you don't have into what you do have. And acceptance, like I said, it's the key to any transformational journey. If you want to win, I really highly suggest you take a good hard look at what's going on in your life and ask yourself this question: how's that working for you? Is that helping you, or is it hurting you? Is it moving you closer to your goal or further away? And the C is for community. Who's in your community? Not just your close friends, not just who you're spending time with, but who are you following on social media? What podcast are you listening to? What are you watching on TV? So I really suggest, if there's somebody that you see on social media and they don't inspire you, don't follow them. And then E is for endurance. And I think whether we're a mom or dad chasing a toddler around the house, whether we're trying to build a business or launch a podcast or write a book, or we're on tour speaking, or whatever it is, we all need more stamina. Stamina, not just to get through the race or a marathon, but to get through the race of life. And how we do that, that's when our grit and our passion and perseverance come into play. That's when you tap into your why on a daily practice. Practice a ritual, whatever that means for you. For me, that's a morning practice of gratitude, of a meditation, of reading. That's connecting with who I call my God squad. And we text each other every morning to check in. So for endurance, it's really tapping into your why. And then the last part of PACER is rest. Now, this is a hard one for me. It's probably the hardest part of PACER. And at first, I just wanted to call this PACE. But I have learned over and over again the importance of rest. And if you really want to be resilient, sometimes you have to strategically stop. You have to strategically plan things in your day for you to rest and refuel and reboot. Sometimes, how many of you have ever noticed that you're charging your phone more often than you're charging yourself? Resting is how we recover. And I just talked to my daughter. My oldest daughter is in Yale. And I talked to her last night. It was her birthday. And I said, well, what did you do all day? And she's like, I studied all day. And then I had a midterm, and I've just been working and working all day. And I was like, please take a break. If you just take a break and take time to just reboot your brain, you're going to be able to work more efficiently. So I don't know if she heard me or not, but I'm just trying to set an example for her to the best of my ability. And, speaking of mindset, speaking of relationship resilience, speaking of physical resilience, I'll tell you one quick story before I know we have to end. Just recently, a few months ago, my daughter and I were riding our little razors, our little scooters, and through the crosswalk, a car comes flying through. They couldn't see us because I guess the sun was in their eyes, and this car comes plowing into us. Thankfully, we were thrown instead of not rolled over. I look back and I hop up. I look back. My daughter is laying in the street. She's screaming. I couldn't tell where the blood was coming from. I get her to the sidewalk. We get paramedics there. We're loaded up in the back of the ambulance. And the first thing I thought was, not why me, but what do I need to learn from this? And what can I do right now? So the next time you're in a tough spot, the next time you're feeling like, how am I ever going to win? I want you to think about, what can I learn? What can I do right now? And then when we were at the hospital, we were so grateful that the CAT scan came back okay, that her brain was okay. Every time the nurses and doctors came over, we were like, oh, thank you so much. It could have been so much worse. Instead of saying, gosh, that guy hit us, and being filled with anger and filled with fear, I comforted my daughter with gratitude, and she felt the gratitude. So we were released about 5 hours later, and my daughter and I were walking out of the hospital, and she looks at me and she goes, Mama, we were rolled in here on gurneys and we were walking out of here like champions. And so resilience and grit and winning in life is not just about you. It's the ripple effect it has on your loved ones, on your friends. It shows up in however you do everything, how you love, how you lead. And so I would love to take a few minutes and look at some of the comments. And also, I do have, because I know we have such a short time, I do have the Pacer playbook. It is a playbook that if you have enrolled for the VIP, you will get that downloadable tap into your resilience playbook, because I really want you to be able to thrive in life. And remember that you always have a choice, that resilience is not about necessarily bouncing back, but it's bouncing forward and sometimes reinventing yourself and doing things a different way. Look, I thought at one point, I am broken. I'm not going to be good enough. Who's ever going to hire me again? And if I can get through 34 surgeries and reinvent myself and reinvent my life and curate everything, then you can too. So thank y'all for having me. Hi, beautiful Adora. No, we're back.
Thank you, Amberly. And
talk and trying to see how much time I had.
Well, I've been taking notes as always, and Amberly was gracious enough to invite me months ago on her podcast, and I still appreciate you doing that, Amberly, even though it was very early for me. So if you go back and listen to it, I sound a little tired on it, but I appreciate you having me on the podcast. And please, where can people find the True Grit and Grace podcast?
Well, on any podcast platform or amberlylago.com, and you can find me on Instagram at Amberly Lago Motivation. And I love connecting with people. It's my favorite thing to do. So Adora, when you said that you were on a stage dancing with women, I'm like, I totally see you there, and I'm right there with you, hugging you and laughing and dancing. And so yeah,
we're gonna do that.
Well, the next keynote speaker is also going to love dancing, because she's truly a free-spirited individual. But before we do that, I want to thank you personally, Amberly, again for taking time to join us and for sharing your message.
Yes,
oh my goodness. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, and Amberly, thank you for all those great takeaways of, hey, if you're not digging your Facebook feed, hey, unsubscribe, don't follow. It's kind of what you said. Don't spend your time on it. And that we get to curate the content. That word's come up several times today, and we do get to be that curator of who's around us, what we're listening to, what we're focused on, and really showing up with positivity instead of anger. Wonderful. Thank you so much.
We get to choose. Amberly, you inspire me, you inspire millions. We love you. Until next time.
Love you.
Love you always. In
Love
between
you,
too, and next time.
And Adora, here is what's exciting about the next speaker. She's one of my personal favorite speakers in the world. I love this woman. I mean, I call her my mentor. I forced her to be my mentor. She never invited me to be my mentor. She didn't say, Mo, I want you to be my protege. I forced it. And this is a good lesson for folks. you can assert yourself a little bit as long as you do it respectfully.
Respectfully,
right?
there is a line of stalkers.
Respectfully. So I have turned her into my mentor, whether she likes it or not. It is what it is. But of course, we opened up this program with one of the few reoccurring theme in this event, Adora, has been that there have been a lack of female speakers in the personal development industry, entrepreneurs in the personal development industry. Our next speaker is the one with the most seniority as a female in the personal development space. And she is a legend in her own right. Of course, she is going to be our final keynote speaker. And then we're going to wrap up day one of the New Psychology of Winning tour, which has been absolutely incredible. And the feedback has been off the charts, and having, so many living legends and so many incredible thought leaders on this program at the same time, in the same place, has been such a remarkable historical experience. And we needed to have the right person to finish it out. And so when you and I and the logistical team were thinking about who's the apropos person, who's can be the cherry on top, we all said Dame Doria Cordova. And with that, we're going to bring her in. Dame Doria Cordova, welcome.
So much more than the cherry on top, all right? You are the base and the foundation of many of the people, including Mo and David, and several of our strategic partners have shared. You are, there is Miko, who is on our team, that said her whole start was with you and your Money and You program. So yes, you're the delightful cherry on top, but you are actually brownie on the bottom, or whatever that favorite cookie cake, whatever thing it is.
You're absolutely right, Adora. And I'm a proud Money and You graduate, as many other people are. And with that, we're going to go ahead and give you the full floor, Dame Doria Cordova. We're going to step back, and I got my pencil ready for you as well. So I'm excited to hear your gems of wisdom as we close out day one of the New Psychology of Winning tour with you, Dame Doria Cordova. Go ahead. The keynote stage is yours.
Wow. Aloha, everyone. I am, gosh, I don't know what to say, because I've been listening. I've been going in and out. I'm in this wild group on our way somewhere in the Caribbean. And I've been thinking all day about the psychology of winning, where the first thing that I want to do is I really want to thank and acknowledge the beautiful Denis Waitley. I just want to say that it is an honor to be one of the OGs with him. And one of the things that I was just thinking about, all the different ways that we all get to express ourselves. And what is the psychology of winning? And I was like looking at, how did I become a winner? And one of the ways is by totally accepting the aspects of me that have felt like a loser at times. And I want to explain that a little bit. I was born into a family, into a mother that when she held me in her arm the first time, she said to me, "You are going to be successful." Okay? You are going to be successful. Now that was wonderful, because I got my training from the time I was 5 years old, working the cashier, being as a little cashier in her beauty salon. She was allowing me to play with money at 5 years old, right? But of course, she was right there, and all her customers and clients loved me, and I loved them. So I was kind of raised in that environment. And there were some good things and bad things about this. And I want you all to relate a little bit as I'm sharing with you, because there was no space for me to being a loser. And I really don't believe that there was such thing as a loser. So this is why I love Buckminster Fuller so much. You all know how much I talk about Buckminster Fuller, one of the world's greatest thinker, and not only a philosopher, a mathematician, a cosmologist. He was this beautiful cosmogonist. Sorry, I'll get that right. And one of the things that Buckminster Fuller said, that we are all in the process of learning. So we're constantly having learning experiences. So what I'd like us all to do is to begin to transform that when something happens to you that doesn't match your picture of how you were trained to being a winner, of how to be a leader and how to be the best that you can be, that you are in the middle of a learning experience. And this is the thing. All of these principles, all of these beautiful people that have been teaching you all day, that are going to teach you tomorrow and the next day, what you want to do is you want to really take it in. I highly recommend that if you haven't been taking copious notes, that you actually debrief with yourself. Either take a bunch of new notes in your computer or in your journal, wherever it is that you're writing. And what are the things that you really learn? Because otherwise, this particular event will just become another event. And this is the little bit that I'm so happy that so many of us are giving so much education away. But sometimes I feel that some of you take it for granted. There is a sense of entitlement. Oh, by the way, did I get your permission? I'm a little bit of a tough mentor. Can you all write for me? You got my permission to be a little bit of a tough mentor? Yes, yes, yes. Can you put it on the chat? Give me permission. Okay. Because some of us, sometimes what happens is that we become entitled. We all of a sudden we become a little bit spoiled. There's so much education out there. Oh, I already seen Doria. Oh, I already seen him. I already seen her. Oh, Les Brown, I already, it's like, oh, Denis Waitley. Oh yeah, I saw him the other day there. Okay. So some of you are spending endless hours in listening. But now what I want to do is I want to really empower you to begin to take shape, to take form on how you are going to apply this. And what I want you to know that the way that you become a winner, the biggest winner of them all in front of your eyes, is by getting really clear on what winning means to you. What does winning means to you? And so for me, winning is self-mastery. When I get really activated and when I get really upset and when I get really hurt and angry, even yelling at a politician or a couple of them at the TV, it's like, what? What are you doing? And I go, okay, let's go back. Let's go back. Ho'oponopono. Let's align the inner family. Let's align the unihi pili, right? The uhane, the mother. And of course, the Amakua. So now we got the inner father, the inner mother, the inner child aligned. So we have to learn how to handle ourselves. So for those moments when you're not feeling like a winner, in those moments when you're not feeling like you are really going to make it, when you are so judgmental of yourself, at that point, what you want to do is at that moment is when you begin to say, I am now in the process of having a learning experience. I am going to convert this experience right now for the highest good of myself and others. I am going to learn that which I have to learn, because a lot of people don't allow themselves to be the winners that they are in front of their own eyes, because they're so judgmental of themselves, because they're so judgmental of others. I talk sometimes to people, and I talk to people all the time, but sometimes I'm talking to people that are so judgmental of someone or something. And I catch myself doing that too, right? And then I go, okay, go a little deeper. What is it that you're really feeling? What is it that he or she is really feeling? And when we get there, what happens is that we can create our own transformation. Otherwise, you're never going to have that experience of winning in your own consciousness if you're going to be so judgmental of yourself for life. It won't matter. I mean, I have seen it. I remember in Money and You, we have all kinds of people that come to our Money and You program. And we have had gold medalists. We had this one medalist, and I don't want to say how many medals they won, because then you will be able to identify them. They're from Australia. A lot of medals, gold medals. And the biggest breakthrough that they had in Money and You, aside from learning business and the business success model and on clearing all these blocks, they got to the very core that even though they were receiving medal after medal, gold medals, they still did not feel until they popped that yuck berry. That's what we call it. Marshall Thurber called it a yuck berry. Until they absolutely got rid of that negative experience of themselves, did they begin to really feel that they were truly winning. And so it's a moment to moment to moment to moment process. It's not going to be just you writing and all this, and also making the decision that you're going to win so big. Like if I were you right now, I would sign up for the VIP. And by the way, I'm not getting a commission on this. Okay. I I have to make that little joke. So I want you to sign up for you always to be a VIP in everything that you're going to do. Because if you are a VIP, you're going to get to hang out with certain people. You're going to get to have these benefits and all these things. This whole thing about free, it's a little bit dangerous. It's like a lot of times people kind of, and they're very generous with me. I get so many gifts. But a lot of time, even if I exchange a little bit, it's like it gives me a greater sense of self-worth. There's nobody out there. You're constantly working on yourself. You're the one that is judging. You're the one that has the inner hammer, the one that's going to beat you over the head constantly, the protector, the nagger inside of you. And so ho'oponopono, just like embrace that aspect of you that you will never be winning in front of the eyes. What is the psychology of winning? Complete lack of judgment of self, complete release of others, of judgment. Let go of those people that hurt you. Like I hear people, they're talking about something that happened to them 20, 30 years ago. I get it. I totally get it. I totally understand. But until you get so present, take a deep breath. Everybody take a deep breath right now. Oh, get so present to this moment. This is the only moment that you can change. And you already won. I love that from the 1%ers room. What did I won? You already won. You already are a beautiful winner. And the reason you are is because you are sitting in this group. You are here with this group of people. You have this beautiful network. And my new definition of wealth is access. We're already wealthy. What else do you need? What is it? What else? Do you understand that there's a hungry dog inside of you, that it will never be enough? You will never be enough with a hungry dog. There's not enough meat in the universe for the hungry dog. So what you have to do is you have to be able to master those aspects of yourself that are so judgmental of you, that are so judgmental of others. And begin to really understand that life is a process of learning experiences, that you are a learner, that you're going to be learning your whole life, that you are going to be in the presence of all these beautiful human beings that are here to contribute to you, that you're going to go back to each speaker that you were watching today, and that you're going to commit to being here tomorrow, the day after. I'm going to be on a ship. Otherwise, I would be here with you, but I will watch the replay. I signed up to be a VIP. I want to watch the replays. I want to see what happened. What can I learn? What can I learn from the masters? So what I wanted to say is that I know that Denis Waitley was such a gift to all of us. And Denis, we were blessed when you were born. Your family was blessed when you were born. I can't even imagine what it would be like to be your child, to be your grandchild. What a beautiful human being you are. I just want to share from the bottom of my heart that I want to thank you from so many of us around the world. And if I may represent the Chinese family, xie xie ni, wo ai ni. I love you, as we say in China, wo ai ni. Xie xie. For spreading the beautiful messages that you had, for sharing with us the true process, for letting go of those judgments, for letting go of all those things that keep us and hold us back, which is all happening in our own heads, in our own judgments. What would the world be like? This is what you've been sharing and spreading for all these decades, and hopefully for more. Many more. How can you refill that tank that toolbox with some of the most beautiful, empowering thoughts, with the most empowering things that you can say to yourself so that you can truly experience how beautiful you are. That all the mistakes that we make, all the things, let go of any judgment that you have of yourself, of hurting others. Don't hurt anybody anymore. Just don't do it anymore. And stop others from hurting others. Don't do it. Don't do it anymore. The next time you want to yell and scream at somebody, just, get a little pillow, yell at it. It's like the world is crazy enough without having us who are working on the light, who are working on uplifting humanity's consciousness. We do it through we do it through financial intelligence, through teaching about money and business, which is something so sexy to people, when actually the sexiest thing on the planet is you, and self-mastery. So that is what Denis Waitley, that is what all these beautiful masters. I was so excited when they made that meme of myself that's in my Facebook with the masters, the OGs. It was like, oh, and I received all these emails and all these acknowledgments and all these messengers and all these messages from so many friends. Wow, it's like, oh, you really made it now. You're next to them. And it was fun. It was fun. I actually made it a long time ago. I made it when I was 26 years old, and I realized that the only thing I had control over was my self-mastery, over my own consciousness. And that has been what I've been doing since 1976, 77. And I will continue to do it because I don't know if the game is going to finish very soon, because I'm human and I have a brain. And I have all the feelings that humans have. But the one thing I can count on, and I feel like a great winner, is by me being able to handle my own consciousness. So thank you for being here. Don't take anything for granted. Pay for things. Contribute to others. Be good to yourself and be good to others. And with that, I'm Doria and I'm complete.
Wow. Thank you so much for that, Dame Doria Cordova. I'm so glad that we invited you to be our final speaker, because we knew that you would be apropos and you would wrap this first day in a beautiful bow, as you did, not just giving people practical advice that'll help them with their life and business, but also reminding folks to just be kind. And I highly recommend everybody go out and get access to Cash. It is a 2-time best-selling book. What a beautiful, incredible cover and
look
photo.
at the back. The sexiest thing is you. Yeah, look at her. She is sexy. She's figured out this money game, had it done at 26. She's like, that was so fun, but I didn't need it. I was already there.
Absolutely. And I also love how Dame Doria said, you know what, I made it a long time ago.
That's what I love. Yeah.
You guys think I just arrived? You guys have no idea.
I love it.
It's in my own consciousness.
Yeah.
But it's so powerful. I mean, I do character writing like we all do. We've all talked about our own character and what we write in. And it reminded me of watching, I love Cher, and I was watching her look through decades of outfits. And they were like, what did you do when the haters were? And she was like, oh, I was always ahead of my time. So good. Like, of course they thought, what was I wearing? So Dame, I got it at 26. I mean, I'm taking that. I'm writing it in.
And pay for things, contribute to others. Pay for things, contribute to others. Don't worry about spending money on things that make you happy, things that you want to spend money on. I created something called the menu test, Dame Doria. You may like this. It's called the menu test. Okay. If you go to a restaurant,
yes,
if you open a menu, and if you're looking at the prices, instead of looking at what you want, you have to work on the psychology of money, right? For you. Because if you want a glass of wine, but because it's $13 and you feel like you don't deserve a glass of wine, I shouldn't spend. You're not there yet, right? So go out to a restaurant and practice the menu test. If that's you, if you look at the prices, go out to a restaurant tonight, order what your heart desires without looking at the prices, and start doing that. Start reprogramming yourself. You deserve to eat what you want to eat. You deserve to live how you want to live. And so that's a Mo Rock original. If people go up on stage and start talking about the menu test in a couple years, remember who created it. Anyways, God bless you, Dame Doria Cordova.
I just want to say something, and the thing you reminded me, this is your fault. I was going to say the thing about menus is like, it's really amazing because I love a bunch of appetizers, right? And then somebody will say, but that's a lot more expensive than a main meal, and it's so funny because it's like, hey, this is what I love. I love appetizers. And yes, you're correct. I could have bought one, but that's not what I wanted. So this is a thing that if we can watch ourselves moment to moment to moment, including in the most simple ways, is when we really begin to transform our lives. And I want to thank you both for putting this together and this beautiful day. I'm sure that a lot of people feel this way. You have worked so hard. I don't know if people realize how hard you work. And then, putting the VIP group together. I mean, that's amazing. I mean, there's always has to be an exchange, and for those of you that may not want to exchange here, it's like maybe give 10 times more to a hungry child. It's like what most people don't understand about money and finances is the exchange. It's the exchange that occurs, and you feeling worthy and you feeling like, okay, I gave, so of course I'm going to receive, so I just wanted to share that. And of course, access to cashbook.com. I still have it at $1.97 because so many of my crowds are in India, Asia Pacific, in Africa, and in countries where $1.97 is money. It's a lot of money. So you guys get to benefit from that. So just go to access to cashbook.com, and then there's the link there into Amazon, and then just come back with your receipt and give it to that email that they gave you, and you get my 20-page bonus, which is a chapter from my money making systems manual. Most people don't realize that I'm actually a systems person. That's actually what I'm a logistical queen. I love
Believe it or not, it's true. I mean, as artistic and as amazing of a spirit she is, she's also a systems person. She has mastered the 360 approach to life, right? Where you can be loving, but you can also have a very successful business, and those two things, sometimes as human beings, we're programmed. We have this stereotype of the ruthless business person sitting with a cigar and finding a way to, fire 5,000 people. Let's make the stock go up 0.5%. But when you're a graduate of money, and you, like I am, you really see the perspective that the world needs. So we honor you. We appreciate you. Dame Doria Cordova, another one of our Lifetime Achievement Award recipients. And with that, folks, go get the money, go get the access to cash book. And Dame Doria Cordova bought a VIP ticket, and she's a speaker. She could have been on there for free. What's your excuse? So thank you, Doria.
Aloha. Bye, everyone.
Aloha.
Bye, beautiful. Enjoy your trip.
And so with that being said, Adora, wow, what a remarkable first day for the New Psychology of Winning tour. We had so many living legends. We had so many powerful breakthroughs, so many folks in the virtual auditorium from all around the world. We literally just a few moments ago got someone who commented from Russia. Earlier, we had someone from Kuwait. From all over the world, we've been getting comments, and that really does my heart glad because this is a global movement. And with that, final words, Adora, before we officially wrap up day one of the New Psychology of Winning tour.
Yes. I just want to thank you all for being here and give you some updates about how you can maximize. So one, get the VIP ticket. That's going to be after this event continues. You have all the replays in one place, but more importantly, you get these one-on-one rooms. It's a private room on Zoom where you can ask questions with Denis Waitley. And then we're going to have various other speakers in a series because it's a tour. Invite your friends to wintour21.com for the backstage pass. That's where they get free updates of who is going to be on next. And you also get invited to the Facebook group that's the Green Room. So I want you to go into that Facebook group because we have some major giveaways happening over the next few days. Go in there and go live. Introduce yourself. Give us 3 of your top takeaways that you're going to put into action. Law of attraction, Denis Waitley says, has the word action written into it. So take some action and do that, because that's how you get entered for the giveaways. We're starting at 9 a.m. PST with Bob Proctor and Denis Waitley in the morning. Another fabulous filled day. Check your emails for that. And remember, at the end of this event, you get special gifts from many of our beautiful celebrity speakers like Miss Dame Doria that we were just with. And again, one more time, a big thank you. And if you all can just imagine this and put your energy out there, this is one way to give back right from your heart. Imagine the entire team that have been working behind the scenes to have this happen. Just send your gratitude to them. Imagine them blessed with rest, with money, with blessings, with accolades, with whatever is for their highest good. And Nico, Ava, Laura, and their entire team.
And Dr. Natalie Forrest, who's actually live from Germany, where I think it's like, I have no idea what time it is over there, but she just is so incredible for also doing so many things. And Rex Sykes, who also
Natalie's not even drinking Red Bull. She's just
no
back
Red Bull.
there.
No,
on
she
energy.
doesn't need this.
Rex doesn't either. NLP for days.
Absolutely. And with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we will see you back here tomorrow morning live with Bob Proctor and Denis Waitley. Thank you for joining day one of the New Psychology of Winning Tour. We'll see you tomorrow morning.